coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best.
It's the last week of the challenge for Call of Duty Mobile, and this time we're in EU. It's the last time these teams will see each other before our challenge finals, where they will continue to battle it out, not only for the title of champion, but for that coveted single spot to Mobile Masters in Brazil. With seeding and prize pool money still on the line, our teams are ready to go. So let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are closing out our Call of Duty Mobile season here for EU today as we continue to move through the multiple stages of this competition. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be here to close everything out with you. And of course, we've got the boys back. We've got Infinity, Bobby, and Ton ready to get things going here in EU. Let's talk about it. I'm excited to week 4, close it out.
Yes, it's been a real fun season. Really excited to get it done with today, see kind of what our final leaderboard looks like.
Should be very, very interesting. We have a Mont team that seems to be building a little bit of momentum, and an Omniscient team that's looked a little shaky. So should have 1 or 2 banger matches today that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. Look, I mean, we kind of know how everything is kind of started to settle now, so we don't think too many things will really change, of course, in terms of the important positions that we have, but it should still be a very exciting day.
Yeah, we'll get some good matches to close out the season, but of course, if you haven't done so already, just because this is done doesn't mean the competition is done. We have so many other stages, so make sure you're following along for everything on social media, whether that is X, Insta, or Facebook, so you don't miss a single second of what's going on here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Or you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join the community, hang out, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and continue getting those updates. Now, for the last time, we're going to go through all of the basic stuff that you need to know in order to understand how the competition works. If you're somehow joining us here for the first time in the last week of the main portion of this season, let's talk about the format. And Bobby, it's the last week. It's the last week. You have to do it on the last week.
You know, I love talking about the format. We had an opportunity to play with friends in the Opens. Moving on to the Open Finals, 128 teams dwindled down to the 8 that you guys have had the opportunity to watch for the last 4 weeks. And we've now got our top 4 teams that are locked in. There's still some battling for seeding going on today, but that will determine who we have in our top 4. Number 1 will move on from EU to Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, and that's where I think a lot of our focus and storylines are obviously going to be going now, looking towards the future. How will that top 4 shake out once we get to our finals in just a couple weeks, and then which team will be making their way through all the way through to Brazil. We've been talking about it all season long across all of our regions. That's like the major end goal right now. But it's not just the title of champion for this region that our teams are playing for. They've got a little bit of prize pool along the way on top of the money that they could make in Brazil, Ton. So it's a lot.
Yeah, look, it can make a big difference to some of these teams. Some of them wouldn't have even really played in high-level competition like this, and you have the opportunity here at least to take away $500 between you. But of course, that first place position, $2,250, and you've got so much more on offer after this as well.
Yeah, $200,000 on the line once that team makes it all the way through to Brazil. But like Bobby mentioned, we're still jockeying for those final prize pool and seeding positions. as of today, there are a couple matches that could potentially shake things up, even in that top 4, even if the top 4 is set. So it'll be interesting to see how all of it plays out here today. If you're wondering how it's going to play out today, well, we have a schedule for you to take a look at. So we'll talk about that so you can start seeing what we're meaning when we're saying there's a couple matches here, Brody, that could change that top 4.
Yeah, for sure. Specifically that last one, right? Exclusive versus Mont. That's going to be a big one. Obviously, both teams, I think, in very different positions coming into today. Obviously, Mont, they had a pretty close series versus Omniscient. Exclusive did not in their favor. So I think Mont have a lot to prove going into that series, even if they've already made it in towards playoffs. For the rest of the field, though, Kings going head-to-head with Ricey to begin the day, and then Omniscient in match number 3 going head-to-head with Nexus. You don't want to take those matches too lightly. You still want to have kind of a nice record going into playoffs, even if you're making it there.
Yeah, and just for your reference, before we start talking about any of those matches or even just getting into the first one, we'll also show you the current leaderboard, where all of our teams are in the standings, so you can see what we mean with the potential changes, because in the event that Mont takes down Exclusive, that's when those records start getting a little bit tied up there, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the bottom 3 teams, there's a potential difference of like $750 depending on how the matches today go. When you got 3 teams that are tied at 1 and 5, that's a lot of opportunity for change. So they could make something crazy happen here, and even if you're not making playoffs, like we said, that can be super impactful. But obviously, eyes will be on Mont. It would be quite an upset, I would say, if they were to be able to take down Exclusive. So it is, once again, a big proving opportunity for them, as they haven't really been able to capitalize on those so far this season.
All right, well, now that we've gotten everything explained, you know the lay of the land, where all of our teams currently stand, we'll start talking about match number 1 of the day. We're just going to get straight into all of the action. You saw it on the schedule. We're kicking things off with Ricey versus Kings. Obviously, the Kings, top dogs in the region right now. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we've kind of thrown questions at them all season long. Like, you know, as soon as that first game against Omniscient came in, we kind of started asking that question of, okay, are they still the top dogs? It was a close game. We didn't think it would be. But since then, they have absolutely dominated everybody. We were talking about the roster change that came on through and that making a difference, but realistically, they have just been lights out. Every single time we thought there was a potential challenge, that challenge was pushed to the side so quickly. And again, I think it'll be same scenario here, but I think for them, they'll just want to get themselves nice and eased into this before playoffs coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take one final look at the rosters. We'll start with Ricey, talk a little bit about the players that have been impactful across the season for them so far, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. You look at players like Sushi and Callow, I think are probably the big ones on the roster. They've made a lot of difference to Ricey when they've actually performed well. I think the problem is that I don't think they turn up enough for that to really make much of a difference. Ricey haven't won a map in like forever, since the very first series in which they've played. So they've constantly been fighting these uphill battles, and I'm not really sure that that's going to change today.
And then on the flip side, obviously, we have talked about them so much already this season, Bobby, but Kings, just this indomitable force.
Yeah, especially once they got their go-to starting 5 locked in, it seems like they've been able to build a lot of chemistry off of that. Now, obviously, that starting 5 is the main players that have been together basically ever since last challenge season. So Marvel, Raid, Grizz, Inferno, and Say is going to be the go-to. More than likely, maybe some changes today, just based on the fact that they're playing against Ricey, but I would imagine they want to build all the chemistry they possibly can. And I think especially given the dominance they showed recently up against Exclusive, there's no reason to really deviate from that.
Yeah, and they also would definitely like to maintain that flawless record heading on into challenge finals, even just for the added intimidation factor of having to go up against any of those other teams, because you know Kings want to be the squad that does make their way through on to Brazil. So we're going to be hanging out here talking for a little bit, obviously waiting for those picks and bans to come through next, as that will be the next portion of this process if you're new here, all right, chat? And so what do you anticipate coming through here?
3-0, to be honest. I think I'd be...
for the picks.
Oh, okay, I was going to say. Okay. Well, for the picks, I don't know. Because it's one of those situations where, again, I've discussed this so often when it comes down to Kings. It's like their map pool is so deep. I don't even know where Ricey actually go to try and get an into this series. So in terms of the map picks, honestly, no idea. I expect Kings will just try and get their favorite maps in there. We're going to see a Hacienda Hardpoint if we don't.
Yeah, probably. But it's another one of those opportunities that we do try to tempt teams and sort of say, you know, you can play some different maps if you want. This is another one of those opportunities for Kings to maybe broaden that horizon a little bit. Maybe some of the maps you really, really don't like, get in there, get some practice on an actual competitive game. I think that's going to be the option for them. But for me, I'm very curious if you guys disagree on this, just to bring up a different point. But every single time I watch Kings, I always feel like everybody is always pulling their weight. I never feel as if like, I feel as if, you know, you watch some of the other teams and there's always those standout players. I feel like with Kings, everybody is just there on the 10 out of 10 every single game.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. They also just have like basically an EU super team, and so when you've got that caliber of team, there's not really a whole lot of times that you've got to worry about individual performances. So as far as the map picks, the go-to for EU has been Takeoff and Hacienda when it comes to hardpoint, then Firing Range for Search and Destroy, and then outside of that, the rest are usually flip a coin, but those seem to be the personal favorites for the majority of these players. If I had to guess, we'll probably see some combination of those, but who knows? I would like to see them throw more things in there. We really have not gotten to see, in my opinion, enough Apocalypse and Arsenal. And once again, the closer you get to Sao Paulo, without putting those into your map pool on a regular basis, the tougher position you're going to be trying to close that gap. But there we go. Takeoff Hardpoint is going to be in the rotation, and Summit gets thrown in as well.
It's interesting. I don't know if the Hacienda ban came through from either Ricey or Kings. If it came through from Ricey, that is a really good ban. Fair play, because they're not great at it. And obviously we know Kings are. So I appreciate that ban is
Heard you talking about it.
Yeah, they did, definitely. They were watching this live and they were like, hang on, we'll very quickly change our vetoes just because we've heard it. Yeah, that's a really good start, I'd say, in the veto process. We get into the Search and Destroys, though, and it gets less great because those are the two maps that I literally would not want to play Kings on. Slums and Tunisia is just like the bigger voids for me.
I mean, there's nothing really much to touch on between these two teams. Like, Ricey haven't won a map in what seems like was actually 4 weeks. Kings coming into this one, I don't think it really mattered, but we're not seeing anything too different than what we really did expect. Of course, the Hacienda ban comes in, and that does change things up, of course. So, yeah, nothing really to speak of specifically here. Kings will do well to lose a map, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it would be... There's just not much that you can draw around this Ricey squad. And I say that as somebody who's been rooting for Ricey hardcore for the last 3 weeks, and I have been let down every time. So I think I have reached a point of realization.
I was right there with you, though, Bobby. I
wanted them to be the people's champs, and they're just going to have to put some more reps in if they want to be that. So,
to be fair, though, this is also a good opportunity for Ricey to finish out the season in a way that could actually give them a lot of experience heading into next season. Because if this is what the top team is, this is the caliber of who you have to compete against. Obviously, a team that we watched make their way through the open stage of the competition. So new to this season of teams that they're going up against, and it'll give them an opportunity to just kind of figure it out. There's so much time between this season and what we're going to be seeing next time around that they can nail down new strategies, expand their map pool, do whatever they need to do to improve and come back to this competition, qualify through again, and then do even better next time.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think we've said it quite a lot this season, be it NA or EU. I think for a lot of these teams, half of the battle is lost in the veto process, where they just veto for themselves so often. And you're absolutely right. I think if you are to spend all the months now between this season and next season of SBS and go and work on that map pool, go and work out what's wrong with the maps that you're losing on, you will have a much better go of things, even against the best rosters in Europe. You know, yeah, all right, you're probably still not going to win because these guys are literally gods, but I think, you know, just improvements, those kind of improvements, that's what we want to see between seasons. And I definitely think Ricey are capable of it. I mean, Bobby, Frill, we kind of take the mick a little bit out of your faith in them. I think for the most part, it's well placed. They proved to be a pretty good roster during open finals. So I think there's potential there.
All right. I want to devil's advocate a little bit. I guess maybe not devil's advocate. Poke holes in Kings. Tell me where they could work on things, even if it is minuscule, heading into not even challenge finals. I'm looking all the way towards Let's talk about Brazil, because they're definitely like potentially a team we're talking about as a contender to take that top spot, make their way through to Brazil. From a global perspective, because we obviously know what happened in Champs, where it kind of boiled down to West versus the East, what could Kings do to put themselves in a better spot internationally?
I mean, in general, the West struggled pretty significantly in Search and Destroy, so that's definitely going to need to be a point of focus. To a degree, I'm not sure there's a ton they can do to try to bridge the gap between the Western teams and the Chinese teams, but if they're able to close that gap between, say, Garena, and also the Indian teams, I think especially Godlike are phenomenal Search and Destroy teams. So that's got to be your main goal as far as trying to make those significant improvements, because they definitely seem to have a very solid grasp. I think even Kings, despite not feeling comfortable, despite the fact that they're missing their IGL, they still played Wolves fairly close on the one hardpoint map that they played against them. So I think as far as respawns go, they definitely are comfortable, but the Search and Destroy is where the biggest improvements got to be found.
And I'm curious as well, like, is it coming down to actually, like, I'm sorry, I'm asking questions, Lauren. It's usually your job. But no, I always wonder when I look at these teams, because it's hard to say sometimes when you do watch them go against each other in Europe all the time, and like you can see Kings are like destroying on so many different levels. But for them in an international competition, they have to look at it. Is it from a pure talent perspective? You know, is the slaying ability more difficult, or is it coming down to your game sense and management? Are coaches available for you to help you guys out? These are the things you have to look at and have to expand on, and that's speaking from experience of seeing when we're talking a long time ago, when Europe as a Call of Duty region in the franchise league was so far behind all these American teams, and they just got better and better and better through coaching, through playing better teams. So I think as time goes on in the COD Mobile esports scene, for the side of Kings and for these European teams, things will get better, but how do you accelerate that is the question that they have to ask.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, to be fair, that even though it is domestic, so, you know, we haven't seen them make those improvements yet against international squads, I think certainly when you look at a squad like Kings, it's quite clear to me that they are putting the work in. I look back towards, I think it was the Meltdown Search and Destroy between them and Exclusive, where I think it was a 7-1 victory, and every single round was a new strategy coming out from them, and it became pretty clear to me at least that they put the work in. And I think if they're to do that against the international squads, you know, again, like you said, you know, maybe your Garena squads or your Indian teams, maybe you'll actually end up winning those ones. I think just on the whole, as a European, it's kind of disappointing sometimes when Europe just goes to the big stage and immediately falls flat right out the gate. I want to see them be competitive come Masters.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I think match number 1 is now almost ready. So for now, we'll start sending you guys off to the other half of the studio.
I'm going to fall into this, Lauren, I swear to God.
Don't injure yourself on your journey over there. And then while they're getting ready, final thoughts, Brody. I started a topic of conversation. I realized that probably we could have deep dove for a long time.
Yeah, for sure. We could have podcasted that for sure. Yeah, just very quickly here then. This is going to be a really difficult start to the series for Ricey. They are one of the worst hardpoint teams. Statistically, they are the worst hardpoint team in Europe. They are going up against the best
until
hardpoint
they
team.
show you.
Yeah, sure. Is this your prediction coming out, Lauren? Are you going to predict here that Ricey are going to 100-point Club Kings in this game? Is that what's happening?
No.
No? Okay.
No. But I would like to see a scrappy fight. Okay?
It's not going to happen.
We're going to see. We're about to find out. Match number 1 is almost ready to go. We're done on this side of the studio, so it's time for Bobby and Tatun to take over to get into it.
Thank you very much, Glitter. I find that the hair is very on brand today for her, isn't it? You know,
very
the
glittery.
glitter in the hair. You know, she's really like fully went into that now. So yeah, interesting to see. But realistically, though, I think for this game, for Ricey, it is such a tall task. But it would be a nice way to end the, I want to say, disappointing season here with a decent performance. I'm not expecting to come out and beat Kings by any stretch. Just if you can just go in and not get smoked, I think it's a minor win really at this stage.
Yeah, and I think, like Brody said, the hard point, realistically, not going to be, if you're hoping at any point to take a map, probably not going to be where that happens, but trying to close the gap. I actually was playing open scrims in EU the other day, and I played against Grizz on this map, and he killed me 15 times with a shotgun. So if there's one player you want to watch out for here, it is going to be him, and no surprise, he's able to find an opening kill to get things started right there. Raid hopping down from above actually is going to get shut down, but they got Says locking down the hard point. Solid opening kills, though, and that's going to be Turtle with at least 1 cutoff, so a little bit of breathing room for Ricey right here, as it looks like they will be able to get a couple seconds of hard point time. Sushi looking to lock down top blue right here, and there's rushes looking to counter the shotgun of Grizz, but no surprise, 5 kills on the board already for him.
And I think, we asked the question, would Kings come in here with a different roster to what is deemed their most successful, their strongest? The answer is no. Some practice coming on through, just purely, I think, because the playoffs, obviously, in a couple of weeks' time, you do want to make sure that everything is ticking along as it should be. And so far, so good for Kings. Heading over towards P2 in just a second. They're not in a terrible position, but some decent time over towards P1. As things do start to kick off here now for Ricey. Good shots coming on through. And already that talent flying on through from Kings. 5 members of Ricey set themselves up over towards P2. They're already spawning out over towards P3. It's a wipe from Kings.
Yeah, there's been about 1 kill for Ricey to the 8 out of Kings in this last feed. They're doing their best to try to sneak on through, but Raid says not today. They get wiped off the board, and once again, they can sit very, very comfortably in the top side of the hard point. And if they make a way through, they're going to be promptly greeted by a shotgun in the hands of Grizz, but it looks like they'll be able to push through at the bare minimum, pick up some time right here. Wiped off the board pretty quickly, but at this point, fighting for scraps is about the best you're going to be able to do.
I love that third-person camera. We've got a little look out there. Shout out to the observers, having a little look either side. You can see the pinch was developing there for Kings, and it's working out just so well for them so far. And I think, you look at it, some of these matchups, especially for a team like Ricey, it's just been blown out of the water time and time again. You're seeing that kill feed. There's a Kings player on the left-hand side nearly every single time that something pops up in the top left corner. Kings dominance so far. And what have Ricey got to do to find a level like, I'm not saying they're going to step up and be a level of Kings, but like, what's the huge difference? Because right now it feels like pure slaying ability. Kings are dominating this game so far. It's a 50-point lead.
I mean, part of it, Etudes is running a PDW that just time to kill wise is not going to be able to keep up with the rest of the meta. So he's got 1 kill on the board. Rush finally made that decision to switch away from the shotgun, so maybe a little bit more opportunity for him to do the damage. But as of right now, the DRH is the best weapon in the game, at least as far as competitive goes, and they've only got 2 of those on the board, so that's going to immediately put them at a disadvantage. You see the operators come out. Kings just finding every possible kill that they can. I don't know if anybody, yeah, they will read Brinks. Rush actually going to get the shutdown though, so the R9 comes in handy. What sight is Grizz running on that R9? That is a monstrosity, and somehow he is making it work anyway. What?
It feels unnecessary.
It's definitely unnecessary, and I think he knows that it's unnecessary, but that just makes it that much more impressive. And Raid impressing himself as he gets the MP right there.
Oh god, it's an absolute smoke show coming in from Raid. Already sitting at 17 kills. He's leading the lobby right now, and quite convincingly. Kings further just establishing they are so above and beyond everybody else here in Europe right now. Rush is going to be able to do something over towards the next hill. 2 kills now going to fall on through for him. So some potential time on the cards here for Ricey. 60 seconds left to go. Assassinations mid-game. It's Hardpoint, bros. This isn't S&D.
That's just brutal. Oh, that's actually Sushi taking down Inferno. I thought that was Inferno with the execution. So maybe a little morale boost for Ricey to see if they can start feeling a little better about the way this one's gone. I mean, they've got 30 points on the board, so things could be looking a lot worse, especially given some of the results that we saw last week in North America. But obviously, ideally, you would like to be in the lead, and they've not been able to secure that so far. Kings continue to lock in time here on P4, and it's once again going to be Ray, the cutoff man, on the front side of the hard point. Sushi doing his best, but he is snapping on heads, and time again, anytime someone sneaks through, he's the final line of defense, shutting them down.
Sometimes some people just shoot a lot straighter, don't they? And that's feeling what this game is being like so far for the side of Ricey. You're going to be looking at about 110 difference by the time we head over towards P1. The snap from Grizz will find himself his 18th kill. It's about to be his 19th as well. And there goes Rushes back over towards P1. It's just an absolute massacre in the middle of the map. Everybody from Ricey momentarily dead. Grizz just on an absolute tear for the team here. Already thinking about what's going to go on over towards P2. Still got 50 seconds at P1.
All right, I think Rushes may have picked up his shotgun. Yeah, it has to be, because there's no way there's 2 people running R9s with holographic sights. He's going to do his best to do a little Grizz impersonation. Has been able to pick up a few more kills, but still a very large gap to bridge, unfortunately, too. Is just not finding anything so far. 5 kills on the board for him. It has been an absolute nightmare for them trying to deal with Raid and Grizz everywhere across the map, and even in the midst of a DRH meta, those guys able to thrive up close. Raid's going to be able to find another one right there. He has been a walking score streak so far in this one. And Says is going to get taken out by Etudes, but doesn't mean a dang thing if they can't get on the hard point. And with that, Kings continue to make their way upward as they now set up 140 points.
Just so much pressure being put down across the map. Look at the snap from Raid again. This man is just turning on a sixpence whenever he needs to. Here in this lobby, there's 1, 2, 3. Make it all fall here for Raid. Found the first on the initial. Where's Rushes? Given the ace as well in the middle of this game. Above and beyond, so much better how Kings right now. It's just looking like men against boys. Ricey can do nothing about this.
They literally had to pop an annihilator to take him off the operator that he was already 7 kills deep on. Sushi, seeing what he can find out of that, still has it in his pocket. But no push forward at all for Ricey. They've been sitting on 40 for a hot minute as Kings now hit the 200-point mark. Grizz continues to be an absolute menace. They're going to be spawning out right here, so no opportunity for them to find scrap. Rush is going to get shut down, and Raid continues to snap on every person in sight. 46 kills in a very quick hardpoint map. Oh my gosh, he's having a field day.
I was kind of talking about on the couch how for Kings that you don't sometimes see realistically anybody standing out for the side of Kings. You know, everybody's really just pulling their own weight. Right now, Raid may have taken that personally, sitting on 46, as you mentioned, 55 seconds left to go. As we do head over towards P3, just Raid just continuing with this switchblade. It's just been so hard for everybody to deal with on the side of Ricey, who are, well, struggling, to say the least. Turtle need to do something with this equalizer now. Entry going to start coming on through, but you need to see the kills finding his way, and they are just not going in the direction they need to. If Ricey want a chance here, 20 seconds away for Kings.
Ooh, nice pre-fire, but Rush's shotgun's going to be a little bit stronger. Sparrow comes out as well. They're going to be able to actually find a decently solid hold here on P3. Rush trying to get things cleared. Just as I say that, Kings break on through, and doesn't seem to matter how big the investment. Ricey have not been able to find any sizable hold. Sushi and Turtle doing their best to keep up so far in this one, but 20 kills apiece is just not going to be enough. 4 seconds to go. Sushi breaks on in, and they will prolong the inevitable. Unfortunately for them, Kings already rotated toward P4, and Grizz is ready for anybody looking to contest. Only 2 seconds needed right here. Nobody close enough for Ricey, and that's going to be a 100-point club for Kings as they start off the series exactly as you'd expect.
Yeah, that was very, very dominant just from the get-go. You've seen it. I don't think Ricey ever had, even remotely had a lead in that one. Very, very dominant from the side of Kings. And I just ran away with it. I think it's very hard to break those kind of games down of where, you know, things went wrong for Ricey, because honestly, everywhere, I think just the pure slaying ability from Kings gets them through some of these games. I think you'll see up against, you know, stronger opposition. You won't see as much challenge. You won't see as much, I want to say, overzealousness. You know, it is very much about, you know, slow and steady can win the race against some of the top opposition. But when they are going up against a team who they know that they have just more firepower than, they are just going to do this to you time and time again. Just so dominant from the get-go. I'm curious, the Raid drop is 50. He would have been very, very close at least anyway. Unbelievable game from him. Every single time we went over towards his POV, and by the way, this was the 5-man wipe that he managed to find. It was just an absolute massacre. Incredible, incredible performance from Kings in map number 1. Let's have a look at that scoreboard. Yes, he did. Hit 50 and 12 from Raid.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as mentioned, they must have heard me on the couch there talking about how nobody stands out, and Raid went, yeah, hold my beer.
Nice little 4 KD, and then you got Grizz with a 1.5 and 3 minutes in the hard point. I think we talked about the fact that if this Ricey squad was going to have much of a chance, it had to be on the back of Kahlo having a big performance, and he is nowhere to be found right now. Brinks, his replacement, in the blender for the entirety of that game. So I don't know if we can expect any mid-series changes out of this squad, but I think they felt his absence that much more. Not saying it would have been enough of a difference to see a different outcome in the map itself, but at least to make things a little bit more competitive. We'll see what they can do heading into S&D.
Yeah, look, S&D is sometimes one of those matchups where you sort of think to yourself that hard point is the harder one to get away with, and finding a win against a good team is very, very difficult. But you think about S&D, sometimes you will see these S&D-based teams who are just a lot better at those slower paced game modes. Maybe for Ricey that can be the case for them. I mean, we know they're not necessarily better at Search and Destroy than they are at Hardpoint, but is that maybe a route back in for them? You can kind of mix it up when it does come down to this mode, but I think realistically Kings are just looking to speedrun this one, and we'll be on to game number 2 before we know it at this rate.
Yep. They were very decisive there. That's what you expect out of them, and that's honestly, to see Raid popping off that hard is a great sign for them heading into playoffs as well, because he was a player that last season showed that level of ability during the regular season, but they had a little bit of shakiness. They tried taking him out of the rotation, and even this season he was not in the rotation as Drawer was in his place to get things started. But since he's made his way back in, he has certainly had a massive impact and arguably the best Slayer in the European region right now, especially when he's playing at that level. So we'll see if he can maintain that heading into the Search and Destroy, but like you said, they're definitely going to want to keep running through this as quickly as they can.
Moving away kind of from this game just a little bit as we wait for the game number 2 to come in here. I think one game I'm really looking forward to in playoffs is actually seeing Omniscient go up against Kings again. I really want to see if Omniscient are actually going to be able to step up after what was an incredibly disappointing result last week. They definitely want to try and bring that level that we've seen against Kings in this first week, but I know that was Kings without Raid. So if you're Omniscient, you're looking at this, you're thinking, oh, okay, well, you know, we pushed them close, but not quite far enough the first time around, and now they look a lot better. But I think for Omniscient, I think they're my ones to keep an eye on in the playoffs. I think a lot of people are going to look at Exclusive, they're going to look at Kings, but I'm very curious to see what Omniscient can do when we do get over towards playoffs in a couple of weeks' time. Can they bring something different to what we've seen yesterday? They've tailed off a little bit, which has been a little bit disappointing, but yeah, curious to see how they go. But we should be loading into map number 2 in just a moment, and I think for Ricey here, this is your opportunity to maybe try and find something. If the slaying power is not quite there, Search and Destroy can be one of those ones where things are turned around.
Yeah, going back to your point about Omniscient, I think that they are capable of a lot more than what we saw up against Exclusive. I don't know if that was an off day. I don't know if that was just a phenomenal day for Exclusive, but just based on the fact that they were able to play Kings as close as they were, regardless of whether or not Raid was in the lineup, looking at the level of talent, the caliber of performance that each of those players had in the last season, you know that they're capable of doing a lot more, and I think they're going to look to prove that today in their matchup as well. Obviously, a much easier matchup and one that they can hopefully build a little bit more confidence in. But yeah, I don't think that it was fully indicative of what that team's capable of.
I hope not, at least anyway, because as you mentioned, when we seen how well Exclusive played, and it felt like that more than it felt like I mean, Omniscient definitely didn't have a very good day at the office, to say the least, but it definitely felt like Exclusive with their team really pressing the issue constantly. They were the ones that were being the aggressor. They just seemed to dominate the kill feed quite a lot, which is quite surprising to see up against a team like Omniscient. You think about those SMG players that have been ever present all season long, they were absolutely nowhere to be seen for Omniscient. So it's maybe back to the drawing board for them. We'll get to see them later on in the day, but right now we're concentrating on Kings and Ricey. Sorry for the minor delay getting into Slum Search and Destroy, but I'm sure Kings will make that time up here. Over to the defensive side for Kings first. Expect a decent lead for them either way. But what can Ricey do to try and break this very, very resolute defense when it does come down to Slums, and a team who are so regimented in that as well? Kings will not give you an inch.
We do have the Tundra coming back into play. Grizz being a nightmare through the mid-map as he finds first blood. Trades do go through, so pretty happy with that result if you're able to find it. Raid, some cheeky peeks right here. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive. The shotguns, or the sniper on the opposite side, that's going to be Inferno pulling out the Kilo Bolt, formerly known as the Car 98 and some other titles. Don't typically see it a whole lot in competitive, especially with the iron sight, but able to find one before he gets traded out. And once again, Raid going to have to be dealt with if they want to make any type of inroads toward the mid-map right here. He's going to be able to find one, and now those remaining players going to be trapped inside the garage.
Yeah, good job from Ricey, though. They haven't given too much away here, but could do a fine in this gunfight. Not quite there. Says shuts it down, and Sushi now left in between while a rock and a hard place. Goes for the jump across. Has he got the opportunity? Just can't look two different directions at the same time. Good collapse coming in from Kings, and they are rightfully so didn't win their defensive round, but not without competition from Ricey there.
All right, we'll see if they can make any adjustments. Anytime that you got Grizz rushing up the middle of the map, he's got to get dealt with early, so we'll see if they're able to make that read. encounter in some way, whether it's via utility, whether it's a more passive approach. Looks like he's going to be able to make his way all the way up. Does see one player on the backside, opts not to peek it right there. And once again, is going to completely rule this cross until somebody finds a way to clear him out. Etude's looking for a first blood, not going to be able to make anything happen, and Inferno is snuck all the way through. That Kilo Bolt coming in handy as he finds two. The R9 for Grizz finds one as well. And another for Raid as Etude's now all alone. Not a whole lot of HP to work with. Kind of bobbing and weaving back and forth. Grizz going to put him out of his misery as Kings go up to a quick 2-0 lead.
So that first kill does make a difference, doesn't it? Somebody just looks for the hop over on the wall, has a look for a potential pick, and you get pushed from behind, straight through the glass windows, I should say. And it's just an easy kill coming on through. For the side of Kings, it was Inferno, I believe, who found a couple, and now is the aggression going to change? This time, yes, it is, from Ricey. Did you get cut down, though? Marvel will find one, but the twos eventually does give Ricey some sort of advantage for what feels like the very, very first time in this game. And once again, they will keep those numbers. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2.
As long as you got Marvel alive, nothing is safe, but Etude's going to be able to take him off the heady. Sushi, kill onto Inferno with the Deagle in hand, and just like that, Ricey are able to bounce back and take their first round here in the Search and Destroy. And once again, the key to that was finding the opening to take down Grizz early on. You don't allow him to dictate that mid-map pressure. And with that, they're able to bring things a little bit closer right here. We'll see if we have a similar approach. And they get aggressive and end up paying for it as once again, Raid's going to get taken down early. Grizz gets red. And these are phenomenal adjustments so far for this Ricey squad, especially if they can get players pushed up to take over this bomb site. Say he's going to be able to find one, make it two, and might have an opportunity here to blow up the play, but all alone.
No way.
He's going to survive, but can't find the final kill.
How on earth did he find that third? Kings can't do anything with it anyway, but ridiculous defensive play going on over towards that side, but these first bloods are starting to lean towards Ricey, already not doing too badly on this attacking side. And I wonder if that's just maybe a little bit of arrogance from Kings in the sense of pushing forward, maybe just playing with fire a little bit. Maybe we'll just steady the ship here with a solid defensive round. But Grizz is always going to be playing this position. Without BR9, SMG, doesn't really matter. He's always going to be playing this close corner towards the cemetery side. Just can't make the push through. Ricey setting themselves up for what's looking like a B hit here, but what is it a route through to be?
Yeah, the thing is they've given up all this real estate, don't have any info to work with. That's going to allow Says to push through, so he's able to take down one. Etudes has the info. He gets spotted out, though, moves off the head. Says immediately makes him pay. But they do decide to get a little bit aggressive over toward that B side, able to take down one player. The bomb has dropped, it would seem, in the back of the map, and Grizz is going to be able to shut down that entire push single-handedly. One player remains in the inside of garage, and he is on the hunt right here. Knife out, he doesn't want to bother. He's going to shut him down, and once again, Kings take the lead right there. It's really been so dependent on Ricey finding those first bloods and countering that mid-map pressure.
Really good play coming in from Kings, though. Get the job done this time. It feels like whoever gets first blood is really making the difference, but Ricey just going to find a rush out here. Grizz gets caught with his pants down. It's going to be the push over towards the bomb here. It's not going to work out for Turtle. Rushes or Sushi, all three going down in very, very quick fashion. Now set themselves back up to expect the push that does start to come on through here. Says could be in a little bit of trouble, but he dips and dives. Raid will be there for the trade. Says still just about surviving, but Brink should not be long for this world, and the kill will eventually come through for Inferno. Not necessarily a scary one from Kings, but maybe one they would have liked to be a little bit cleaner, but either way, 4-2.
Yeah, they're very comfortable just having fun with this one, and it hasn't really hindered their performance all that much so far. We'll see what they can do, and definitely expect them to get aggressive here on that B side. Nades do connect and rush with the shotgun, able to shut down another. That's going to be 3 now for him, and they've taken complete control of the mid-map right here. Trades do go back and forth, but it's all down to Inferno. And with that Kilo Bolt in hand, not going to be an easy clutch. Shots not able to connect over top of the bomb heady. And he's just going to keep on taking those shots, trying to get one to connect. Obviously, 3 players left alive and should have some idea that one player is going to be looking to flank right here, but they're going to sit back for the time being and put the pressure on him to make the play on the bomb.
Yeah, Ricey dealing with this with all due respect to Inferno, aren't they? Oh, I mean, it looked as if he just found a free route through, but eventually Sushi will be there to pick up the kill. So a defensive round goes over towards the side of Ricey. I think, honestly, for Ricey to find 2 attacking rounds was really not a bad half from them on the attacking side, of course. So King's going to have to answer that in turn. First defensive round does go over towards Ricey, so relatively close search and destroy here. King's now 5-man hitting over towards this B side as a minimum of 4. Sorry, I should say Inferno will be the first one to find the kill here as Brinks is just going to try and back up with the rest of his team. They've repositioned nicely, but Inferno will find his second. Need to get this trade if you possibly can. Rushes is there, not quite as accurate with the R9 as he would like to be. And Saze gets out. And all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 3, and this is just so tough. I think if he hits those shots, it's maybe a different round, but Kings commit to the rush and they find the gunfights.
Yeah, so many opportunities to take down Saze there. And even on the last shot, he just ADS'd and I think missed his shoot button. So unfortunately, Ricey going to give away another round right there. And the pushes have been fairly one-dimensional for Kings. It's basically been chuck all your utility at that B side. Try to win your gunfights. If you do, great. If you don't, let's move on to the next round. And Tude's not going to be able to connect on the shot right there. Inferno had the shot lined up, but opts not to take it. Rush is looking for an angle to take him down right here. It's Inferno in a 2v1. Turns, quick scope hits, but it's not enough for the kill and running right down the barrel of the shotgun. Not going to be something I would advise. Ricey take another round right here. They keep things close within 1.
It does feel like it is a very linear approach to this one from Kings, doesn't it? It's just hit over towards B. And we'll just see what happens. It's worked out for them a couple of times, but we'll probably have to adjust at some stage. And now they're waiting for Ricey to rush forward, and they're going to catch them off guard. Raid there with the switchblade, not quite able to get the job done with Marvel now. Finding the first blood onto Sushi. Raid now just absolutely revels in these sort of situations, pushes through. It's a second kill going to fall on through for Inferno as well. And now all of a sudden a 3 versus 1. Etudes, what can he do? Absolutely nothing. I honestly do want to hand over some of these rounds eventually, Bobby, but they are just ending very, very quickly. 6-4.
Yeah, the thing is, anytime Kings take a semi-serious approach to these rounds, they are over fairly quickly. Obviously, credit where credit's due for Ricey making the adjustments to be able to take a few right here, but it definitely feels like it's been largely at the hands of Kings just messing around and having some fun. Saze just straight cross-mapping with the switchblade right there is going to be Turtle getting first blooded. Still 2 players on the backside of B. As Inferno does make his way on up. Hit marker right there, unfortunate, but Raid's there to clean things up. Grizz runs on through, shotgun in hand, but he hasn't had to do anything. It's all down to Etudes. And they are on the hunt right here for an execution, it would seem. They collapse right here. Raid's going to do the final damage, and Kings take the map.
Relatively simple from Kings here in map number 2. That was... Look, I think 7-4 probably flatters Ricey. I want to say that Kings, especially on a couple of those attacking sides, were really, really just sending it down B and hoping for the best, which is great. To be honest, I think, you know, you mentioned a fair point there in the sense of that, you know, when Kings were taking it seriously, they were finding those rounds very easily. But I think in the... And I don't want to criticize them here because I know they're going to win this game, whatever happens realistically. But for Kings, it's a good opportunity for them to, you know, try some different things out. I don't think 5-manning over towards the site is necessarily the way, but I think it's that arrogance, it's that confidence that they would have up against this opposition that they know they are going to win this game. They want it over and done with as quickly as they possibly can do. And didn't quite speed run Slum Search and Destroy, but a fairly convincing victory coming on through there for Kings. Any particular highlight for yourself there, Bobby?
I mean, not really anything in particular. It's interesting to see Inferno trying out a new weapon that we haven't really seen so far in the season, but anytime you have a search and destroy for Kings and Marvel's at the bottom of the leaderboard, it's just tough to take the map super seriously because he has been the one guaranteed hard carry for them in search and destroy, and even with him not having much of an impact, they were still able to handle business. So if I had to guess, and this is not something that I like to think of teams as doing very often, if I had to guess, if there's something that Kings do have up their sleeve, they're probably saving it for the off broadcast where it's not going to be VOD reviewable as well. So I think there may have been a little hiding strats there just because it was like the typical push that you're going to see out of any given team when it comes to a Slums offensive search and destroy. And even with that happening, they made tiny adjustments and still able to take the rounds to close things out.
We should be heading over to control very, very quickly, but it has been very simple sailing here for the side of Kings. Nothing really to write home about for Ricey, and it is going to be very much back to the drawing board for them in the off-season, of course, with another Challenger Series coming, I believe, as well. So I think for them, it is about readjusting and see where you can go from there. But I think you make a very fair point, actually, about Kings. Do they want to try anything else out in this game? But obviously, they're going back to the standard, tried and true, for the most part. And basically, because you said, you know, it could be coming down to the fact that they don't want to show their cards too early with playoffs coming up very, very shortly. And that is really where they would have become. I mean, all season long, Kings would have been looking at this season as a route through to Masters. That's all they want to get to. They want to prove themselves on that global level competition. And, well, yeah, they can do that in Brazil, which will be very, very interesting come April.
Yeah, they were, I think especially heading into World Championships, a very definitive #1 team in Europe. And I think even despite the fact that they were missing their IGL, a lot of people question whether or not they still held that title, especially having lost that match to Exclusive. So they have certainly proved themselves so far here in this challenge season. But the biggest work still yet to be done. And before that, they've got to close out the series. So we'll see what they can do to get things started right here. Trades back in fourth, but it does go the majority of the way of Kings, as that is now 5 players down, sent all the way back to spawn. And that type of feed can be very, very dangerous on raid, especially with Grizz sneaking all the way through. Shotgun in hand, does get shut down. So a nice little adjustment right here to make sure that they can't get that spawn trap into play. But with raid pushed all the way up toward red right there, it's still going to be very difficult to deal with. Should get the information that the A push is now underway, and that's going to allow Marvel to back up. See if he can find any picks on the entry.
Brinks can't quite finish his dinner there over towards Zigzag, but I actually really like it. You know, you're pointing out the readjustment from Ricey. They know that Kings are going to be coming for them. Sit back, find the kills. You can start slowly move your way up the map. The kills being traded across the board, really. Briggs finds one on the Grizz. Can he find the second here on the raid as well? Going to reposition, gets taken down. But a little bit of inroads over towards their side here for Ricey. Life count is only 2 difference. Now make it 3 in favor of Kings. Now make it 4 in favor of Kings. The Saves will shut this push down pretty much all on his own. There's another one for Money Window. And all of a sudden, the rest of the Kings squad can now push up the other side, and the potential spawn trap is now on the cards. Grizz will find a second, and just looking to do as much damage as he possibly can. Grizz to find 3. Making mincemeat of Ricey so far, 19-8 in those lives. Things have changed very, very quickly.
And Inferno, the Rytek's not going to connect, so he's going to look to spawn trap with the Deagle. Fortunately, Raid's there to reinforce on the opposite side, and all of a sudden the lives have gone from fairly close to 18-5. And the bigger issue is that there's no time left on the clock. Kings take the opening round right here, and you got to think with the amount of kills that they found right there, should have decent charge on the operators to start to snowball things as well. Rushes definitely need to find a kill, my man.
Yeah. No kills in a round of control is not great. It's a minute and a half. Can he manage to get himself back onto the board? Let's see now. It is going to be the opportunity of Kings to get on their attacking side of things. Grizz will deal with the rushes and continue his pain. Toots sure they're going to be waiting for this one. We'll find the shot on Grizz, and all of a sudden, there is still pressure here from the side of Kings over towards the B side, but Ricey do have the numbers. Oh, did.
And now they're all dead. You got a couple of snipers sitting in the back of the map. Any of your map control wiped off the board, and once again, force the full reset. You let the operators get pushed up right here. Inferno shouldn't have the info on the player behind that heady, but it's not going to matter. Able to pick up Brinks and Turtle, trying to find a third. Sushi is going to get taken down. But they're forced way back into spawn, and that B objective has already been captured. So they're going to look to push through Kitchen right here and see if they can force them to spawn toward that top laundry side. Grizz, Sparrow in hand, going to be able to do some opening damage. Raid does the rest. And now the A objective should be wide open, as if they want to win this via objectives, is the opportunity to start.
It's looking like that is going to be the route to victory. As now Grizz sets himself up with some good shots coming in there from Brinks. One machine out, though, from Says is just going to keep them at bay, but doesn't find anything. So Sushi now starting to find a route back into this one. 8 kill difference is now going to be brought down to 6. All of a sudden, for all that, it was looking like a King's auto win. Turtle absolutely evaporates Grizz there. Says will eventually find a kill back. So Kings on the back foot just ever so slightly. Ricey choosing to invest a little bit here as well. Bobby, they smell blood in the water.
We got the claw coming out for a twos, but it's not going to connect, and that is a tough one to lose, especially if you want to have hope of making this round happen. It seemed like the momentum was starting to swing, but the equalizer shut down as well. I believe only 1 kill found out of that, so all of a sudden the lives have been blown wide open, and once again, you get rid of 1 operator for Kings, but there's just too much damage that's got to be done for you to have any chance of taking this round, let alone the game. 12 versus 1. What can Turtle do right here? Not a great scenario for a shotgun, but fortunately you got Raid on the pinch, and Kings close out another round as they look to make quick work of this control. Should be able to close things out here based on the way things have gone so far, especially with rushes. 2 rounds in, sitting on 1 kill.
I wonder, can we get on board with rushes and just see how things are actually going for him here? Because he's maybe not having the best of times. Brink's now going to push forward, only 3 kills to his name. Inferno will find 2 with a car bomb to kick things off on the round, and it's just such a typical player that you see come out of teams over towards this B side. Good shots from Ratudes, himself and Sushi. Now with the sniper, we're trick-shotting, are we, in the middle of a game? Yeah, apparently we are. Raid will find a couple onto Turtle and Co. We'll continue to push forward, but Rushes now will find himself 2 kills in this round. Sniper out as well. Is that going to help the case? Potentially. Not terrible start from Ricey in this round. You can see the setup from Kings is mostly towards that A side. Don't want to lose that if they can. So still taking this seriously to a certain degree now. Inferno waiting, finds Rushes, and the push over towards B just shut down once again. Kings just so dominant in this game.
Marvel's going to pop the Annihilator, see what he can find. Not going to be anything. Maybe not quite his day, or maybe just not really feeling like interrupting the dominance of his teammates. They got a couple operators for Ricey at this point. No reason to really not use them. You got 25 seconds to make your way onto an objective. You are spawn trapped, and the lives are being absolutely decimated. That's going to be Sushi popping the Annihilator right there. He's going to be able to find 2. So alleviate some pressure, but you've got to find your way onto the objective, and with Marvel playing the way that he is, not going to be easy to do. Turtle finally makes his way on and finds the kill right there. And with only 4 lives separating the 2 teams in this round, this is not over yet.
Not over yet. Grizz is here, though, to try and shut something down over towards this side, and he says, yeah, not over yet. Yeah, I bet you. 5 seconds to go. Pressure over towards B is just completely dealt with as well. Kings have dealt with this game very, very quickly. We're sitting in the ESL studios in Katowice here, of course, IEM going, I don't even think any of these boys behind us got done with a map before that series was done. My word, that was convincing. Incredible, incredible performance from Kings, but it's what we come to expect. They are very much the best team in Europe right now.
Yep, and they continue to prove that as they handle business, even with some goofiness here and there in the search and destroy. You assume that they're going to be full steam ahead whenever it comes to the respawns, and that was absolutely the case. Definitely felt like the absence of Kala was missed for Ricey, but certainly don't think there was a whole lot they could do going up against the giants that they were. They are the kings of Europe for a reason.
That was just an insane best of 3. Just like, well, it was silly. I think going into it, we kind of knew it would be pretty quick. I will say fair play to Ricey for being competitive in the search and destroy, at least, right? So there was that, some positives to take away. But I think you guys mentioned it in the middle of the search and destroy as well. I think the reason that it was so competitive is because Kings were letting it be competitive to a certain extent. And that's not to take anything away from Ricey, but that went almost exactly as we expected. Moments of competitiveness, but not to be. And I think that's the way we can pretty much sum up the entirety of the season for Ricey.
It's always difficult when you have to end your season going up against the undefeated top team in the region. But I think that Ricey has proven that, you know, they deserve to be here after their performance in the open finals, and it was just a tough region for a lot of these teams that were newer to the scene to be in with our teams that were at the top. Either way, though, Kings now solidifying their flawless undefeated record for the season, nailing down that first place seed as well, heading into the challenge finals. And now we'll continue on with our matches. Match number 2 is going to be between Big and Zantium, a little bit more evenly matched teams here, Ton.
You would think so. I look, Big have really had a bit of a resurgence, haven't they, over the last couple of weeks? They came in a little bit cold, which is probably the thing that's ultimately cost them in terms of getting a playoff spot. But yeah, they have seen this. They are the best of the rest in terms of outside of the top 4, and they'll want to solidify that with a win here today.
All right, well, we're going to get ready for match number 2. Before we do that, though, we're going to send it on over to a short break so our teams have time to get themselves ready to go and dive into all of the action. Like we said, when we return, it's going to be Big versus Zantium, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's the last day of our challenge season here, and we are about to head into match number 2 on the day. We mentioned it before the break. It's going to be Big versus Zantium. Let's talk about it.
I mean, this, like, as far as the matches we have today go, is arguably the highest stakes, because for Zantium, this could be the difference of $500. Obviously, they sit down tied for last place, but If they're able to take down Big here, that would tie them record-wise with Big. This could actually be a difference of $750 if I'm doing the math correctly on that one, as it would tie them with Big and it would also give the tiebreaker over them with the head-to-head matchup. So a $750 match, fairly high stakes for the players on Zantium.
That's a lot of cash.
Maths do be hard, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's crazy.
yeah, we got there in the end, I suppose. Yeah.
We'll start taking a look at their rosters as well, talking about Big a little bit here. We'll start with them. Give me your thoughts here, Brody.
Big are a really good roster. I am big on Big. I like this roster.
It's going to happen all day.
I'm going to do that one. It's just the one. And then no, listen. I was talking about the casting. When it gets to the casting, I won't use the word big. But yeah, this roster, I think, I've loved what they've been brought to the table over the course of the last season. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best start for them. But I think as soon as they managed to bring Rondo and Slayer on the roster at the same time, instead of switching them out in that substitution spot, they discovered, I think, the best combination for the team that they could possibly have. Again, though, unfortunately, at that point, it was just too little, too late. They'd already played, I think, Mont and Omniscient, and those were big games to lose. So, yeah. It's been tough. Shut up. I hate it. Can we name them something else? Just like huge.
You're going to have to talk to them.
Rather large. Something else.
You said that you weren't going to say big at all while they're casting, so I'm going to hold you to that. And every time you say big, you have to give away 1,000 COD points to Chad, okay?
How much is 1,000 COD points?
$10.
Oh, shoot. I ain't got $10.
On the flip side, we've got Zantium here. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, so Zantium, well, I can't imagine I'll be saying Zantium during the broadcast.
Right.
A great deal, thankfully. But realistically, we've seen some okay moments from them, but again, they're just one of those teams who are struggling to close out some of these moments here and there against some of the stronger opposition. But for them as well, it's a huge game for them in terms of prize pool that's on the line. Both these two teams have, okay, they haven't got the opportunity to get the playoff side of things, but it's a big difference, as Bobby pointed out there, in terms of the prize pool that can be made the difference because of this one game. So make sure you are locking yourselves in for this one.
And this is what we were talking about too at the top of the show. Just because we had our top 4 set didn't mean that we had our seeding set or the prize money really set, because of the potential changes that could happen on our leaderboard based off of some of these teams' performances here today. And now that Bobby has done the big brain math and figured out just how much is really on the line, I think we're going to see a bit of a battle back and forth here between our two squads. Apparently Brody's giving out
Am I?
free.
Not if I don't say the word big on cast.
I guarantee you'll say it.
Just within the first 10 seconds.
I'm just letting chat know Bobby volunteered for Brody as we start to get our picks and bans coming through, starting with the takeoff.
I am the captain now. And I have decided that you will give away COD points. I'm going to hold
always
you to
been a captain. Come on.
That's totally fair.
Takeoff and Takeoff is the staple of European Call of Duty mobile hardpoint, so nothing surprising about that one. If I remember correctly, that was a bit of a slow start for Zantium. Actually, nope.
It is Zantium's
that was the
map.
one that they took up against Ricey the first week, right?
And Nexus, I want to say. So yeah, this is Zantium's map. It's the only hardpoint map that they would have wanted. So I'm pretty happy with that if I'm Zantium to start the series. As for the Search and Destroys, though, Fire and Rain Search and Destroy, it's not great for either of these two teams, but probably not going to get there, to be honest, either way. Tunisia Search and Destroy is better for Big. Coming down to that raid, though, it is probably the best control we would have seen from these guys. To be honest, I honestly think raid control is like the only control we ever see from any of these teams. I think it's like picked 90% of the time. So
stand off here.
Have we seen Crossroads like
once? I think we saw it
once or twice, and I think that was exclusive that brought it out.
Okay.
So, surprise.
All right. Maybe in the playoffs.
No.
They're saving it for finals.
It's chaotic, isn't it? That's the problem. It's just too small.
Europe loves chaos.
They do. They do.
All right.
All right. We've got all of our picks and bans through. We've heard the guys' thoughts for now. I'll send you off to the other half of the studio. You can prepare yourselves for match number 2 as we get Bobby's final thoughts on this back and forth.
I think $750 is going to be enough motivation for Zantium to make this a close series. So I think they've made improvements. Rule number 1 for Zantium, it's something we've been saying all season long. Use your operators. If they use their operators, they're going to be on a much... I know. I was a little bit shocked by it, but they'll be in a much better position to at least have a chance at taking down Big. I don't think the odds are in their favor, but I think they're capable with the improvements we've seen.
Where do they have to do it for the maps if they're going to do it?
I think they have to take off hardpoint. I think they take the raid, and I think the odds are not good for the Summit hardpoint. I don't think there's a realistic chance that they're going to sweep, so I think the Summit hardpoint is where it's got to happen.
All right. Well, we'll have to see what our teams are going to be bringing to the table here in match number 2 because it is about ready to get underway. Big versus Zantium, Brody, and Ton. Let's dive into it.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yeah, this is the game of the day, realistically. I think a lot of us do look at it in the sense of that this should be the most competitive. A lot of people would argue Omniscient coming up, of course, in their game potentially as well. Look, this is the one where most is on the line today. We've got a lot of things solidified already in this Challenger season, but still some things to be decided with this one.
Yeah, I think this is, as you said, it's the most likely to go beyond 3 maps. I still don't think it will, personally. I got a lot of faith in Big here to close out this series in 3. I think for Zantium, if they're going to get it anywhere, it's going to be the hard points. That's often been the topic of conversation when it comes down to Zantium, as hardpoint has been their strongest mode, and that's only by way of holding some of the top teams close in hardpoint, but sometimes that's map dependent, so you kind of have to be like, is it down to the fact that some of those maps will be Hacienda, for example, which always goes down to within 50 points. You never know. But ultimately, I do think Big are probably going to take this series relatively easily. I don't want to be the anticlimactic one, okay? I just want to set people's expectations correctly here. I don't think this is going to go beyond 3. I think Big are just one of those rosters now that if they played Mont today, I said this a lot, if they played Mont today, it would probably be a win for them.
It's bold. It would definitely be a better game than it was.
Yes.
I mean, 100%. We definitely feel as if, Big have improved as the season has went on, and, well, we'll see some of that improvement here. We expect, okay, they will be coming into this as favorites, but I don't think Zantium will make it easier by any stretch. Big kicking off here as they do want to try and move things over towards the P2 side as quickly as they possibly can and get the first couple of opening kills and some time on the board here over towards P1.
Right, Big starting strong here in this game. They're going to be the ones to get the first few points on the board. Zantium, though, on the other side, they want to break through. And, we always talk about kind of on P1, what the rotation towards P2 looks like for these teams. Ton and Zantium, I think that does need to be a point of concentration for them. They had one player over there to begin with here. Forget having some massive gunfights in the middle of the map. That's 5 in a row for him. He's doing a stellar job. But that, unfortunately, with those 3 kills, is going to cause some split spawns. And I do wonder the extent to which Zantium will read them, especially as Slayer comes through and finds 3 of his own.
Yeah, 5 kills fall in the way of Big from that side of things. And all of a sudden, sending them over towards P2 may well become a little bit easier. But the split spawns have, well, now been confirmed to be the normal spawns for Big. Looking to try and find themselves with a route back into this one. Zantium within ever so slight lead of P1. Just to let you know what me and Brody were laughing at. He's actually, and this is more so for Bobby, I don't know if we would count this as cheating, but brought up similar and opposite words to Big.
Synonyms.
Synonyms.
You never heard the word synonym?
I've heard the word before, yes.
Okay.
Come on now.
I never know sometimes. You're a bit of a weird one when it comes down to your lexicon.
Yeah, again, you're just trying to confuse me with these big words, aren't you, bro?
It doesn't take much. It does not take much.
Well, you have your misconceptions. Anyway, here we are. Vat will find himself a couple. We're looking over towards it. The spawns are there for Zantium for P2, and have soaked up the majority of this time that we have kicked off with. 25 seconds to go, though, and Big are very much there in contention if they can be.
Yeah, Big, of course, with 20 seconds left on this hill, do have a better look over towards the next few spawns. They don't want to go too heavily at this, because right now Zantium do not have those favorable spawns for new. Starricker, though, on a hell of a tear inside the hardpoint, finding mate 5 kills in a row. What is going on with these sprees at the start of this game? We've had a few already from a few different players. That's another set from Starricker, but it will not guarantee that scrap time, as Zantium do find it. And now we move over towards the rotation. Big, they are 30 points down in this game. They want to hold on towards new. This is very often the money kill, and for the moment at least, the kills are looking pretty good, but those back spawns now starting to come through from Zantium.
I think Forget actually just spawned it the back over towards like, the real side. I know, but there was 2 players literally right next to him. I don't know. Here we are. Has offered a potential route in there for Zantium to get themselves inside the point. They are eventually going to find a couple of kills, and all of a sudden a potential pinch is on the card, but 3 kills fall through from Rajlia, and a couple of different operators now starting to get invested here by Big. They want to make sure they find some good time over towards P3, and they have been doing a good job of that so far. 30 seconds to go.
As he goes, they're going to come through with the triple. Aspect going to add a 4th and final kill to that one. Now Big going to be spawning out towards the backline here. 20 seconds remain. Starricker, can he find yet another sensational triple plus? No, not to be. Trades galore. And Big still fighting for the back. 15 seconds of this time. Zuka is the one that was being annoying. Gonna finally go down to the classic MK2 from Rajlior. I'm very sure he's probably got a crossbow in the back pocket ready to go, but just gonna be able to get the 1 kill there for the moment at the end of P3. Pretty much all even Stevens here. Just 3 points separate these two teams. And Big making the right decision here, moving over towards the rotation towards New, but they've got players on both sides to contend with. The first couple of kills do come through from Big, so they're okay.
I was about to say for Zantium there, to actually go kind of 50-50 to a certain degree in that one, you lost the rotation, yeah, okay, you lost the lead to a certain respect, but to then have the rotation over towards P4 was great, but they got broke pretty much immediately. Big now in here in numbers. Rajlior now, Predator missile out, we'll find a couple with that. The War Machine just firing away and absolutely nothing, but Rajlior is not. That's a couple of more shots going to be hit on through from him. But the SMG and those close range gunfights, potential pinch set up here for Zantium and the potential break as well. Words are hard today.
It's tough, mate. We'll get there eventually. Regardless, all this guns are starting to go down now. Trades galore. Starker and Slayer can combine for 2, and that's going to send Zantium away. Now, this is an important hill regardless for Big, just because of the fact they've invested quite a lot into it. Certainly, the Predator missile was a huge investment coming out from them. And they're about to cross the 100-point barrier, or they were, into Bashan and Daijin combine for 2. Big now spawning away, and again, these are probably one of the easier spawn reads you can get here in Call of Duty Mobile. You know exactly where Big are going to be spawning from, so Zantium should be able to use that knowledge to prepare themselves for the inevitable push towards P1, but that smoke will be down, and that offers enough coverage so that the kills can start to go through. Honestly, mate, every single time I see Rajlior with the MK2 in hand, I just don't know how he does it. I want to know, what's the secret sauce?
But he makes it work as well, though.
Doesn't he?
That's the thing. I mean, look, we say he makes it work and finds another kill just like that. But then those kind of moments, you know, if he's got himself a DRH, does he find both those kills? Like, I mean, but then I suppose it's very subjective to certain different scenarios. And is he playing for these certain points where he knows he can hit the shots? I mean, he's accurate, absolutely can give him that. But I wonder if a standard AR would maybe do him a little bit better. Very good player, though, very clearly. Looking over towards P1, though, the majority of the time has been sucked up by Big here, and it is ever so slight lead. P2 spawns are going to be underneath their belts as well, but it is going to be 50-50 by the time we get over there. But the kills coming through with the final 10-15 seconds to go is a big moment for the side of Big. Damn it, first one on the cards there. I didn't promise anything.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't promise anything either. Bobby promised for me, and I guess, to be fair, if Bobby has the power to promise things, I do as well, and so I'll put you in the pot there as well, mate. Regardless, Big, currently 25 points or so up over Zantium. This is a rather large hill for them.
He's done well.
I've done well. I almost did it there for a second. Big now looking for the time in the middle of the map. Time of the investment coming out from Slayer with the Annihilator, and this guy has been responsible for some huge moments with this thing over the course of the last season. Generally speaking, it happens on Control, but he can also get it done here on Hardpoint as well at the moment. He's providing quite a lot of kills that will be doing a lot of damage to Zantium. But finally, the Annihilator will go away. And now Zantium has to get it done with the DRH for this thing. I mean, at this point, post-patch DRH, it might as well be an operator. He's getting a few kills. Now Daijin going to respond on the other side, though. It's a flurry of kills coming out from Big. And now Aspect here, sitting inside with a Sparrow. You want him to get more kills than that. He's not going to be able to get done. Rondo, through the construction, finds the double. And now Big are fighting back for the last 15.
Look at the spawns heading over towards P3 in just a second as well. It ultimately works out for Big. It's going to be pretty much a tied game, if just about a slight lead for Big as we do head over towards this next hill. But they found a good chunk of time here last time, but Zantium were able to find a break with about 30 seconds to go. Can they do it again? So this game's starting to heat up just a little bit now. Rajlior actually leading the lobby with everything that he's got going on in terms of his loadout as well is actually kind of crazy. But here we go, set up now for Big. Can Zantium find themselves a break?
Huge gunfights coming through from Big early on in this one. They've already got 4 kills, and that's going to send Zantium towards those back spawns. And Zantium do not really want to be in this situation. They've been snapping at the heels at Big the entire game. It's time to bring the claw out if you're Bouchon. He's already picked up 2 kills. Now just pre-firing towards the top side to try and take Rajlior down. Going to run out of bullets now. Has to do it with his weapon inside. Needs a little bit of help coming out from the team, and that's not going to be helpful whatsoever. As Vat puts them on the fryer, picks up a couple of kills with a Purifier. And now Big really starting to pick up some time in this hill. Vat is still going with that Purifier too. Yet another double. Make it number 3. It is so difficult, and now you're in a tough spot if you're Zantium here. You are 30 points down in this game. You have to kind of just chalk this hill and move to rotation. I don't even know if you can do that.
Yeah, they're spawning in the worst spot for it as well. It's just so difficult to find a rotation over towards this next hill. 3 to 4 is always the difference maker between some of these good teams. Zantium will find themselves now 30 points behind. As we head over towards the next hill, Big just seem to be a little bit hotter on these rotations now, Brody, as we head into this second rotation of hills. And can they find a decent hold here to put themselves past that 200-point mark. Mirage will be the one to kick things up, but Zantium have found a couple of kills.
This will be big, almost, but huge. Daijin comes through with one, but it's not enough just yet. Aspect, can he get anything done? No, Mirage with a claw of his own is going to find some enormous kills. That's 4 in a row, and now Slayer wants to follow it up with an operator of his own. That was a great investment coming out from Mirage. That is 5 for him, but Bouchon manages to slide on through and finds 2 kills. Slayer wasn't one of them, though. Slayer still alive here with the Annihilator, still finding all of these huge gunfights, but at the moment he's on his own. He needs help, or does he? Coming off the spawn, all the players not there. Slayer gets it done on his own, and now the cavalry is here.
No operators remaining on either sides of things because that was a flurry of different operators coming into it. All of a sudden, it's big now with about a 50-point lead. They did well just to keep things... I mean, look, it was almost like damage limitation. They got broken a couple of times after what looked like a good rotation. They will breach that 200-point mark. But these investments just worked out that little bit better for Big. Now this P1 rotation started to come through. We can see some teams pick up a decent amount of time here. And with a momentary fall down, can Big set themselves up for success over towards P1 as we head into another rotation? 50 seconds to go. They can win it, yeah.
Yeah, they can. Generally speaking, we don't expect teams to win it on P1, but you know what? Stranger things, right? Rondo now can utilize the equalizers, can only find one, and that's a huge stop coming out from Bouchon. Aspect now going to find a kill as well, and we said it wouldn't take much for Big to be removed from the kill, but now we're seeing actually a pretty good investment coming out from Rondo. The Predator missile comes down, Vat also going to bring his down as well, and Mirage Lior just chilling at the moment on 49 kills. He's about to hit 50 here in this game. He's already done it with a couple of kills right there and then. Big here, they are 20 points away from victory. They can no longer finish it on P1, but P2, look at the positioning on the map here, Ton, it might be theirs.
Seems like they found a gear that Zantium just do not have available to them. Stepping it up, and it's Mirage there with a hip fire coming on through with the MK. Fantastic stuff from him, and Big will just about temper their expectations heading over towards P2 when you see that kill feed. Zantium starting to get back into this one just a little bit, but Slayer just trying to pick up where he can. Spawns towards the back now, and for Big, when you don't have to worry about P3, when you can win it here at P2, then that's something you can keep on your side. You don't need to worry about the rotation. Kills starting to come through for Zantium. They need to invest absolutely everything right now.
Yeah, they've already started as well. Forget's already brought the War Machine out and has found a couple of huge kills. And another one as well. The thing is with the War Machine inside this hard point is you can fire from afar. You can kind of just pre-fire the spawns, but you have to be careful you don't let players through. And that might have happened. Slayer and Vat now finding the kills, and Slayer's brought out the Annihilator. Every single time we see Slayer with the Anni, he finds value, and he's doing it again, keeping these guys at bay. Jumps down from the heavens for a kill, and now Big here, just a few seconds away. Daijin looking to touch the other side of the point. Now has a little bit of help from the other team, but Mirage Lior and Slayer, is it good enough? No, not just yet. Zantium still holding on.
Still just about holding on, but with 4 seconds to go, are Big going to punish them? Shots starting to come on through. They're just holding on for dear life. How on earth as he stuck that one in through the window? But Big can't win here, but they can certainly win at P3, which they are already over towards. 5 seconds to go. There's going to be nobody anywhere near, and Big are bound to take map number 1. All right, Bouchon somehow found a way through, found a second. It's still a tall order. Rondo will find his way through, and eventually it will be done. But my word, Zantium prolonged that one maybe just a few more seconds than we thought they would, but Big in the end will get the job done after a really, really good second rotation. Incredible performance from Mirage Lior and Slayer specifically.
Yes.
But wow, I mean, look, we expected it to be a close game. It was relatively close, but for Big, I want to say in the end, pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I think the difference there inside the games was rotations for one, and I think utility usage as well was insane. Now, obviously, the individual performance from Slayer and Mirage Lior kind of helps, but I think more than anything, to be honest, Mirage Lior just coming out there with an MK2 and doing that performance, I'm pretty sure he didn't like put it away. I didn't see game.
I mean, he had the claw as well, but I mean...
Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of leads into what I was saying, right? In regards to these operators from these guys, I don't think there was a single wasted operator. Maybe like one Anni was denied by Slayer at one point, but that was really about it. For the most part, every single time they had their operators, which happened pretty often, just given the amount of kills they were getting, the amount of value they were finding inside these hard points, it just never went to waste. And I think that was just the big difference. Wasn't in the casting, so I can get away with that one.
I don't make the rules. I mean, it was...
I make the rules. I'm not having that one.
Something I just want to point out, though, when we looked at that scoreboard towards the end, I mean, the outslay was quite incredible from Big. And I think, you know, for all, and this is something I talked about when we seen them early, it seems like there's a lot of talent on board, at least anyway, you know, in terms of how they are able to find the kills. These guys are flicking left, right, and center. I mean, look, Marazia just dropped 58 with an MK2, so that tells you everything you need to know about this team. They shoot very, very straight, but it'd be nice to see them maybe convert some of those slaying differences into something maybe a little bit even more comfortable than that. So that was about a 75-point win, right? So, you know, you take those all day long. That's a steady enough game, but I want to say that it was at least like 50 or so difference.
In terms of kills?
In terms of kills, it was a lot.
Yeah.
So I think in those moments are the ones where they need to make these count maybe a little bit better. Going forward, look, I mean, we're not going to criticize the performance by any stretch. They won it pretty comfortably. But I think if you look at it from a pure stats perspective, if you are finding that many kills and you are outslaying by that much, and a lot of that has come down to that really good investment of the operators, you probably need to be doing a little bit more on the actual score point, because that's the one that makes the difference.
Yeah, I think it's worth keeping in mind, certainly, especially as you move towards next season. You've got a few months now. This is something we mentioned in the pre-show, excuse me. You've got a few months now to work on those kind of things. If you are finding that you're getting these kills, but maybe not being the most efficient with those kills, what you're actually getting out of it, then maybe it might be worth just looking at that. And if you can get a coach on side to help you with that as well, in between seasons, that would be, I think, a pretty good boon of success for this roster, especially because I think if Big were to play in open finals again next season, I have no doubt in my mind that they would qualify with ease.
That's a bold statement, you know.
I think they are.
I think they'd definitely be there with in contention a little bit more. I don't think they've quite been there. I think... You
don't think they've been a cut above every other team below them?
Yes,
like
but
Zantium,
I think...
Ricey, and Nexus.
Yeah, 100%. But I think the fight between them and Mont is maybe a little bit closer than...
Oh, no. I'm not saying qualify for playoffs. I mean qualify for the season.
Oh, right. I thought you meant for playoffs.
I was like, why are you questioning that? Like, what?
No, I thought you meant for playoffs.
No, I'm not that silly.
Okay.
Sometimes, but...
Oh.
Not now.
There's a few haymakers of a bold prediction out there, and just, you know...
You know what? It wouldn't be fun any other way.
Sometimes, you know, it's just a case of throwing a lot of things at the wall and seeing which one sticks, Brody.
Exactly.
So, you know, I can respect that to a certain degree. 5v3 in the favor of Zantium, though, because Big's attack has not started well whatsoever. We have noticed, though, when it has come down to Tunisia, it is very much a defensively sided map. And, well, XTM making sure that is very apparent to Big so far. It's a 4 versus 2 show.
A good start coming out from Zantium on the defense here, and they've also sent a player on the flank too, so Bishon might be able to catch somebody off guard. Has Starker got the audio cue? He's checking all these corners. Does he have the better room? Yes, he does. And that will now allow an escape from Big. Rondo still seems dead set on finding a kill here on site. If you can get one of them, it would be nice, but you actually do have to check towards your left. How on earth is Rondo even alive in this situation? Zantium feel dead set on punishing. Forget gives him the widest shoulder you've seen since Margaret Thatcher. And he finds a second one as well. And now all of a sudden here, Daishin left up in a 1v2. And I don't know how this has happened.
I have no idea. Zantium just deciding to throw rounds away if they possibly can here. Daishin is now left all on his own and will go down. Rondo, hell of a round from him. And Zantium just absolutely hand one to Big there. You can't let that happen. In those situations, you're 4 versus 2. You're on the defensive side. You sit tight. You close it out. We will address the Margaret Thatcher's wide shoulders. Call it a later date. Maybe not right now. Was she broad? I don't think she was.
Dude,
figuratively.
She wore like the biggest shoulder pads you will have ever seen.
She was quite a slight woman, though. Well, here we are, anyway. Zukas will find the first one and star again. Marazia will be able to enter back, though, and all of a sudden it is a 4 versus 3 in the favor of Big. They have complete control of the A site, and this bomb's going down.
It's very difficult to retake the site as well. That's why this is, generally speaking, so difficult on Tunisia. Retakes are just so tough.
Needed that.
Yeah, you need one of these kills, to be frank. Entry is difficult. We're actually all going to go down, though. That's a nice snipe. It's coming out from Aspect, so I think, if anything, that'll be a kind of a warning shot to Big not to overchow here and just sit through the corners. Make Zantium make the first move. Aspect's going to find another one here. Daishin, though, traded out through the cut. And now this is a one-dimensional hit from these two players. They're doubling up on it. The snipe from Bouchon, Bouchon actually finds a kill, not with the sniper. It was Aspect who had it out. And now that in the 1 versus 2. Time is on his side. He's waiting for the audio cue. I think actually doesn't get it. He's too far away from the bomb. Aspect was on the defuse, and that's a great retake coming through in the 3 versus 4.
Arguably 2 different rounds that shouldn't have been won by either team, so I suppose 1-1 is probably a fair scoreline here. I think Big, when you're in that advantageous situation in terms of positioning, in terms of numbers, you've got to close that out. So here we go. Now for Big on the attack again. They'll still be happy with the 1 round out of 2 so far. So they will find a grenade on the Zukerza once again over towards 8. Another first blood for Big. Mirage are up top and Windery as well. Forget is able to enter back, so now 4 versus 4. They need to get rid of Forget over towards the Archer side as quickly as they possibly can because the reinforcements are on the way over here, Brody.
Slayer, it's a bit of a dodgy gunfight, finds it in the end, but Aspect has provided so much value for the squad. Hasn't been dealt with just yet. Slayer able to get another kill, and Aspect finds it. I think it's his 3rd in the round. Brings this down to a 1 versus 1. Starricker on the pre-aim. He moves away at the wrong time. Has to go for the quick scope. It doesn't connect. And now the 1v1 will continue. Aspect just going to wait patiently here for the bomb to go down. Starricker just going to take his time. He's got a little bit to work with. Tries to go for the initial bait out with the audio cue. But Aspect is playing this one ice cool.
Bomb down. Starricker now will invite Aspect into the site. And does Aspect choose correctly on the angle to hit it from? I think they're about to come into contention with each other, but Starricker starting to reposition at the perfect time. Gets around the corner as well for Zantium. This is a round you absolutely need, and Aspect now starting to find the pick and finds the shot as well. Starricker falls, and Aspect just takes his time. He's so patient throughout that round. Waits for the bomb to go down and finds his way back into it. A little bit of card timing doesn't go his way, but the round still does. Zantium, 2-1 to the good, will feel like this should be 3.
Definitely. Zantium, I mean, they have won these rounds entirely off Aspect. Let it be known, if he was not on the map, Zantium will be 3-0 down at this point. But regardless, Big now going back to the strategy they pulled out from round number 1. They were gifted that round, by the way, so going to have to work for it this time around. I imagine that Zantium will not make the same mistakes, but they do make an entirely different one. They give up the full facing pressure, and never mind, it all goes awry because Aspect is the one sitting at the back of that site. Picks up a couple of kills. He will shortly be dealt with, or maybe not. That gets caught off guard. Players watching the crossfire. That is a great site control coming out from Zantium.
Yeah, really good backup and then retake. 3-1 to Zantium now. Defensive advantage very much in their favor at this moment in time. And I think as well, you know, when you lose those first couple of gunnies, you're not necessarily in the best of positions. You have been forced out of the site a little bit to then reposition and find something, I think, as well for Big. Pushing forward that far with the bomb and completely killing the round off of yourselves is not something you ideally want to see too often. They will find the first couple of kills here, though, into round number 5. The fight's still ongoing. Aspect is the only one to answer back here, and he's left in a 1 versus 4.
Aspect hit. Got a long way to go. Bomb going to go down as well, so that should quicken the pace up a little bit for Aspect. Worth saying that Aspect doesn't actually have the sniper rifle on him at the moment, so honestly, probably a better weapon for the scenario. The problem is you're going to run right into the pre-aim of Starricker, and you should be dead to rights as soon as that happens. Actually has the sniper in the back pocket, and oh, just a pistol of the head. It's enough for Aspect to find the first kill. But now, 20 seconds on the clock here. Time not on his side. Aspect has to swing wide for the kill. Not to be. Slayer, better weapon for the scenario. And the 1v4, honestly, if it's Aspect, is probable. It's not to be.
I think in that situation, it's one of those that is just so difficult. But if looking towards in terms of kills that are being found for Zantium here, everyone get in the backpack. Aspect at 12, and they're not even remotely close to being anywhere near him at this moment in time. They've got 8 between themselves on the other 4 members of Zantium. Incredible performance from Aspect so far. And I think if you're Big, you find him, then maybe you find a couple more rounds. But Bouchon to find 2 there is unforgivable from Big. Mirage there is able to answer back, as is Rondo, though. 3 versus 3. Aspect is still alive.
I like how that's the win condition for Zantium at this point.
Hey, he's got 12 kills, mate. Nobody else really anywhere near him.
Miragedor's getting there. 3 kills in this round. Having a good start to this one. Aspect switches over towards the pistol, getting a little bit cocky with it now. Now a late flank potentially coming through here for Daijin. Bomb going to be down. It's a big, pretty awkward spot for them on the whole hit on.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. And I think the problem that they have is that Zantium know where the bomb is, or at least have a good idea. Pressure coming in here for Aspect now. We'll continue to back up. Mirage here will find a shot onto Daijin. And all of a sudden, a 2 versus 1 now for Aspect to try and pull out of the bag. And I think they've got a decent amount of knowledge of where he's sitting. Next kill, obviously, will either win the round here for Big or be absolutely huge for Aspect. The slide across, can he find it on a Slayer? Lies down, a well repositioned, and Big tie things up.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not too sure who the player alive alongside Aspect was. I think it might have been Daijin in the situation.
It was, yes.
I think he probably just didn't play that good of a position in the middle of the map. There are better ways that you can play around that point. You give Big a little bit too much room to breathe, and all of a sudden they managed to claw back a couple of rounds after a great start from Zantium. That being said, this is Tunisia after all, and this is a very defensively sided map, so Big should have probably got more out of that first 6. Zantium will be happy with that one, and now on the offense here, this is a very aggressive hit straight towards B. Just Slayer and Staraka to speak about. Staraka's going to snipe off one, but Slayer's gone.
Nice to back up. Now, all of a sudden, for Zantium, you do have a little bit of side control. Staraka on to forget here. 3 versus 3, now make it a 3 versus 2. Mirage Leo will fall. And I think for Big here, you can just kind of chill. They've been checking maybe with more than a shoulder. Zukez with a big gunfight onto Rondo, who just doesn't make his shots count. And it's a 1 versus 3 now for Staraka.
Again, you're giving way too much of yourself away. Staraka, though, with the 1 versus 3 on the cards. So being given a little bit too much of Zukez, but not enough for the gunfight. Apparently now coming right up to him, has to switch over toward the L-car for the kill, and yeah, he's going to get it done. Now looking for the second kill as well, and hold on for a second here, folks. This 1 versus 3 suddenly becomes a 1 versus 1. It's Aspect that he's going up against, and while Aspect might have the DRH out at the moment, don't be fooled. He's probably got the sniper rifle in the back pocket right now as well. So this check around the corner could be absolutely everything. Picks up a DRH off the ground as well for Staraka. Time not on his side, though. Aspect with the pre-aim gets the audio cue and is not going to allow such nonsense as a 1 versus 3 today.
I mean, Zantium were nearly the architects of their own downfall there, though. I mean, how many times are you going to start pushing over towards that side? Some of these teams, honestly, it's been such a scrappy search and destroy. It's been a very odd one. Aspect is still absolutely frying for Zantium, and, well, thank God for them, to be honest with you, because they probably would have been finding themselves a decent amount of rounds behind. 4-3 to Zantium. It's a big hit over towards the B side here. Big are actually sending 2 members over towards that B side. So the problem is here for Big is that they push through. So they aren't expecting this. And all of a sudden, Staraka completely gives up the site. This bomb, if it goes down, it's such a bad scenario for Big, because they're going to be in a 4v5 retake over towards that B side.
And they've read it as well. Aspect doesn't exactly have the best weapon for this situation, but who am I kidding? It's Aspect. Sniper is the best weapon in every single situation. But yeah, the read is good. They know what Big did wrong. And now Aspect just doesn't have to pay 2 touch. He doesn't matter with a Renetti. He gets Slayer out of the round. And just like that, all the kills come through for Zantium. They are playing Big like a fiddle.
Incredible, incredible round from them, because they read it so well. The push through the mid, expecting the player to be on the flank who's already pushed through B, and say, yeah, boys, we're clear here. They must be heading over towards A, or they must be in mid. No, they're already on the bomb site, just not the route that you presumed they would be taking. Zantium now with a big hit over towards B. Are Big here ready and waiting this time? Yes, they are. Slayer will find one. Surely the trades will be there, and they are. 4 versus 4. Vat now on his way over. Staraka will slow down this push over towards this B side. Vat position well. Oh, by the kill, though. Rondo is there to answer the question. 3 versus 2 in the favor of Big, but it probably should have been 4 versus 2.
Yeah, definitely. Zantium now do have that problem that Big faced before, right? Where the bomb is down and not so great spot. As long as they don't give anything away for free. The way that Mirage Lior just jumped across the way, I would be careful, but the MK2 from the hands of Mirage Lior is pretty good. And Bouchon not quite ready for the flank from Rondo as well. So Big not out of this one yet. They stopped the bleeding somewhat. But again, things are not as perfect as we would like here on the defense from Big.
6-3 is a lot worse of a scoreline than 5-4, which is what Big have now found themselves still a deficit, but on the defensive side, you're only 1 round down. You're feeling good about your chances. Forget will be the first one to find a kill, though. That's on the Mirage Leader. It just feels like a Big are giving up too much on a couple of different occasions, right, Brody? 5 versus 4 now, first blood again over towards Zantium.
Yeah, and the problem is they've got no site control whatsoever. They're so heavily reliant on Rondo, who's pushed very far back. Slayer, this is a big gamble from him. He does manage to get away. I think that was a smoke that's going to go down to cover the exit, but he's still not in a safe spot whatsoever. And unconventional as this, he's just hanging about in the open at the moment, but manages to play his life perfectly. And now this is uncertainty for Zantium, even more so now as Aspect goes down. Maybe Zukers can be the player to blow the play wide open, and he will be. Rondo down for the count. This is now a problem on the flank for the 2 players on site. Slayer, huge 1v1 from him on towards Bouchon. Gets the kill, and Staraka takes down Zukers on that flank as well. And all of a sudden, it's just 1 player left alive from Daijin. Yeah, Zantium, I mean, they had more control of the site than they were actually aware of. Slayer was just kind of such a massive annoyance.
I think the thing is that they don't clear Slayer out. The smoke creates some sort of confusion, and then they're like, right, okay, well, that lane is pretty much shut down because he could be sitting in a corner, which he was. They lingered around there maybe just a little bit too long and got caught lacking because of it. Difficult round for Zantium, that one, but one from Big. They can thank Starwrecker and Slayer for. Now for Big on this defensive round, it's such a huge one at that as well. Vat has been caught. Is he going to be caught out enough to get away here? Oh my word, the shots from Forget are really, really good. But as they are from Barrage there, now a 3 versus 3. B control is not quite there for Zantium. And Big are here in numbers. You can see the flank starting to come through here from Rondo as Starwrecker and Mirage there will try to lock this down.
Yeah, big player around the flank gone as well. Starwrecker just giving away too much of himself, and that does happen way too often, to be honest.
And Rondo actually gets in, finds the kill, and gets out immediately on the flank. So now for Zantium, their thoughts are, right, okay, there's somebody on our flank. We know this player's in the site. What on earth do we do now?
Certainly a bit of an awkward spot, isn't it, for those last 2 players? And I just don't want Big to get tetchy with it. And that's the key thing for me. Maybe they could have a bit of better control over the site, because currently Mirage Lior is actually sitting just off center, and there you go, actually he's going to move into towards the site now. But I do not want to see them push this. They have no reason to whatsoever.
But the thing is, for Rondo and his positioning, he knows that. There's not necessarily anything happening over towards the A side. Like, what would the route through be? Mirage there now. Nice and patient. Rondo is going to have to be there to help him very, very quickly. Dejin now gives up the flank. As now the push starts to come in over towards B. Mirage is going to pop up, though, and finds the first shots onto Dejin. He gets himself out, but only momentarily. Aspect finds him. 1 versus 1.
Mirage didn't know that Aspect had walked past. But does Aspect know where Rondo's coming from? You have to have an idea, but no, Rondo with a better positioning, and yeah, bullets in the body as well. That is a really well-played round from Rondo on the whole, from the early flank kill coming through to the patience not to push. When, you know, sometimes you feel like if something's not happening for a while, you know, why not push? But no, Rondo, right decision from him.
Correct decision indeed. Holds it down and puts Big on the map point. On the defensive side as well, it has got to be their map to lose now. Zantium, can he find a way through here? It's looking like initially it's going to be a very aggressive push over towards the B side. Big will probably start to exercise their right to flank very, very quickly. But can the rest of the players on this team hold this down whilst the reinforcements find their way? Aspect will find a kill on the Starwrecker towards the backside. And the door is wide open now for Zantium over towards B.
The late flank coming through from Slayer as well. This could well work out here. Kills still going down. They're wasting quite a lot of time. And yes, Slayer's going to find one of those kills. So again, awkward positioning now for Zantium. Slayer almost finds yet another kill on the flank, but it's not to be just yet. And Zantium are now stuck in that exact same spot they were previously. They've got a little bit more control over the site. I think owing to the fact that Forget gave it a little look. But the reaction here from Zantium is to rotate away towards A. But what path do they take? Because they can run right into these players.
Rotating in numbers, though. They know that there's potential for some players to still be lingering in corners on the flank. You can see them checking it. Every single corner to jump or a slide, round together. Slayer now is going to be ready and win. Can he find anything? Yes, he can. Now a 2 versus 2. Aspect is able to even the odds. 17 from him. And what is a must-win round for Zantium. 2-0 down in this series. You really don't fancy their chances, but this round could change all of that.
And again, this pinch play from Mirage Lior and Rondo has to be perfectly timed. They can't give anything away in the audio. The shots might be enough to throw them off guard. Perhaps Mirage Lior now going to quicken up the pace through barrels because this bomb is going down. Rondo going to be the one to give away some information. There is the first kill coming through from Mirage Lior. Now they know where he is as well. Aspect can't get it done here. Mirage Lior and Big Rondo get it done again. Big are so good in these clutch moments.
It's just a moment of positioning, awareness, and knowing exactly the timings that you should be hitting. It is Big who find the time to put the foot down, essentially, in the later stages of this search and destroy. A 7-5 victory. And what was a couple of rounds that they were massively at a disadvantage. I think if you're Zantium, it's a long time ago, but you think back to round number 1. How on earth are they giving that away? All of a sudden, it's a very, very different game. But Zantium played a couple of nice rounds of search and destroy themselves as well. But Big making sure they clutched up when they needed to. The flanks were so impressive, so well timed every single time, and so patient as well.
Yeah, honestly, I thought halfway through that search and destroy, you know what? My 3-0 prediction is very far off at the moment. I thought Zantium were going to get it done, especially after walking away from the six first offensive rounds with 3-round victories. That is a huge scoreline at the halfway mark here on Tunisia. Again, it's a very defensively sided map, and a lot of that was down to aspect with, as you say, you point out to us here, 17 kills.
Crazy.
Man, you're going to be so frustrated after that search and destroy. But Big, I mean, they started to work it out in the middle of the search and destroy. I mean, they weren't infallible, right? They were still making mistakes towards the back half of the S&D, but when it came down to these clutch scenarios that we know Big are so good at it, they produced them time and time and time again. And they were difficult clutches to pull out as well, right? They weren't easy whatsoever. It came down to fine decision-making from them.
It's just situationals that we're so good in, right?
Yeah.
And that last one being
like that one,
the absolute prime position yet for Rondo, and this one from Starricker was nearly a very good 1 versus 3. And this is it now from Slayer. Yeah, well, Mirage there will find the one onto there, and then Rondo was on the flank to close things out. Just so back and forth between these two teams. Slayer finding one there was a bonus, and I actually really like just the patience. Mirage is coming from an angle they just don't expect. They don't expect the re-flank through B, do they? Expecting it just to be a case of just backing up, holding the lines from the defensive side, but very aggressive play comes up from Mirage there. You timed the nade well, the comms are there, which is something they're sometimes left wanting in the European scene, but not in this case. Really good map win coming in from Big. 2-0 up now. Heading into a control. Any route back for Zantium here, Brody?
No. Look, I don't know, because sometimes this weird, you know, sometimes these teams will have worked things out week to week, but I don't know how much Zantium will have wanted to do that given kind of how their season has gone thus far. And Bobby mentioned it at the start of the broadcast, and something that's been a real problem for Zantium time and time again, and it's been very specifically in control, has been their operator usage. We saw it a little bit, I think, in map number 1. Their operators comparatively to Big were just not there whatsoever. And I think in control, it's been a rather large problem for them, where they're getting into these controls, they'll get into the situation, it's like, all right, you've got, you know, 4 or 5 operators ready to go in a situation that you should absolutely be using them, and they just don't. So if they've magically figured that out between last week and this one, then sure, maybe they've got a chance, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
We head over to Red to decide if the series will be prolonged or are Big just going to walk away with a 3-0 win. Wouldn't necessarily be a statement, but it would be a strong answer for them towards the end of the season, a strong way for them to finish. And let's hope that they can bounce back and find themselves in the next season and then see how they go from there, because it feels like they're a good team. It feels like they are a team who, I don't want to say it can necessarily upset the status quo. They have struggled against some of these very top teams, specifically Omniscient, Exclusive, and Kings has maybe just been a step too far. But you feel as if they have the opportunity, they have the potential to break into the top 4 in Europe. Zantium with a really good start here over towards the A side. We'll find a couple of kills, maybe catches Big off guard just that little bit. 2 ticks about to go in, yes it is. So good start here for Zantium. Not sure about that, Ned.
It's going to land somewhere. Regardless, yeah, late flank coming on through. I can see it happening for a very long time from Bouchon. Hasn't actually activated himself just yet. Finally going to get that 1 kill on A, it is worth saying. Hasn't been captured just yet, but as Mirage and Big Rondo find 3 kills between them, it should now be so. Daijun is looking in... No, I don't know where he's looking, to be honest with you, but it wasn't towards Mirage. He finds yet another kill, and now A should be full. And the thing is here, if A goes, B will go pretty quickly as well, because, well, Big, they're already over here.
Apologies, I'm calling on Zantium had a good start to it. It actually turns out it's Big on the attacking side, Brody. I've made this mistake before.
It's fine, mate. We've all done it.
The map can just get a little bit skewed, can't it, when you're not really paying attention at the start of it. Things do happen like this. Good kill coming in here from Vat over towards the laundry side. The damage has already been done over towards B, as it has been over towards A. So Zantium have got a long time to try and defend this one. Shots from Mirage. Again, we go away from the second one, but he lands it. And now the presence is there from Mirage. He can continue to put this pressure on. Hunter Killer Drone now going to fall in. The 4th going to come in. The 5th was nearly there to follow, but it doesn't. Rondo will then clean up. Now Big can start put a little bit more pressure on over towards this A side. The damage may already be done.
Yeah, that life disparity is the biggest problem at the moment here for Big, isn't it? Double the lives. Or sorry, for Zantium, excuse me. I'm doing it now as well. Double the lives for Big. 15 versus 8. Flanking player as well for Slayer. Didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it did. Mirage now looking for more kills on the point. He's not going to get it done. Slayer, though, just really starting to put the final nail in the coffin here in this round. If they can get it done by ticks, I don't think they'll really particularly care. Either way, this round is definitively going to be Big, so I don't think Zantium will be able to touch the point in time, and no, they will not. man, what a brilliant start from Big. And they make the proactive decision not to go to B straight off the rip. They go straight towards A. And we've always talked about how that is, I think, a decision that can benefit you so hugely, and absolutely did there.
I think the problem is if you... just to play devil's advocate with that A push, sometimes if you can, I'm not just arguing for the sake of arguing.
No, you do that sometimes.
No, I'm just saying if that doesn't work out for you, the reason that it's a risk is that if that doesn't work out for you, they've immediately sent some players over towards B. Right. They can force you in your spawn trap if it doesn't work, right? It's one of them that is, not without its risks, but the benefits, if it does manage to pay off, are very, very high. Slayer will find a really good shot to forget. And will continue to survive as well over towards the laundry side. Now the push going to start coming on through. Slayer will continue to survive. Does eventually go down. So Zantium making a little bit of an inroad here over towards the B side.
Slayer is so annoying with that Annihilator as well, as a so few kills. I don't know what it is, particularly in control. Slayer just finds the kills when he needs to every single time. Although he wasn't as effective as you would like there. He's not going to keep Zantium at bay fully just yet. They are just a few seconds away from capturing this point. Pinstripe kill feed does come through. One player left to take down is going to be Forget, and Big will find those kills. So B was not captured, and now Big can really start to put the screws in here. They haven't got anybody alongside that bedroom or pool area, so it does enable Zantium to get a couple of players past towards A, but that's not that much of a problem for Big at this point in time, because they're going to go deal with it really quickly. Here, Mirage Lior down the open stairs, finds a very quick double, switches over towards the crossbow, and you know what? Decides to get the claw out as well, because why the heck not? Not actually going to find any value with it, so hey, some positivity here for Zantium.
Aspect putting some really good pressure down. We'll find the second as well. Absurd shots coming in from Aspect, and equally as good from Mirage. Yeah, round the corner, finds a second. For all it might not be conventional, it's very entertaining at all stages. Now for Big, 4 lives in the lead. What is that from Starricker? Zacchaeus will fall, and all of a sudden, everything needs to be correct for Zantium. B hasn't been captured. You've got 30 seconds. You've kept things contested, but the lives are just not in their favor.
And Big is so oppressive as well here in this situation as well. They're constantly sending players on these flanks to be super duper annoying. They're constantly sending Mirage Lior into a place where he can get these kills with the MK2, which, let's be frank, is anywhere on the map at this point. Just down to their final 4 lives here for Zantium. This would be a sensational comeback if they could make it happen. Forget and Daijin are going to combine for a double here. They might be able to extend the clock at the very least, but in a 3 versus 7, this is a big, big ask. Daijin inside kitchen, going to get shut down by Rondo. So Kurz is going to find the double over the point. So this is still a 2 versus 5, but players approaching from all angles. Starricker, one of those players, Rondo, another, and now it is just left as a Kurz left up in a 1 versus 4. That is not going to happen. And again, just like in round number 1, the life disparity from the first 60 seconds becomes insurmountable by the second.
And I think for Big there as well, it was very aggressive the way they played it. They were sitting in such an advantageous position. B was where's
your mind?
Yeah, B was completely under lock and key, and still they forced the issue on those 2 players. They could have chilled, they could have given them A. They chose not to do so. Starricker and Slayer starting to find some kills to kick off the attacking round here for Big now, and complete control over towards the laundry side. You don't want to be entering there if you're on the Zantium side, with the Purifier now just raining terror on you. Look at this pressure coming through. Starricker will find the kill there. Oh, that couldn't. But has the damage already been done over towards the B side? Has the damage already been done on the lives? Zantium seemingly going out with the whimper here.
And their one maybe potential success point was Daijin. He was putting on a long flank together, maybe to try and blow things up for Big. It just didn't happen whatsoever. And now B, I think, is kind of a foregone conclusion at this point. Mirage Lior trying to put the screws in around jungle side. And Big, again, have not got anybody to contest with from Zantium towards Pool. They were spending so long just making sure that nobody made their way along laundry side, that the map control now for Zantium is not there whatsoever. Slayer with the Annihilator on the flank as well. What damage can he do? Finding a double, looking for number 3. Will actually be denied any more kills, but even that double alleviates some pressure here that Big can now make the moves forward towards the point. The clock going to stop with 2 minutes remaining, and, well, the player gets removed from the point, but again, Big constantly have a presence over here, and Rondo's the next player to get it done. That's 3 in a row for him. He's got the equalizers out.
Just so much pressure coming in from Rondo and coming in from the side of Big. Now the life difference sitting at 8. Rondo in your spawn here with the equalizer, just not somewhere where you want him to be. Starricker will get his War Machine out as well, and maybe the pain has just been put down on them once again. There's 5 dead. The stack from A inevitably going to start coming on through, but no, they just want the kills. Mirage with another 19-5. This game is done.
Yeah, that's a light way to put it, isn't it, son? 2 versus 18? I do not think so. Not in a month of Sundays. Mirage Dior, you might as well put some extra bullets in the body because for your last game of the season, you guys have been spectacular. Zuka is the last one to go down, and Big and a flawless 3-0 here in the control. Not so flawless 3-0 into the series. They certainly had to fight for it in the search and destroy. Prove, I think, to me at least, they are definitively the number 5 team that we have here in Europe.
Very much best of the rest. And I think we had that realistic expectation heading into this game that they would win it, but to do it in that fashion firmly stamps their position in Europe. Somebody to maybe challenge that top 4 next season, that's got to be their goal. A very, very good performance from Big there. I think the S&D will be something they'll have to have a look at, but the control, very, very strong. The hard point, they were absolutely electric in. And honestly, that hard point could have been a lot more one-sided than it ended up being. I mean, I would love to see the scoreboard again, but the kill difference was absolutely outstanding. Just a very, very good performance all around from Big. They'd be very happy with that. And as Bobby pointed out, hey, look, that's a big difference in the money situation for them, just to solidify that 5th position. Very, very good performance from Big.
Yeah, no question. I think the outslaying on the hard point was absolutely insane, and a little bit shocking that the scoreline was as close as it was. I think there was maybe one player that wasn't like super negative for Zantium. So to their credit, they were playing the hard point well, but they were just simply outmatched, and Big showed that they were at the bare minimum at the top of the bottom for the European region.
Ton. Did Brody say the word big?
I think it slipped once. I think it
slipped
did.
once.
And I said it once as well, but I was not part of this. So.
I think we should make Tom be part of this.
Nope.
But that was up to Bobby. Bobby made the rules before we even started the match.
2020. I don't make the rules, I just follow them.
You literally made the rules.
Made the rules.
Oh, you know what? While Brody figures out what he owes, well, you figure out how you're gonna.
I'm sure chat was counting.
Chat keeps track of everything. We have to ask chat. They will know what happened. Just literally, Infinity, BL, message him, and let him know that you are owed some coins. Okay, just let him know. But that's we're halfway through the day now that we've gotten through match number 2 on the day. Brody looks a little bit sad, but Big are the opposite of sad because they had a very strong performance there against Zantium, solidifying their spot in the leaderboards, getting some more cash for themselves in their pockets, as well as we now turn our sights towards match number 3 on the day. Before we get into that, though, it's time for another short break. When we return, it will be Nexus versus Omniscient for the 3rd match on the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, the mission.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we're halfway through the last day of competition here before we head towards our challenge finals. 2 more matches left. Match number 3 around the corner. We said it before the break. It's between Nexus and Omniscient. Let's talk about the matchup a little bit here, John.
It's a matchup that Omniscient will be looking at and hopefully trying to right the wrongs of last week, because they did not look good at all. It's something that we really didn't expect. We thought that they would offer a decent game, but realistically, they fell so flat. So for Omniscient, they're coming into this game with, I don't want to say a point to prove, because they will be expected to beat Nexus, but they need to come in with a good performance relevant to what happens.
Yeah, give themselves a little bit of an opportunity to reset and look really strong heading into the challenge finals, as they were a team that we've had our eyes on from the beginning. Obviously a combination of lots of squads that have done well in previous seasons. So we'll talk about their roster a little bit, starting with Omniscient. But Brody, we were expecting this team to do well.
Yeah, Omniscient, it's a weird one. Like, I feel like at the start of the season when they went Game 5 with Nexus, or not Nexus, excuse me, with Kings, we were like, this is going to be a squad that maybe could beat Exclusive and maybe even take the entire thing. And I still think there is a certain element of that. We still do have some confident Omniscience, but man, this roster, after losing 3-0 to Exclusive, in the way that they lost 3-0 to Exclusive as well, it was not a pretty series at all. There wasn't a single close map in the entirety of that 3-0. I don't know what to think of Omniscient anymore, because like fundamentally, especially with the roster change that they made, bringing balance now onto the mainline roster, I felt like that should improve the squad, not make them worse. And I don't know. I don't know where to put them anymore in our kind of like power rankings. It feels like they should be higher than they are, but that was a really disappointing matchup.
It does feel like there's a certain lack of mental toughness to a degree, because it seems like, especially when things start to go wrong, they just spiral out of control, and they do it very quickly. I don't think there's really any type of restructuring this roster to where that doesn't happen, because to be honest, whenever Narcs was in the starting lineup, they just lacked consistency as well, but it was in a different way, not necessarily in what we saw last week, where they just don't show up at all, but it was ups and downs throughout the series. So I think what they have right now is a solid lineup. It's just a question of, are they really going to show up when it matters most?
And to that point as well, for me, you know, you're coming into that first game of the season, you're going up against Kings. The expectations aren't necessarily there. Kings maybe come into that not having much expectations themselves of Omniscient, and then you go and push them very much the distance. But to then going up against Exclusive, the allure is different, isn't it? Like for them, especially Exclusive, they're heading into this and they say, right, Omniscient really pushed them all the way. Let's just solidify that for us. And Omniscient came into it and maybe just didn't have that degree of surprise to a certain degree anymore, right? That they did against Kings. So maybe the veil is somewhat dropped a little bit and everyone realizes they're a good team, and maybe they just didn't perform on the day. look, I think they need to put that behind them when it does come to playoffs, but of course they have Nexus to get through first.
I mean, on the flip side of that too, though, Nexus is a team with players that we've seen in previous seasons as well. I think before the season even started, we expected them to be at least competitive, potentially for that bubble area of the leaderboard. Talk to me a little bit about your thoughts on them, Brody.
Yeah, the thing is with Nexus, and it goes back to the Open Finals for me, Nexus performed extremely well during the Open Finals. I think I remember the matchup versus Illuminati, I want to say, which were a team that we kind of maybe expected to make it into the challenge season, and they didn't, and that was because Nexus beat them, right? I think we were highly impressed with them back then, but as we've got further and further throughout the season, I think Nexus have kind of disappointed more and more, and I don't want to be rude about it because I do really enjoy watching this Nexus roster, but it always feels like, to me, they get close to beating teams, they have close maps versus top teams, and then they just can never finish those maps out. They got their first win last week versus Ricey, and that was nice. I think that was a nice kind of positive for us to kind of maybe end the season on. But yeah, certainly with the names on this roster, I think we expected Nexus to do a whole lot more. And a lot of those names from Open Finals just haven't played anywhere near as I thought they would do. I looked at Kree, I looked at Aether, and those guys were performing really well during Open Finals. This season, they've just been MIA constantly.
Well, Aether has been literally MIA because I don't think that he's played for... He might have played the first day, maybe the first week, but he's not been in the roster. And we've talked about, like, maybe he's somebody that just does not mesh well with the rest of the team, and sometimes that's the way that it goes. But you look at the rest of the squad, and they're definitely capable of performing better than what we've seen out of them so far. So I think that they are capable of elevating their game. I just don't know if it's necessarily to a place to where they're going to be able to compete with Omniscient.
All right, well, we'll also see if any of those picks and bans influence how this could potentially play out as well, kicking things off with that Arsenal hardpoint.
Yeah, I like to see Arsenal all the time, if I'm honest with you. Again, we were kind of having the conversation about Arsenal and how it isn't played that much when it's such a simple hardpoint map to understand as well. I really wish that a lot of the teams in Europe would give it more of a go as well, because you are going to head into international competitions potentially, and if that is the case, you need to be able to play every single hardpoint map, because some days you will just end up playing it.
I think the wild thing for me about Arsenal is it plays so similarly to Hacienda that I don't understand why it's
very rotational.
It is the exact same map, more or less, in terms of the way the rotations work, how far the hardpoint's away from another. I don't understand why it's not played more. Regardless, we do have a Hacienda in map number 4. I'm a little bit disappointed to see that from Nexus, considering it is by far and away their worst hardpoint map in the best of 5, and it's probably one of Omniscient's best. So I'm kind of surprised that even got through raid control. Would you believe it?
And firing range search and destroy.
Oh, I never would have expected firing range search and destroy.
Never.
It's been so long since we've seen it, you know?
Honestly, I don't think we've seen it so far today, which is shocking in and of itself. That's probably the longest stretch that we've ever had not seeing firing range search and destroy in the European region. But overall, the Arsenal may be a tad surprising. I think you realistically look at a team with stronger ARs and Omniscient, they should be able to handle business there. So I am excited to see teams play it a little bit more. It was interesting that neither Arsenal or Apocalypse got banned. And usually those are like the two go-to bans, or at least one of them between the two. So maybe teams getting a little bit more comfortable with both of those and might see it more in the rotation come playoffs.
I wouldn't be mad about it. Would not be mad about it. All right, for now, we will send Brody and Bobby away off to the other side of the studio. Get yourselves ready for match number 3. And you can give me your final thoughts on maybe what Nexus needs to do, or just in general how this is going to play out.
I think really it is for Omniscient to make sure that they bounce back from last week. I think that's the main story. I think realistically, Nexus at this stage, the boat has definitely sailed in terms of their season and how it has went. For these guys, it's about preparing for next year, and this isn't a series where you will be able to find a great deal to help you in that. I think for Omniscient, again, it's about the bounce back. It has to be strong.
I agree. We'll see which team is able to close out the season with a strong performance. We've had 2 3-0s on the board so far. We'll see what we've got in store with match number 3. Brody, Bobby, let's get into it.
Alrighty, look, we're looking at Nexus here to maybe have a competitive series versus Omniscient, but they are going to be fighting an uphill battle basically all the way through. Omniscient, though, look, they've been 50-50, certainly since the start of the season. We're now looking at a very different roster since then, right? Especially after what happened versus Exclusive. So, look, we've seen that they can bleed. Maybe there's a way for Nexus to exploit that.
Yeah, I've got a feeling they're going to come in with a chip on their shoulder and something to prove right here. So I would be shocked if they gave up more than 100 points on map number 1. I think that they're absolutely going to be locked in right here, and who knows, maybe because of how shaky they looked last week, we may see a difference in the roster. I don't anticipate that's going to be the case. Afer's back in the lineup. Not necessarily something we expected to see, but I guess if you're trying to get a win to close out the season, you got to throw everything that you can at it, and I think he does give them a very good chance of doing that. So it's going to be the same lineup for this Omniscient roster. We'll see if they can bounce back following a rough week number 6.
Yeah, for sure. Omniscient, we want to see big things from them coming in towards this hard point. This is a big map to start the series, and we'll talk about more of that as we get towards the search and destroy as to why. For the moment, though, things going pretty well for Omniscient off the start of this one, as Razmo will find 4 in a row. Nexus now being kept at bay. And on the whole, I really like this positioning coming up from Omniscient, right? You've got a couple of players in the middle of the map here. You've got a lot of attention being paid over towards that P4 side, and that's really important at keeping Nexus away from those all-important spawns towards the next hill lobby.
Nexus is doing a good job of clearing off the point. There's only going to be one player, I believe, that was lucky, trying to zone off from the window area, so they'll continue to pick up scraps because they're going to get shut down. And HBC's made the flank to take that top side control, so Razmo is the only player that's going to be dealt with, and Afer starting to heat up right here, going to be able to find one onto Gothilla. Nexus hold the lead here coming out of P1, and the shakiness continues so far for Omniscient.
Well, they do have the back spawns for the moment here, so Omniscient will be happy with that for the moment, but they do really want to get some more kills before making their way over there. Gothilla's got to produce a double here, and yep, absolutely will do so. Now those back spawns here, good for Nexus, but Omniscient should have read it, and they indeed are lucky towards the back line. Razmo as well, keeping an eye on any players that might have the indecency to make their way around the back. But worth noting, there is a couple of players coming through from the other side as well, so Nexus might well have a pinch play on here. If they can make this one work, they'll be able to find their way through towards the hard point. Unfortunately, though, that is a lot to ask for when Gothilla and Razmo are finding doubles like that. And now with 25 seconds left here, I think Nexus might be better served just rotating away.
Yeah, it looks like, well, I thought they were going to try to do that, but Cree decided he was going to go for one last push, and it does not pay off. Omniscient a little bit slow on P1, but that was not the case on P2. They locked that sucker down. Very near a full 60, it looks like it will be. Afer able to cut off one on rotation right there, but you gotta watch that deep push, and right now there's an opportunity for Balance and Gothilla to blow this play wide open. HBC, the one player below, the nade might be able to connect right there. Gothilla's going to pop an early claw to get things started and see if he can apply some pressure on the point. 2 players waiting on the outside. That's going to be Feints. He's going to get shut down, and now all down to Afer inside the vent. Can he find anything? Legacy's going to find the kill, and at least for the time being, Nexus are going to be able to hold, but with that, the spawns will flip out. That should be the opportunity that Omniscient are looking for.
Yeah, relatively elongated push towards the backline there. I think it was HBC. It was the sticking point for Omniscient that they just couldn't remove from the kill. Cree was attempting to be a problem on the other side, finds the double wall machine, but that's not really the utilization of it that you want if you're a Nexus, especially considering you're the ones that have just been uprooted from the hard point. Maybe they can find their way back through, though. HBC and Afer are going to find the double. The smoke will provide the coverage for HBC to fly through, but Razmo gets a pixel on him and very quickly eviscerates him from the hard point as well. With the last 12 seconds here again, Nexus, I think, doing what they really needed to do, which is try and get some of these exit frags away from the hard point. They've been actually pretty good at that. They certainly did it off the back of P2 as well, but in terms of actually controlling these rotations so far, it has not been good if you're a Nexus fan. P4, it needs to be a lot better.
Omniscient go basically 50-10 on back-to-back hard points. Nexus, the rotations have been really good, just have not been able to find any type of a hold. Afer's going to pull out the equalizer and zones off the window for the time being. They're fully invested right here as all the operators coming out. Feints, Sparrow, what can he find? Afer's going to do most of the damage by himself. And split spawns right now, so an opportunity for Omniscient to apply pressure, but both players wiped off the board. And they're looking like they're well on their way to a full 60. Fortunately for Afer, there is a lot of duration on that equalizer, and a lot of value found for him as he's now got 12 kills on the board. Nexus fully locked down for the first 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted to see if you're Nexus. And now you're actually spawning away as well. In terms of taking a 45-15 split, if you give this time away, actually not the end of the world. Kree's still going to find the double, though. Can he make it a triple? No. Balance will deny for that final kill. And so they do end up inevitably giving away the last 10 to 15 seconds to Omniscient. But as I was saying, Bobby, you take a 45-15 split at this point in the game, and you also did draw out the Predator missile. I believe it was from Razmo at the start of that kill too. So Great utilization of the operators coming out from Nexus. Now they've got the rotation in as well as Omniscient. We're focused in on that back 15 seconds. Perhaps a door, a window maybe, into this game as the first couple of kills starting to come through for Nexus on this hill. Legacy going to bring out the claw, but it's only for a moment as Gafilla immediately takes him down. So far, so good for Nexus on this hill, and you couldn't quite see it in the third person mode, but they do have those back spawns to contend with at the moment. Lucky there with the Annihilator. Let's see what he can do.
Couple of slides, but he's not able to connect through either of them. Fortunately, teammates able to clear off the point. Still a lot of investment right here as you see the explosions. Annihilator still not connecting, and Lucky not really living up to his name on that usage. I think 0 kills going through. Fortunately, Omniscient are able to keep things locked down right here. And once again, Nexus spawning all over the map, but it hasn't really earned them any opportunity to pinch on through. Gathilla, 21 kills to his name, and Rasmo continues to push out those spawns. So despite a slow start for Saturns, who's arguably been their most consistent player so far this season, Omniscient still nearly doubling up on Nexus through the first set of rotations.
And if we're being candid about it here for a second, Bobby, I honestly feel like Nexus, to be fair, are really not that far behind overall on this game. The most damaging thing that happened so far in this game was the first couple of hard points where Omniscient just had that solid break over towards P3, and while P2 was pretty much all Omniscient control as well. So Nexus could have a good go at things here in towards the second half, and now we're starting to see some serious operator usage coming out from Omniscient. You saw the War Machine there that did not go well for Saturns whatsoever. Maybe Balance can have a better fortune with the equalizers. No, he cannot. And on the other side, HBC brings out the Annihilator for the double. This is a big investment coming out from Nexus here, and they don't actually have control of the kill at all, especially as a spate of kills comes through from Omniscient. All of a sudden, it is just going to be one player isolated, and well, that was Legacy. He will fall away. That was a big investment coming out from Nexus. A couple of operators that goes completely awry, and you end up giving away basically full hardpoint control to Omniscient there.
Definitely an unusual place to call on those operators as well. P1 just so mixy. The odds that you're going to be able to get full value out of those is not very high. And Omniscient going to win the rotation battle as well. So now you got players set up on the bottom side of the hard point. One player there to contest, and it looks like Nexus should be able to clear things off, but they got to get that top side control. Window is open. And with that, it looks like they might be able to make something happen, but Cree, double kill out of the Hunter Killer, and Legacy finds another. So they keep them spawning out for the time being. Unfortunately, Saturn's going to be there to clear out the top side, and with that, they can start applying pressure, but Legacy's got to get dealt with out of that tower. Yeah,
this is a position that's not so dissimilar from what we saw last time around, but the positions are switched. It is Omniscient now spawning towards the backline, and Nexus the ones that boxing them in. But one wayward spawn has come through, and it's Gafilla, who has had a stellar game so far with 25 kills. He gets cut short, and these wayward spawns continue to happen as well. Now there's a couple more for Omniscient. It might be their ticket out of this hard point, but every single time they approach, they are getting cut down. Cree and HBC have been so good with it. And finally, for the back 10, Saturns comes through. But again, we cannot stress enough how important that hill was for Nexus. They needed every single second they could get off it to be competitive. And now as we move in towards P4, this needs to be a better hold for them, because last time around, Bobby, they got broken quickly.
Cree has certainly come alive. He's one of the players that I thought was going to have a better season than he did, but no better time than the present. Saturn's going to be able to push on through to find one. Can't quite make it a second, but the assist is his. Equalizer still alive. Afer has not yet been dealt with, but hasn't been able to find a whole lot of kills. Rasmo's going to pop the Sparrow. He's able to take him down. And Cree, seeing what he can throw at it, the Pred missile drops. Double kill does go through, but it's not going to be enough to clear off the hard point entirely. Right now, they are able to lock in some time, but a lot of operators getting invested right here. Feints needs to find some value for that Sparrow.
Honestly, I feel like it's fine. You are fine with this if you're Nexus. Yes, you've given away some time, and it hasn't been the most stellar hard point that you maybe would have wanted, but for the most part, this has gone really well, and there's no operators to be speaking of on the Omniscient side over towards New as well, so you are fine with this. Nexus now, 160 points almost, going up against Omniscient, who will be punching 230, going in towards the next hard point, but we know what happened this hill last time around, Bobby. It was all Nexus, and Omniscient put so much weight into the scrap time towards Old as well that Nexus will once again get the first look, but with only one operator to speak for each side, I wonder how the start of this one will go.
Big pressure to push through window right here, and there's the claw coming out for Gathilla. Right through the middle they go. An opportunity for Omniscient to close things out here. HBC with an Annihilator. Going to be able to find something. Afer's Pred's going to drop as well, and as long as they can zone toward this ramp, They can continue to lock in hard point time, but one split spawn does go through, but it's right through the middle. An opportunity that gets shut down. Rasmo on the backside going to be able to find one for himself, and Omniscient back in the hard point.
What is going on with these spawns at the moment? Wayward as ever, as Omniscient here getting some spawns that will put them in a good position, but Streak coming down from HBC. Is that enough to remove Omniscient from the kill? Now back in for this time. A Nexus. These are not good spawns whatsoever, even if you get these kills, but you do need to do so to at the very least hold on towards this game and force the next hard point. There they are. The kills looking pretty good here for Nexus, but not good enough for the rotation towards New. There is one player towards P4 that could be really annoying. It's HBC, who might have a massive 1 versus 1 against the player inside the kill, and Satins is going to win it.
2 players pushing from that backside. They're going to have to throw everything that they can at this. 3 players on the inside of the hard point. Saturns is there to shut down one. Afer comes through. Nexus have broken. And for the time being, they keep hope alive for this hard point map. Afer's going to pop the equalizer as well. And that could be lethal, especially with the way this is set up. It's all Nexus in the feed right here. Nothing going through for Omniscient. Saturn's finally able to find something, but the split spawns have not done them any favors.
Yeah, those back spawns are so annoying for Omniscient now. Nexus just know exactly where to look, but there was one player who spawned out, and Balance might be the player to surprise them. It's Balance and it's Satins. Balance finds the first. Balance with a double, and that might well be the hammer here, hitting the nail on the coffin as Omniscient take map number 1. Nexus held them so close, certainly closer than maybe we would have expected. Fair play. But Omniscient are the ones coming out with a victory in the end, and I think both you and I will identify the start of that game as probably the most damaging point of the entirety of it for Nexus, where they went, what, 100 points down, I think it was, something like that. Maybe not.
It was 200 to 80 at one point. That was a huge deficit for them to close, and I think especially given the fact that Omniscient didn't look like they were playing that terribly as well. I mean, you look at Balance's stat line, and obviously that's not something you expect to see out of him, but man, Kree really having a pop-off performance, and Afer's presence absolutely felt there. Just such a nasty Roman Slayer to have to deal with. Definitely elevated the game of this Nexus squad. But I don't know if you more credit Nexus for keeping things close, or if you're Omniscient, are you that much more concerned?
I don't know. I think a little bit of both, to be fair, because I do think Nexus do deserve some credit for that one. I mean, fundamentally speaking, they were doing most things right, especially towards the back half of the hard point, and even in the first, where they lost control of P3 and P4. It wasn't necessarily that they were doing anything wrong. It's that Omniscient just broke them and played it perfectly. But yeah, I think for Omniscient here, you want to be taking teams like Nexus down more convincingly so, especially as you get into towards a playoff situation where your teams, your opponents that you're going head-to-head with are going to be significantly more difficult than extra hard mode for them. But for this one, for the moment, the opponent that's in front of them is going to be Nexus, and that is a good start to the series for them. Nexus, they fought tooth and nail to get back in towards this game. P4, both times around here, Bobby, were pretty good hills for Nexus.
Yeah, and especially given some of the early control and those odd split spawns that were happening for Nexus, the fact that they were able to retake control of it the second time through is that much more impressive. I think Omniscient, we thought they were going to come into this one with a chip on their shoulder. It didn't really seem like that was the case. Some uncharacteristic play, I would say, out of Saturns, who, like we have talked about pretty consistently, has been their top player, and it took him a while to get going. Maybe now that he's built a little bit of momentum, might be able to have more of an impact in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say I think that was probably the single worst map we've seen from Satins all season long, because even against the top teams, Satins, I think, was the driving force that gave them the wins which they got. I think certainly true against Kings and the Search and Destroys back there and then, but not against Kings, they're against Nexus, and I think we do need to see Satins really step up to the plate here if they want to go things in the Search and Destroy, because as we get into Search and Destroy, if I had to say anywhere in the series is where Nexus are going to take a map away, it would probably be in the Search and Destroy, because historically speaking, that has been Nexus's best game mode. It's been the one where they managed to take the most wins away. I think they've got 3 on side. And a lot of it is down to the fact that Nexus are, for whatever reason, and I really don't know what it is, they've got a very niche positive of being very good at retakes. I don't know what it is, for whatever reason. They seem to be very well put together on their retakes. Maybe Afer joining the ensemble again will shift that up a little bit. Maybe we'll see kind of that change. But, you know, again, they're a positive to speak of, I think, when you go head-to-head with Omniscient and Search and Destroy here.
Yeah, obviously the firing range was where we saw them go toe-to-toe with that King squad as well. So you know that this is one that they're fairly comfortable on. It's once again, I think, a lot of question of confidence in how they feel that they can approach this map and this matchup specifically, as they've looked shaky over these past couple of matchups, and they're going to need to continue to build on what they started early in the season, because this is pretty much the worst time possible to lose your confidence, especially knowing what's on the line in the next stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Omniscient here do need to come out here. Honestly, I felt like this needed to be a really convincing 3-0 for them in this series. I think it needed to be convincing just performance on the whole, because I didn't want to see Omniscient look shaky in any real way. And I don't think they did in map number 1. I want to make that clear. I think a lot of the reason that map number 1 was close was because Nexus were playing well as opposed to Omniscient playing badly, even if we talk about that individual performance from Saturn's. But I do think we need to see a convincing, strong performance from Omniscient to show the teams that, hey, look, we're not to be messed around. We are still definitively one of these top 3 teams that you guys need to be concerned about, even despite the very close matchup versus Exclusive, or sorry, the 3-0 to Exclusive and the very close matchup to Mont that should not have been those at all, given what they were able to achieve versus King. So there's still a lot of questions around Omniscient. Maybe we'll get some of those answers in Search and Destroy, as you already mentioned, mate. We went to overtime at the very beginning of the season between Omniscient and Kings on this very map. It feels like it's been forever and a day since then. It's been a very long time. Omniscient have maybe the opposite have grown. Maybe they've gone downhill a little bit, but we'll see whether or not those changes can be made. Right off the start of this one, it's aggression through the middle of the map, smokes galore, and it earns them entry into the trailer park.
Well, it is getting spicy in here. Afer's going to be able to find one before getting taken down. Shotgun comes through. Fortunately for HBC, it will not connect in that. It's quick round 1 to get things started. Very much going the way of Omniscient, I think, with only 1 kill for Nexus, and that going to Afer on that entry into trailer. So see if we have a slightly varied approach for them right here. Is obviously the aggression toward that A side paid off big time for Omniscient this time around. Looking like a little bit of a slower approach. Rasmo has eyes on Legacy, able to find that first blood.
It's a very unconventional start from Omniscient. Generally speaking, you see teams on the offense take things slow and steady. That wasn't the case for round number 1. Maybe getting a bit aggressive there was Balance up top in the tower, though. Thought we had the better of 3 players, but not to be. We'll get shut down. And now that early advantage for Omniscient has dissipated entirely. They might be able to gain it back, though. If you look at number 4 on the minimap here, maybe a late flank coming on through towards the A side, because that is where Omniscient are going. If Rasmo can maybe pick up a snipe, they can get the advantage some of the way, but I do have a feeling it's going to be Saturn's that blows this round up, if anybody.
Yep. Afer looking for a flank right here, and nobody on watch. Saturn's going to be able to find one onto feints right there to open things up, but HBC in response to Afer has snuck all the way through. He's going to be able to find 2 with the Deagle. Now all down to Saturn's trying to clutch up right here, but Afer has already hopped the bomb. He gets the 2 kills, but has no idea what's happening. And Nexus bounced back to tie up the rounds.
How do you let that happen? You have to have more map awareness. There is really no reason for you guys to be watching the same lane there, Omniscient. We talked about it. The retakes from Nexus are pretty good, and they have a reason why. They have the balls to make plays like that work. 4 kills for Afer now off the start of the first couple of rounds, off the start of what was a brilliant flank. Omniscient, what does the strat look like for them here? Well, somewhat more passive than the first couple of rounds, certainly. Just looking for a pick elsewhere. But Nexus, weirdly enough, haven't got anybody deep in towards this B site. And Saturn's will check all these positions, but it's going to give Saturn's a lot more room to maneuver than you would otherwise like.
You still got to deal with HBC tucked away in that corner, but oh my God, the headshots out of Saturn's. I think you went 3 for 3 on headshots in that one. That's going to open up B. Info check toward tires isn't going to reveal anything, but one player tucked away on that tower side. That's going to be Afer. Thought Saturn saw him. I don't know how there has not been an engagement yet, but at the bare minimum, Afer should have been able to give away that information. And they're in a bit of a standoff, but Gathilla's going to be able to clear one off of A. There's Saturn's to clear out Afer. And just like that, it's a 3-man advantage for Omniscient.
Now, war on 2 fronts being fought at the moment here by Omniscient. They've spotted out the last player as well. Legacy, mate. See you later, bud. Omniscient, strong offense for them there. And I got to say, I think part of it is down to the fact you're giving Omniscient a little bit too much room to maneuver around these bomb sites. Certainly, you do need to have somebody, I think, for Nexus installed a little bit deeper in towards the back alley or maybe towards the back of tires. You shouldn't be letting Saturn's move around with that much freedom of movement. Now in towards this next one, Lucky getting a lot of information here. He now knows at least 2 players have moved past that A site. That hasn't been communicated though. One runs down the middle of A and somehow walks away with a gunfight. Now we need to say the same from Balance, and we're seeing exactly that. Balance converts to 3 and flips this round on his head.
He may have just single-handedly saved the round. Bomb's going to be able to make its way over to A. Obviously, they know that there is not a single person inside over there. And with that, Nexus is going to be forced to retake once again. See if they're still going to be able to have that same level of success in the position they've been put in right now. Pinch play, Afer on the backside. They're very content to play this trailer position, obviously giving away those audio cues, but they make their way over the bomb. Now the pressure is on. Balance going to look for a flank play right here. The question is, will they hop the bomb in time? And it looks like Afer's going to have that positioning to where Balance, he hops off the bomb. Balance now has the opportunity to clutch up in the 1v2. He plays it a little bit too cautiously. Shot's going to connect right there, but he's got to stick it, and it looks like he should have the positioning to make it happen as Afer. Ice in his veins. Nexus tie up the map once again.
Once again, Afer is going to be the one to get the defuse out. Once again, the retake comes through from Nexus, where really arguably it shouldn't. Omniscient bunched themselves up into towards trailer when there's probably a better strat to work with there in that one. So now Nexus, 2-2 here in this one. Aggressive once again down A lane, and Fate's going to win that first gunfight. The trades are there from Kafilla, but Kree also gets the better of him. So now numbers off the start of this round looking pretty good for Nexus. Rasmo has to be uber careful here, uber quiet. He doesn't make too much noise around HBC.
HBC should at bare minimum have that information. He comes flying out the sky. I don't know how we haven't had a HBC dies to fall damage. That's a rough way to go out. It's lucky. Snipes have just not been hitting for him. It has been the polar opposite of what we saw in that King series. Finally gets one to go right there. Legacy sprays half the mag. Unfortunately for him, Lucky not able to make him pay. And with that, Nexus take the lead here on the map. Search and Destroy has seemingly gotten better and better for them, and unfortunately for Omniscient, it just has not looked up to par.
Yeah, I really don't know what's going wrong here for Omniscient. Again, this is a map where they took Kings to overtime. I don't know why they're not winning this one, but, you know, it's not over till the Fat Lady sings. We're only 5 rounds deep here. And HBC in the same position as before. Balance makes the call here to go for the gunfight, and yep, that's great positioning. The smoke will dissipate right in front of Saturn's. A little bit of a jump scare there as Afer will take him down. And now numbers here. Back to even Stevens, a 4 versus 4. Omniscient, they've got their eyes on the prize that is the A-bomb site. But Nexus again, they're so good at these retakes, I don't know if it matters.
Rasmo has info onto at least one uncharacteristic miss for him right there, but the hit marker and the Renetti will be enough for one. Trying to find a second, gives the info to Gathilla. One more player trying to make his way through American. That's Legacy, who's made his way inside, and Legacy's going to be able to win that gunfight. Balance looking to deal with the one more player on the inside of Wood, but Afer continues to go big for this Nexus squad. Lucky, the response. Afer has been so icy for Nexus so far, maybe a little overzealous. And gives the smoke a little time to actually spread out before you make the push out. Lucky able to make him pay. And that's a player, if you're Omniscient, that you definitely want to get going in this one.
I tell you what though, Nexus are making these retakes so close, if not winning them pretty much every single time. And it's scary for an Omniscient roster here that should not be in this position at all, but now Omniscient here getting aggressive on the first round of defense. They've already lost 1 player, but 2 players don't seem to be dissuaded by that whatsoever, and they probably should be. Gathilla is caught perfectly by Afer, and that's probably off the information of the very first kill that they saw players in the middle of the map. And Omniscient still stuck to it, fair play. But now you're in a 2 versus 5. Rasmo will find the first snipe. Now looking for another one here. Honestly, in this situation, I would just group up with your teammate.
And Rasmo decides, hey, I've got nothing but Renetti. Why not push all the way through the smoke and see what I can do? Afer's going to be there to shut him down. Lucky, shots continue to miss for him, having a nightmare here on the firing range. Search and Destroy, and Omniscient go down around once again. Just not able to build any type of momentum, and Afer trying to single-handedly will this Nexus team to victory. 12 kills through the first 7 rounds, multiple clutches for him. He is Mr. Do-It-All for them. And right now, they're going to take a little bit more of a passive approach off the start of this offensive side.
Much better decision, I think, from Omniscient here. No need to get aggressive, especially when you're in the defense. I know you want to try and throw the opposition off just like you did in the very first round of play, but just wait. And this is also going to hurt Nexus a little bit here because they don't know what to do. They now have to make the first move, creep through the middle of the map. Ideally, you probably want to smoke before you make some kind of move there, but Razmo takes him from afar. Also going to spot out Aether as well. But probably doesn't know that the sniper rifle is in Aether's hands here. So Aether just slowly but surely making his way up towards that A site, has a couple of targets to maybe take down. He's probably the only player here that could even the odds.
One player tucked away behind that tin wall. It's going to be Balance that he's got to deal with. He's going to sit back and play the waiting game right here, hoping for one of these Omniscient players to over-aggress. And it looks like the rest are going to group up and start to throw a look over toward B. One player tucked in the corner. Razmo's going to be there to shut down Aether. So now this push has got to find a way to stick, and with Saturn's getting that much information, it looked like he should have been able to get at least one, but maybe a little too much trigger discipline. Fortunately for Omniscient, they're going to have a pinch set up, and Lucky finally able to connect for a snipe. Legacy, DRH absolutely beaming, and the hit flinch able to force him to miss right there, so they've got an opportunity now to get the bomb down. What does the retake look like for Omniscient?
Oh, Legacy going to go for a little peek check before moving off the bomb. Balance here. This is very aggressive, but fortunately enough, Legacy goes down to another player. Feints out for the 1v3, finds the first couple of kills and gets the hell out of dodge. And suddenly this becomes a 1 versus 1. Lucky with the sniper rifle, not able to connect the first shot. Feints now just playing shoulders around this one. He's the one that needs to play time. Lucky to the pistol, and Feints with the 1 versus 3. That should never, ever happen.
Man, I don't even know how that happened right there, especially with that information given away. But I think balance over aggression maybe caused some miscues on communication there, and things fall apart for Omniscient. Continuing to go bad to worse. Gathilla's got to win an opening gunfight, but he's not able to find anything there. Trailer control has been completely taken, but an opportunity for Balance to make some noise. Does Feints watch the cross off of this? Legacy's going to drop. Bad timing for Razmo as he puts the sniper away. They continue to find the kills, but the timing has been so bad for Omniscient this entire round, and they find themselves down a player once again.
And Balance really has no choice here but to run out towards the open. We're actually not in a position here. He's going to get the bomb down just before dying. Surely not this Chal. It's egregious from Aether. What the heck is that? And now Feints needs to pull off another 1 versus X situation. This time it's easier. It's a 1 versus 2. He finds the first kill against an unaware Lucky. Now Balance for the slide out, and Balance will win it as well. Bullets in the body, because why the heck not? You need every single injection of confidence you can get at this point. That was a crazy round.
I feel like both of these teams are trying their hardest to lose. Oh my gosh, so many opportunities thrown away, but Omniscient take that one to keep things close right here. And once again, it's pretty much been the Aether show for Nexus, so when he gets shut down, things have looked fairly grim. What can Balance do on the inside of Trailer? Finds one, but Legacy's there for 2. Aether just running up the middle of the map, finds another. And now on to Lucky and Saturn's. Tucked away on the backside of Tin. The bomb is down on the inside of Trailer. So right now, Nexus just throwing out some feelers, seeing what they can find. You do have a little bit of utility if you're Saturn's, but isn't going to get timing to spot out Aether right there. And that could be that much more lethal with the position that they're playing.
You got to pull off this 2 versus 4. First skill's looking pretty good, but you need Lucky to win his as well, and that's just not going to happen. And the sad thing is for Saturn's in this situation as well, you've got the first kill, and you started off the 1v4 well enough. They know where you are, and there's no place to hide. Switchblade also probably not the best weapon for the situation as well. You've got to cross a very long line of sight against at least 1 sniper rifle. Make it 2. Kree going to take the first shot. Aether on the other side as well. Surely Sans is dead to rights here. Does not get away with a kill. Switches over towards the Fennec, and yet triple shalled. Was Saturn's in that situation as Nexus find the 6th round here, Bobby. 1 round away from tying this series up.
Where was this Nexus squad all season long? Like, They've got one. Don't act like this. Don't act like we've seen.
Listen.
They have one. They have one win.
We'll talk about the analysis of this afterwards.
They have one win.
The nutshell of what I'm trying to say here is I don't necessarily think this is all Nexus. I think part of this is Omniscient.
That's true. That's fair. That's fair. I can get on board with that. Feint's going to be there for the first blood, and things continue to go awry for Omniscient right here. Now down 2 rounds, down a man to start this one. They're going to be forced to sit back and pray that Nexus make a misplay right here. They got 1 player defending on the A side, 1 on B, and 2 watching those crosses, and it looks like they're going to smoke off mid, full send it up the middle. Balance is going to be able to take down Feint on that A side, but the pressure is there. Fortunately, Balance able to go big, and at bare minimum, he finds 1. That's exactly what he needed to do.
And now everything, I think, for control of this A site is unlucky. He has to hit these snipes on the cross. He's been so good at them in the past. And maybe Nexus aren't really fully comfortable with committing towards A at this point, which it feels weird because surely they've got the information that nobody has sat down that A lane. The only problem would be around American. They've got to go for the Chal at some point. There you go, smoke to get the bomb down on the cross. So now it has to be a fast reaction coming out from Omniscient. Maybe they can make use of the smoke on the other side, though. It's going to be Aether in the middle of it, going to take Gafilla down. And all of a sudden, Lucky and Saturn's now left alive, 2 versus 3.
Saturn's has a flash. Where's the info check go? That is going to fly outside the map, brother. Not a whole lot of value. 1 player tucked behind the stairs, and HBC finds 1. Trades go through, but Aether is there in response. And Nexus take the map off of the playoff-bound Omniscient squad, who have looked shambolic as of late.
Do you want to have that conversation now?
What conversation? That they're in shambles?
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know.
Look, I don't like to be overly critical, but I feel like there are certain situations there, looking back towards a Feint 1 versus 3, for example, where Omniscient are throwing. And it feels weird. And obviously, you know, look, you're already playoff bound, as you said, so it's not the end of the universe. But it does feel like, you know, things are starting to heat up a bit if we're approaching the inevitable heat death of the universe for Omniscient. They're certainly accelerating it. I don't... There are certain moments where I just don't understand why Omniscient are as gung-ho as they are.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Alexa Daisical approach. Oh my gosh, A for 17 and 6.
This guy should have been in the roster the entire season. Why did we take him out?
That's what I kept saying, but I was like, well, maybe there's chemistry issues. I mean, honestly, if you're playing at that level, I don't care if there's chemistry issues. Like, you play that guy regardless. Obviously, you give him the majority of the credit for that map, but man, Omniscient have got a lot of evaluating to do. I think part of it is they've just got a lot of streaky players. Like, Lucky was missing shots that he was not missing a single time in that Kings matchup. But across the board, it was just very, very discombobulated on a lot of the approaches that they had. And especially, I think, when we saw them on the offense, just full sending toward wood every single time and making it really predictable, making it easy for Nexus to read and find those first bloods and just putting themselves in difficult positions.
Yeah, I think there are just certain decisions that are being made by Omniscient on both offense and defense where you just sort of go, why? You know, I think particularly I look towards the first round on the defense from Omniscient where they full sent 3 players towards the middle of the map and they got picked off 1 by 1. And I think by player 2, you should stop. You should, like, let's chill out a little bit here. Let's try and move back. On the fly decision making, I think from Omniscient, on the fly reactivity in those situations was not normal. And I think especially given the fact that we've seen Omniscient on Fire and Range Search and Destroy play worlds better than that. Well, it just, you know, I go back towards that matchup versus Kings at the start of the season, and the way that they were playing each other, I don't think I can recall a single mistake made by either team. That was probably one of the closest Search and Destroy maps I've casted in a very long time back then, and so much of it was down to on-the-fly decisions, on-the-fly reactions from both of these rosters, and I just don't understand where that's gone from Omniscient, because none of that was there. Maybe, and the only thing I can think of in that map that we saw from them was when HBC was in the middle of the map, he picked up a kill in the prior round, and then they reacted to it in the following round that they knew he was going to be there. That's the only time I can recall that kind of reactivity happening in that Search and Destroy. I don't know why it's not there from Omniscient.
All right, well, now we get ready for the control that I felt like heading into this one. at least were giving the edge to Omniscient, but given the fact that you let the hard point go from up, 200 to 80 all the way down to 250 to 210, you throw away the search and destroy, it feels like the confidence is dwindling very, very quickly.
It's a weird one because, again, like technically speaking, Omniscient are still, in my mind, the best control team in Europe. Statistically, that is not necessarily true anymore. Actually, right now, it's like they're tied with Kings and Exclusive. They all have the exact same record just in terms of actual win and loss. And then obviously, as well, the differential, it's like they all have a plus 1.5 rounds. But I look towards Omniscient, and I think the problem with it is that while they've 3-0'd some teams, they've also gone to round 5 in control, I think like 3 times. And so it proves to me that while Omniscient might well have been statistically the best control team we have here in Europe, they're not infallible. You know, they're not untouchable here in these situations. And I think right now in a series like this, where Omniscient are not feeling as sky high as we would like to expect from this roster, it gives, I think, a lot of credence to the idea that Nexus have a real shot in this game.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I think if they can build on what they did there in the search and destroy, like, crazy things could happen today. You know, you got Mont going up against Exclusive later. If Mont be Exclusive, like, they can potentially take, or put, and Omniscient lose this one, they can put Omniscient into the 4 spot.
Oh, man. Oh, I don't think Kings would want that, to be fair. I mean, do Kings care at this point, to be honest?
No, Kings are fine to play whoever, I think, at this point. But
they're fine. They're totally.
There's a lot of, like, unexpected scenarios just because we figured this was going to be a 3-0, and realistically, it should have been a 3-0. Now, that being said, we haven't had Afer on this Nexus squad all season. He's 100% been the difference in it. Just crazy to think what this squad could have potentially done with him there the whole time.
How many of these situations are we going to have where these guys, they have a sub on the roster, and it's always better to have the sub that, for whatever reason, as part of the mainline roster? It happened with Big, right?
Yep.
And that was too late. And it feels like it might be happening here with Afer. I know we're putting a lot of weight into one series, but it is versus Omniscient, so I think it's probably a fair assumption for us to make. Regardless, though, we're in towards this raid control. God, I feel like I've seen this so much this season. Omniscient having a pretty good start. They've already got themselves on towards B. Nexus, though, they want to resurge through the middle of the map, and with a kill coming through from Afer now, they might actually have a good chance of getting control of R.
Up a life, Afer in position to blow up this capture. Balance going to be able to take him down. Legacy not able to trade. But they still have an opportunity to get this progress wiped away. Balance not looking to peek right here, and Legacy's going to be able to take down one. Looks like they should be able to get B locked down, but you get Afer pushed into the mid-map. Legacy should be able to cut off at least one. Timing doesn't go his way, but fortunately able to take down Gothilla. That was the damage he needed to do. They've still got a life advantage as well. Or actually gets taken back by Omniscient right here. And the question is, how long does Afer wait in this cutoff position? Looks like he's finally going to have an opportunity, but gets taken down, and one by one they fall as the life lead's starting to build a little bit here for Omniscient.
Well, I wouldn't say it's that daunting at the moment. Okay, never mind now. Flurry of kills coming through from Omniscient, now 5-kill disparity. Good news for Omniscient, they don't have anybody to contest with around bedroom just yet, so they can put a lot of weight in towards the middle of the map without suffering too much. They'll get close to spawns. This is a utilization here coming out from Balance with the Predator missile. I don't think it's actually going to connect. It only sends players inside. Sans and Raspo, though, do find a couple of kills. And off the back of that Predator missile, you have information as to where these players are located. Feints trying to deal with the pressure through the kitchen. And unfortunately, he finds himself cooked. Omniscient now on the rise. Nexus might have got a player in towards bedroom side. They've been quickly dealt with here. Bobby, the life disparity just continues to grow. And now Nexus spawning very far away from the point.
Yeah, that makes it real easy for those Omniscient players on the objective, so they're going to be able to lock it down. Rasmo clears away that sniper nest with only 4 lives remaining. This round looking fairly hopeless for this Nexus squad. Saturn's going to be able to shut down another. Trade's fairly meaningless at this point as it's all down to Feints. 2 kills on the board, not much hope of 1v15 for him as Omniscient take that one in convincing fashion. So it looks like that level of control dominance still there and not too terribly shaken by that search and destroy loss. 2 operators charged and ready to go. Saturn's a little bit shaky as far as the consistency today, but 8 kills in opening round is a good sign.
Yeah, can start coming out from Omniscient, and they're actually going to utilize the War Machine pretty much right off the rip here for Saturn. So they want to put a dent in the defense right off the rip. Has to work out, kills across the board. Fortunately, one of them wasn't Saturn's, and Gafilla can use the Claw as well. So double investment coming out from Omniscient. Gafilla's Claw goes to waste. The War Machine will remove Aether from the A point, so no progression made. They almost got that first tick all the way through, but it's not to be. Saturn's only going to find one with the War Machine before it dissipates. And honestly, Bobby, off the start of that, I'm not actually content with how that one went. You wasted some time on the clock if you're Omniscient, but used 2 operators to very little effect.
2 operators to a life disadvantage. They sit down 3 and have not done much to dissuade this Nexus squad from that B objective. Finally, Balance going to be able to push through, and Gathilla finding the final kill, but 2 ticks of progress already there. And you get Aether hopped on to A, so now Saturn's going to have to deal with him on the opposite side. Legacy there to cut him down. And they're able to keep that clock stopped. So Nexus very content with the way this one's gone so far. Finally able to clear off A. And maybe a bit too much attention toward that A side for Nexus right here as they continue to throw lives at it, but obviously has been read by Omniscient, and especially with those cutoffs toward mid steps, you're not going to find any easy avenues on here.
Yeah, Nexus slow and steady. Trying to channel their inner Tortoise here towards this point. Legacy looking for the first kill, not going to find it. Balance and Razmo doing a good job of keeping these guys at bay. The problem, of course, being that the way that defense is set up here on raid control, the points are very far away from one another, so you really do have to split your forces evenly if you can on the defense, and Omniscient just didn't do that whatsoever. They give that B point away due to the early progression made, and now we're in a situation that is still favorable towards Nexus. You've got over 90 seconds left on the clock here, or rather just under now. A 14 versus 13 life differential and 1 tick already on the board.
A lot of operators coming out from both sides. Legacy shut down off the Claw. Razmo, same for his Sparrow. So you managed to equalize. Gathilla taking off of his Claws, so no operators on either team really finding much value. Saturn's treating the PDW like an assault rifle and gives Omniscient, even if it's tiny, a little bit of a life lead right here. Razmo cross map. A lot of shots connecting, but not enough for a kill. Gathilla not going to be there to trade. They've been able to push through to Kitchen right here, but you got to take Lucky off this heady if you want that money room Overwatch onto that A objective.
I do wonder the extent to which Nexus want to invest maybe 1 or 2 of these operators. They've got 4 comparatively to just 1 for Omniscient, so it might be worth bringing 1 out to solidify a round and bring this down to 1-1. Of course, if you can do it without it, it would be nice, as a couple of kills do start to come through now for Legacy and Aether. Yeah, Balance is going to bring his out. So now you kind of need to, if you're facing Aether, bring one of your operators out because Balance is deciding to invest his. Aether now down for the round, so that cannot be in the play. Balance is finding so much damn value with these equalizers, though. That's yet another kill. Now down to the 3 versus 3. Just 10 seconds on the board. Sans finds another one. Creed down for the count. And all of a sudden, Faints finds himself isolated in a 1 versus 3, a universe away from the A point. And Bobby, you know exactly what I'm going to say. You have 4 operators. 1 needs to come out there because Omniscient, I mean, they use the 1 that they have. It is a massive gamble, and it works.
That's inexcusable. The super winnable round. You have so much more utility at your disposal, and you don't capitalize on the position you've been able to find yourself in. A little bit too much faith in the gunny. And that the equalizer is just so powerful. It can single-handedly turn the tides, especially against an opposition that doesn't capitalize on their operators. So off the spawn, Nexus still not going to invest anything right here. And it's going to mean that they're not able to do much up against this A push. And Gathilla uses his Claw. I don't know what they're waiting on right here, but they continue to make life more and more difficult for themselves, as not a single operator comes out and already 2 ticks of progress on A.
Why are Nexus channeling their inner Zantium right now? I just need to know the reasoning. What is going on? Just choosing not to use their operators. They will actually pick up all the kills, though, without them, so all is well in the world for the moment here. But it won't be long before Omniscient now hitting B, and with the amount of progression they've already got over towards A as well, this is not a good position to be in. Now, there is a hint, perhaps, with HBC's positioning that maybe they want to set up the Sim spawn trap post-B. That's, I mean, it's audacious. If they can make it work, it's nice, but you are going to lose B here.
Yeah, and especially given the fact that A already has 2 ticks of progress. Like, if one thing goes wrong with that spawn trap, you basically already lost the round, and they still have not invested a single operator. Afer's going to be able to clear off B. Gathilla's there for the trade. Nobody's really in position to trade him. So now you get players on both A and B, and you've still yet to use an operator. Finally, Krieg going to call in the War Machine. He's going to be able to take down one, but gets traded out instantly. Afer, Equalizer comes out. What were we waiting on? What were we waiting on for those, like, were you looking for the opportune moment? It was 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, look, we really try to be constructive in our criticism, right? There's no point just criticize them if it's not constructive, but like, man, I'm sorry, there's not.
That was like a replay of Zantium week 1.
I don't understand. Please use your operators in these situations, because that is again one of these situations where you are, especially towards the end of round number 2, you've got a 4 versus 1 operator situation. Honestly, Omniscient didn't actually have a reason to use the operator. They could have held that for the next round and maybe gone 1 for 1 because they were already 1-0 up at that point. But the decision to bring it out and go 2-0 up versus the decision to not do anything and just rest on your laurels at the end of round number 2 for no real reason from Nexus is honestly not a great decision. Again, I know that ultimately here you're just looking for a kind of a prize pool jump at the end of the tournament. You can't qualify for challenge finals no matter what, so there is an element of inconsequentiality for this matchup, but all the same, come on.
Yeah, I don't even... I don't know any way to explain that. Like, especially you look at the end of this one, it's not like you had a big life lead and you're trying to hold on to your operator. Like, it's 3 versus 3. You've got 4 operators charged. You don't use a single one, and then you sit on them for the entirety of the first half of the second one while you lose every objective, too. I just don't really know what the game plan was right there, and it obviously was an uphill battle from the beginning of that one, but an opportunity for Nexus to play spoiler to make themselves memorable in the European region for Masters, and they definitely, I won't even say they swung and missed because they just didn't swing.
Yeah, there was nothing. It was like just a sort of like a, that's what they did. Like they started the swing and they were like, we don't want to do this. Yeah, not a great control, I think, on the whole from Nexus there, and you know, maybe kind of a symptomatic of what's been going wrong for them in control pretty much all season long. That being said, they do brighten Omniscient's control record just that little bit more, and I think now statistically they probably are going to be the #1 control team going into the playoffs due to that victory. Nonetheless, have to kind of move that one aside now because the series is still not done. Omniscient only 2-1 up in this one, just one more hardpoint victory, and they will walk away with a 3-1 win. Still not the convincing win I think that we wanted to see from Omniscient, certainly with how the first couple of maps went, certainly with how map number 2 in particular went, but nonetheless, I think Omniscient here will just kind of breathe a sigh of relief if they get this one done and dusted here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you make it happen on the hard point, you do. If you go to the search and destroy, then maybe you start smashing the panic button to see what you can pull out there, because they certainly looked lost in the first search and destroy map, but obviously you gotta take care of the map at hand. I believe Summit hardpoint, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right.
And their SMGs have been a little bit hot and cold, so I think a lot of it is going to be dictated by what type of map Saturn's has.
It's Hassi.
It's Hassi, okay.
Okay, my brain was like, no, hang on, it's not Summit. Because I criticized them in the map pool for this. Yeah, this is going to be difficult, Bobby, I think, for sure. Omniscient and Hacienda as well, though, I will say. I mean, we go back to what was it, Exclusive versus Omniscient, and that was a 250 to 44-point game. I know that Nexus aren't, you know, exclusive, but I still think there is a possibility here, Bobby, that maybe there is some positivity to take away here. Maybe there is some way to beat Omniscient in their own game here on Hacienda.
Yep. Looks like off the start, Nexus will be able to establish a little bit of topside control, and for the time being, I think the logos are, yeah, the logos are definitely flipped. Okay, my mind was ending in circles for a second right there. Omniscient with a solid start right here. They're going to be able to lock in a big chunk of time. 20 seconds off of P1 is definitely what you're looking for. Legacy for Nexus, 4 kills on the board, but the rest of the squad starting off a little bit slow. Balance pushing on through, should be able to find one more, but actually gets taken down by Afer, so Nexus going to be able to zone off a little bit of this real estate. Rasmo's still got to get dealt with in the top side. Don't want him getting early streaks, especially on that rotation toward P2. And Afer down below is going to be able to find 2 before he gets taken down. So the better portion of the time going the way of Omniscient, but rotations are there for Nexus.
Yeah, for sure, it's what you want if you're a Nexus. Try and get some of these rotations early on. Satins wants to try and keep these guys at bay off the back of the spots. Faints just finds 3 like that. I am so sorry, buddy. I disrespected your game. Now Nexus here, though, inside the next hill. Can they hold it? Because the spawns are not quite as concrete as you would like. Faints, Kree, and Afer all down for the count. HBC isolated inside the hard point, and just like that, 25 seconds deep. Omniscient, they're in.
Lucky. Trying to cut off this entry point from driveway. Kree nade over top, connects. But still, the reinforcements arriving that much more quickly for Omniscient. You gotta find an alternate route in. Legacy's able to take down 1. That's the opening for Nexus to make their way onto the objective. Very early rotation for Saturn's right here. Still 12 seconds left on Old, and he's basically already set up toward New. Balance is going to be the one that's there for the cutoff kills. He finds 2, not able to make it a 3rd, though. Afer's the one player you don't want to be dealing with in that situation. He's got 11 kills on the board, and he's able to find another onto Gothilla.
And Nexus has been really competitive in this game. Omniscient clipping at the heels of Nexus as now they're in control of the fence's hard point. Got to be wary of those spawns towards the backline though, and HB and C and Afer already off the back of these spawns are finding the kill. Kree finds the double. I think that was actually from the other side of fences. He's still going to with the War Machine, and Nexus have moved towards the next hard point, a hard point that they did not have control of at first, and they've already started to find these kills. Maybe Satins can do something about it though. Finds the first kill. Rasmo decides now's the time to invest the Sparrow to perhaps get control of this hard point and not lose control of this game towards Nexus. Gothilla gonna convert for the double, but his job is far from over. Nexus still spawning close here, and this is still 20 seconds worth fighting for.
Saturn's not gonna be able to win that gunfight onto Afer. He's trying to do everything he can to stay alive in the point, shut down, but trades go through for Nexus once again. And it's been a very back and forth P3 right here, but Balance, big time kill to clear off the rest of that scrap time. Kree gonna be able to win the gunfight, but honestly, if you're Balance, you don't really hate that. Makes it a little bit easier on the rotation. Rasmo left all by his lonesome, but reinforcements arrive as Gothilla gonna be there to clear out 2. And off the initial, it looks like there's gonna be an opportunity for Omniscient to get a pretty solid chunk of time.
Yeah, these teams have been so closely matched so far in this hard point. So for the one of them to actually take a full 60 off a hill and really start to take charge of this game, I think would make all the difference. So far, so good for Omniscient here on this one. Investment coming up from Satins. He already finds 1 with the War Machine. He is super duper weak though. Wants to be very careful about where he's firing off these War Machine pellets too. Another investment now coming down from Gothilla. Both the Hunter Killer Drone and the Predator Missile being invested here. Omniscient, you can tell they are determined to make sure they hold this hard point for basically the entirety of the time. Nexus now with 20 seconds left. Maybe reorganizing the strategy somewhat to find a way through, but you just cannot get it done. Omniscient here are winning the trades every single time. And as I said at the start of that hill, Bobby, Omniscient, they wanted a full 60 to take some serious advantage over Nexus here. They just got it.
Not the prettiest gunfight, but Afer's going to come out on top right there. Balance shouldn't be able to sniff out feints behind that doorway, and with that, Nexus will maintain topside control. Means the players on the objective for the time being are chilling, but not when there's a pred dropping from above. Saturn's clears things off. Nexus reinforced the point, and they got smokes to keep them cleared for the time being. But with that, couple of operators do pop. Gothilla, Claw, trying to see what he can find. It hasn't been a whole lot so far as he gets taken down. That's some utility wiped off the board, but Nexus can't really afford to go 30 for 30. This 50-point lead has started to build. And Omniscient looking stronger and stronger by the hard point. 3 operators in their pocket, likely being safe for a P2 rotation. Solid chunk of time here on P1 to be able to get those scraps as well. So they close the gap a little bit, but that will be Omniscient clearing off the hard point. And with that, the battle for P2 is underway.
Yeah, it's worth saying, of course, we go back towards map number 1 in this series, and, well, how did Omniscient win that one? It was by one good hard point hold over a Nexus. So the same thing might well happen again here unless Nexus can have a fast break, and we need to see these operators come out right about now. You've got 3 for 1 over your opponents. This needs to be the break that you want. First kill looking good for Rasmo here. Korean feints, not with the operators, are actually finding these kills, and now we're going to see one investment. It's going to be the Claw coming out from Legacy. What can he do with it? First kill looking pretty good. He's going to find the second as well, and Rasmo, who did bring out the Sparrow, is going to go down to that Claw. Still not convincing just yet, though. You need to see some presence down the driveway, and Nexus, they are fighting tooth and nail for HBC finds the double. This is operators back and forth between these two teams. They know how important this hill is.
Big investment, but it's been worth the price, and they're able to take out the War Machine in the hands of Saturns as well. They have almost completely eclipsed the gap that we saw heading into P1, and Kreese still got the War Machine to work with. Saturn's gonna be able to lurk through, but he gets shut down as well. Gothilla there looking for the pinch, but the trades have been so clean for Nexus. Omniscient investing a lot right here, but it's all for scraps, and they get shut down regardless. So now Nexus tying things up, winning gunfights on rotation. 2 players set up early. What type of damage can Omniscient do early here?
Wow, look at the scoreline now. Omniscient, they thought they might have had an opportunity to run away with this game, but no, Nexus have caught up with them. Now 2 points to the good, but now kills starting to come through. Aether going to use the equalizers. He's already found 1 kill. How much more damage can he do? Actually, big shutdown there from Gothilla. And Omniscient having a good start here on this hole. The kill feed lighting up blue. Omniscient doing well so far, but you got to remember these players can be pesky. These spawns can be really annoying, and a couple of players spawn right next to each other alongside the well. That's just how frustrating these spawns can be at points. Nexus, though, try as they might, they cannot find their way through. Balance starting to find these kills here, Bobby. Omniscient now once again starting to create that lead.
HBC taken down by Lucky. Players pushing in through Barn. Able to find another right there. That lock-on information is crucial. Nexus doing a good job of keeping things contested right here, despite the heavy investment from this Omniscient squad. And obviously with 5 seconds remaining, rotations start to go through. Big gunfight right there. It's going all the way of Nexus. 3 players here on rotation. Just have to watch the cutoff from this mid angle. And Rasmo has eyes on at least 1 player. That's going to be, I believe, A for lurking on the inside of P2 as well. And the early setup has been super solid from Nexus as they've won all these opening gunfights.
Yeah, this is what you needed to see from Nexus. There is no utility on side for Nexus whatsoever. There is 1 operator, and it's in the hands of Gothilla for Omniscient, who finds the double. This is not what you wanted. If you're Nexus, you've been bullied away, but it's not certain just yet. There's still another wave of gunfights that could go in favor of Nexus. They have to start here, though. Lucky gonna open things up with a couple of kills. Omniscient, do they have the numbers back and forth? HBC with the double will secure here some time for Nexus. Every single second counts. And just look at how well these guys are using their operators. So back and forth is this game, Bobby.
HBC is going to slide the corner. That's the opening waterside gunfight. Not going to have an opportunity to hop up there, though, and Omniscient will get the scrap. So now the rotation, but Lucky set up early. Shot's not really connecting for him, but the double kill goes through anyway. And that topside control is going to be crucial for Omniscient. Nobody hopping the objective yet, and Feint says, all right, I'll take it for myself. Sparrow comes out in the top side. Rasmo, no value for him. Legacy gonna pop the claw right here. What can he find? It's 3. Has 1 more player to deal with, and that's gonna be Lucky to shut him down. But Nexus have players on that bottom side reinforcing. It was smokes to keep things clear. They should have an opportunity, but that's going to be Gothilla, and time again, he has been making the big plays for this squad.
If you can get some time off this hill, for either of these 2 teams, it could mean the world and a hell of a lot more. Nexus are currently 30 points down to their opposition. Omniscient looking across that 200-point barrier, but the spawns will flip away. Omniscient getting a little bit overzealous towards this P1. They're giving quite a bit away, especially as more kills now just starting to come through for Feint. He was on 4 in a row. Lucky finally going to shut him down, but this is okay. If you're Nexus, you might be 30 points down, and yes, you're giving away 5 seconds of scrap time away, but they have control of P2, and Bobby, historically speaking, this is where these guys have gotten a lot of time.
Not as many operators as last time around, but they've got a couple if they need to use them in a pinch. Right here, Balance with an opportunity to blow up the play, and he hits absolute lasers onto Feints. Trades do go through. Big opportunity, but Kree pulls out the War Machine. Machine, he's going to be able to find 2 HBC. Annihilator comes out as well. Lucky has got to be dealt with. Big kill for Gothilla. He's trying to do it all, but he's not getting a whole lot of help. It's all operators coming out for Nexus, and Afer pulls out the equalizer as well. Omniscient are able to break through regardless, and now they're going to spawn out on the driveway side.
Invested absolutely everything into this one. They need to make sure they get it. This cannot go Omniscient's way whatsoever, and yet still it looks like it is. Scrappy as ever. Afer now the next one up to try and take the players of Omniscient down inside the hard point. 20 seconds left here. Still time we're fighting for. Look how close this game is. Through the smoke, through all the chaos here, Omniscient trying to garner control. Saturn's and Balance will find a couple of kills. Crease and Legacy sat in the corners, and Omniscient are not going to get that time. Nexus will just about take the lead, so maybe that investment was worth it. But towards fences we go. Omniscient will get the first look here. 2 operators on side for Omniscient, 2 streaks for Nexus.
Faints has to win this gunfight. Gothilla, 1 HP, able to tuck away on the opposite side, but he gets taken down, and now that's Nexus with the opening position. Saturn's going to be able to take down one. Faints on the inside, gets shut down, and with that, they should be able to hop in. Kree in the top side gets taken out, and a lot of operators coming in for Omniscient. What kind of damage can they do? Lucky shut down. Decent value for Gothilla, but it's HBC with the DRH that gets the majority of the kills, and just like that, Nexus have broken back through.
Yeah, both of the teams can still technically finish it here. You've got to imagine, though, they've got to probably have some idea towards the rotation, towards the back of their mind. Can Nexus keep Omniscient away from the kill, though? So far, so good. HBC and Afer keep them out of those contention spots. Balance and Rasmo have now, I believe, done enough to ensure the rotation towards the next hill. But this time is still worth fighting for here. Gothilla finds 2, and now Omniscient are looking for it. But towards that rotation, keep an eye on Afer.
He's got an opportunity to play spoiler. Big opportunity. Saturn's not going to spot him out. Afer very weak around the corner, and the boxing gloves connect. Now it's on to HBC to try to get that initial contest time. Beautiful slide, but he gets turned on. Saturns finds the kill right there, and he's able to stay on the hard point to keep things contested. Finally shut down, but Nexus don't find the kills early enough, and just like that, Omniscient are back at the hard point. Nades go out. HBC doing his best to keep things clear. Smokes left and right. Nobody can seem to find a kill. It's pure contest time. Kree's War Machine. What's it going to be able to find? It's Rasmo going big, trades back and forth, Nexus back into the point.
Yeah, Crease gonna kill himself though with the War Machine after picking up those 2 kills. 241 to 233. HBC goes down with the Annihilator 2. Sans, what can he do? It's a double for Kim. These guys still fighting tooth and nail for the point. 20 seconds left to find. Well, it's gonna be Kree and Faints though for 3. Nexus now back in for this time. They could still finish it here. Nice nade from Afer to take one of these players down. Somebody from Omniscient has to touch the time, and there it is. And now we're going to a rotation, Bobby.
Gothilla hops up. He's going to be able to take down 1, but this hard point has been pure contest time. Faint's going to be able to earn the Hunter Killer. That takes down 2, but it's a foot race back to P1. All smokes on the inside. Who can win the gunfights? Afer gets taken down. It's Omniscient on the hard point, but Kree's there to reinforce. Pred from Faints is going to drop. Gothilla, Claw, what can he find? Players up, down, and all around, but he's able to find the kills. Equalizer comes through for Balance as well. He's going to be able to zone off. Somebody for Nexus has to hop the point right here, and they can't make it through. Omniscient clutch up and take the map in the series.
Wow. What an incredibly close hardpoint. That is the closest hardpoint we have had on screen, mind you, all season long. And it was worth the wait because that was an incredible game to close out this series. It really felt like at one point, especially towards the back half of P4 there, or P5, excuse me, that we were gonna go to a game 5. Nexus, goodness gracious, where was this tenaciousness? All season tenaciousness? Tenacity, where was it? All season long. Where was this competitiveness? All season long.
We knew that this was a team built of players that are capable of making good matches out of these top teams, and they just underperformed all season, but they finally got it together when it didn't really matter a whole lot, but it definitely made for a heck of a match.
Dude, that final hard point was pure insanity. After map number 1, I thought, you know what, this is probably Omniscient's game now, 100%, because they just can outplay Nexus on so many of these key hard points, and it looked like that might be the case early on in that hard point ton, but as we got to the second half of it, Nexus really started to find their foot.
I kind of want to make the same point as Bobby and yourself there in terms of like, where has this Nexus been all season long? I think having Aether in there has obviously helped. You know, we commented the fact that he hasn't been in the roster, but at the same time, for me, if I'm to look at it on the other side of the coin here, we talked about Omniscient needing a nice, steady game to get themselves coming into in a couple of weeks' time when we finish off the season. That is not one of those performances that you want to have. Like, that was a long sentence, a lot of words. have to have. But it's just one of those moments where they have to make that a lot cleaner. Full credit to Nexus, absolutely. That was so much better. And the S&D was brilliant as well. Look, really fantastic performance there. But at the same time, for Omniscient, that is, I don't want to say a completely hollow win, but at least something that isn't, it's going to be in the back of the minds that they weren't at their best there again. And their next games are going to be at the very, very top level. They're going to have to step it up again. I don't know what's happened to them over the last 2 weeks, but it hasn't quite been as good as what we expected it to be.
I loved that. I'm not going to lie. I was kind of pulling for Nexus there on that second hard point. I wanted to see what they were going to be able to do if they could push it to 5. That was a phenomenal back and forth. Like everyone has now said, I wish this is the Nexus that we got all season. I think it might have even changed potentially of who was in 4th place if they played like that all the time. I mean, that was good. Talk about a good way to go out too with your season. Even if they weren't able to get the win there, they showed what we always knew that they were capable of bringing to the table throughout the whole season, even if it took them just a few weeks to get to that point. But it is Omniscient who does take home that win, keeping themselves in a solid spot up here on the leaderboard as we check back in with that and see where everybody stands. Obviously, to kick off the day, we had Kings winning again, keeping themselves undefeated at 7-0 in that first place spot, heading on into finals. And now with Omniscient getting their win, they are 5-2. The final match of the day, after what we just saw, maybe it'll be just as exciting because it's between our 2nd and 4th place teams. It'll be Exclusive versus Mont. If Mont wins, we end up with a tie on the leaderboard.
Very tie. Yeah, that's correct.
So,
and then would come down to maps, I'm pretty sure, right?
I would assume so.
Because
Yep.
they'll all be 1-on-1 with each other in the series as well.
This is not something we should try.
You know I love it, Ton. You know I love these situations.
You put your head on the line with these situations.
that's why I looked at Brody, because I was like, Brody probably knows.
Pretty sure we have a 3-way tie for last as well.
Yes, yeah, we will because of Nexus and
These are things that league ops figure out, and I don't try to do on the fly.
Ton has no responsibility. It's okay, guys.
No, I've done it too many times where I've gotten it wrong, and it bites you in the ass.
You know what? If we are wrong, strictly blame specifically Ton. Nobody else. No one else.
I'm the one
Brody was the
saying
one
to
that
be
started it.
careful.
Ton will be the one on the line, and I think that's the best way to go about this.
We'll figure it out over the break. If there is even a fraction of a possibility for a potential tie, we'll figure out what that tiebreaker would be, because as Brody noted, everybody would be equal in their records against each other. So there's maths to be maths, and we're going to do that in the next few minutes. Obviously, last break of the day before we get into our 4th and final match. Like we mentioned, it will be between our 2nd and 4th place teams, Exclusive and Mont. So it is sure to be a great way to close out the day. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series as we prepare to get into the final match on the final day of the regular season here for Call of Duty Mobile. It's going to be a really fun way to close things out here today. We know our top 4 that are moving on to the challenge finals. Depending on how this goes, we might have a different order for that top 4, but that's going to put a lot of pressure on Mont's shoulders after the performance we saw Exclusive have last week and Mont being that 4th place squad. So let's talk about it a little bit. Obviously, Exclusive versus Mont right now, 2nd and 4th on the leaderboard. What do we expect out of the matchup?
I want to say this is going to be a close one. I think the problem in my brain for this is that Exclusive looked so convincing against Omniscient last week. That I find it very difficult to give Mont much of an in this series. The only in that I would have for them, and we'll discuss it maybe a little bit more as we get towards the maps in particular, is something that Bobby briefly mentioned, I think, earlier on, in that it's probably going to be the hard point, if anywhere, that Mont maybe find an in this series. But even then, Exclusive are such a good hard point team, I just don't know if there is a way in.
All right. Well, we'll start taking a look at their rosters. We'll look at Exclusive first. And I mean, 2nd place team right now, they've only lost to Kingston, a team that's scary in their own right.
Yeah, and just to further go with Brody's point there and saying that, you know, Mont's way in would potentially be hardpoint, I would argue that Exclusive are maybe the best hardpoint team in Europe. But at times, you know, them and Kings, you would kind of flip a coin on that one. So that I think that's their only route in. But Exclusive have been so good this season. Yes, okay, they lost out to Kings in a way they wouldn't have wanted to, but I think for them last week, getting that victory over Omniscient in the way that they did would have felt very good, because I think a lot of us in the community were pointing up and sort of bigging up Omniscient to sort of say, right, these are the new kids on the block, these guys are going to do it, they're going to break this top 2, no problem. We even said the night before that we thought Exclusive would lose to Omniscient. For them to go out and perform how they did against Omniscient last week was absolutely incredible. It was one of the best performances we've seen out of a team all season, and it was really solid to see them going into this stage of the league and getting that kind of result. So they're in a good place right now.
Yeah. I mean, then on the flip side, we've got Mont, a team that we've talked about a lot, had high expectations for in the season, Bobby, but it almost feels like they just struggled to all come together.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think each of the players has had big series, but it hasn't been a lot of times that it felt like everybody was firing on all cylinders. I think it's usually, for them, it's either an SMG day or it's an AR day, and there's not much in between. So we've seen big pop-off performances for Daytel and Lydia. But in those instances, it feels like maybe the ARs have had a tough time keeping up. So I think if they can get everybody on the same page, they 100% are capable of taking maps, if not the series. I think on the Exclusive side, you have to keep in mind, I think coming into this, that Neil actually has the highest KD in all of Europe as far as overall KD goes. So that's somebody you've got to focus on. I think especially in the search and destroy, when he's at the top of his game, there's not many people that can out-snipe him. So obviously the S&D is probably the last place that Mont are realistically going to look to try to take the series. I think more than likely it'll be in the respawns, and especially focusing on the hard point, but they're definitely capable of taking the control. A lot of it is going to be just focusing on fixing up some of the mistakes we've seen from them in the past.
Well, we'll start getting those picks and bans through here in just a second, and we're kicking it off with the Hasi and the hard point. I see your face.
Every time. Although not so much today. Hasn't been so much
today. A little
today.
variety today.
Yeah, look, it's not too much of a surprise to see Hasi under and take off. It is the hallmark of European Call of Duty Mobile. These two maps, we've seen them so often. But for me, look, I think Mont are a really solid takeoff team, in fairness. So if they can get it to that map number 4, then, and that wasn't even off pure stats, that was just off trying to remember them. Every single time we've watched them, they seem very solid. The SMG lineup always seems to be their real catalyst in that one. So if they can get going there, then great. We've seen them play Meltdown, I want to say quite recently, top of my head. It might have been, yes, it would have been Exclusive. And they look good on this map as well, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it's not so bad of a matchup in terms of actual like a competitive game so far for me.
Yeah, I think the problem with the Meltdown, I remember if Exclusive were 0-1 in this because of that Kings matchup where they got absolutely annihilated.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's going to be difficult on that one. Really but yeah, very different situation here, to be fair, because obviously that's Kings and this is Mont. I will say in the hard point in particular, because I think it's going to be such a big focus point for this series, this is good for both of the teams. I think for Hacienda, it's exclusives map. They're 3-0 in it. And for Mont, you couldn't have asked for a better map other than Takeoff. The problem is it's the fourth map. So you've got to get there. And I don't know where they're going to take that second map.
Thoughts, Bobby?
I think Raid's pretty much expected. That's, I think, the only control map that we've seen all day. I'm pretty sure the one time we saw Mont play, it may have been one or two other times, but the one time we saw Mont play standoff control up against Big, they lost in a very concerning fashion. So I think the fact that they've got Raid is to their credit. I think they're capable of taking the Hacienda. There's just not been any definitive maps where they looked convincing against top teams on it. So they definitely still have to prove themselves in that scenario.
All right, well, for now, we'll send you off for the last time. Get yourself set up on the other half of the studio while we prepare to get into our last match. Any final thoughts? Any stats you'd like to throw at people, or no?
I do have something, and it's this. We have potentially the #1 hardpoint team and the #2 hardpoint team going head-to-head here in the region. So I think this could be a really exciting one, very specifically for the first map in the series. To give you guys the very specific stats here, there's a 102-point differential in hardpoint for exclusive and a 64-point differential for Mont. Those are very high stat lines. And I think given the fact that Mont have played some high teams here and played them pretty close in hardpoint, I would say it is 100% their best shot in the series.
All right. Well, then that means that very first map is going to be potentially an exciting one if these teams have anything to say about it. So for the last time today, we'll send it back on over to the other half of the studio. Bobby and Tun, let's close today out.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, the final game of the regular season coming up here in the Snapdragon Pro Series for Call of Duty Mobile in Europe. So here we go. This final matchup is a potentially interesting one, Bobby. It's one of those that we look at, though. If exclusive came out and 3-0'd this, we'd all be like, oh, okay. But if Mont came out and actually showed something here and even give us a very good game, it wouldn't be a surprise whatsoever.
No, not at all. I think they've definitely still got a lot of work to do for the Hacienda hardpoint. It does feel like they're a good hardpoint team, but maybe limit themselves in the maps that they're good at. It feels like they're really solid on Takeoff and Arsenal, but I do feel like they need to deepen their map pool in regards to the hardpoint maps that they feel comfortable with. So they do take the top side control here. Etsy's going to be able to find the opening with 2 kills and able to get players on the objective to keep things contested for the time being. Spy back into the lineup for this exclusive squad. He's been in and out a tad bit. It looks like Veer, nope, not Veer getting subbed out. It's going to be, I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to think on that for a second.
I'll let you think on that. As we're thinking about this second rotation that's about to come on through. It's looking like exclusive are going to have themselves locked in terms of the spawns that are going to be coming through, but still 25 seconds to play for here over towards P1. Fight's going on over towards the top side, and Mont not too bad of a showing here over towards P1. They are going to flip these spawns over towards P2 as well, so jobs are good. Now for the side of Mont, 10 seconds to go over towards P1. Mont will lock in these rotations over towards P2.
All right, Spy looking to pick up the scraps right here, but like you said, Neil, you're right. Okay, that's why I was not able to think of it, because that's the last person that you would expect to be out, but Mont, or rather exclusive, trying a different look right here and seeing what they can make out of it. Obviously, Mont do have that setup, but it's not going to last very long if they can't win these opening gunfights. Etsy has been him so far, 7 kills on the board. Can he hold the line, though? Does get taken down, but Daytel's there to reinforce. Utility goes out. Exclusive not able to find the opening quite yet, and Etsy has been an absolute nightmare to deal with for this exclusive squad. Spy's finally going to be able to break on through, and with Veer finding the additional kills, they'll find that opening to start picking up time on P2.
Yeah, 20 seconds still remaining here as well. Mont with just enough of a pain, really, to stop exclusive getting some decent enough time because the break was very solid. Now it's all about these rotations when we're starting to head over. There's one more player just trying to be a nuisance. We'll try and hold them down the water side. 2 players here for Mont actually starting to spawn up down this side. You could have just tried to hold them in, but trying to think about some sort of control over towards the next hill is the paramount play. JC's done so well to find the kill on the Shark there, but Exclusive with a decent enough lead heading in towards P3. What can Mont do about this rotation, though?
I mean, they're reading every corner perfectly. Shark's going to be able to find another. Just like that, the Pred's been earned for Caesar, and Spy's going to pop the Annihilator. Feed goes fully blue. We've seen some strong starts for Mont whenever it comes to the Hacienda hardpoint, but they've had a really difficult time sustaining against the top teams. And it looks like early on that is going to be the case as well. Creed locking down this outer side of fences and doing a phenomenal job of playing his life. Able to take down one more before he's finally taken out. Etsy does have Sparrow to work with right here, and it looks like Mont going to be able to keep things clear. He's going to be able to push those spawns back a little bit further toward well. Lydia on the top side. Shots just not connecting right there. Getting a little dicey over by the barn. Spy, no angle to work with right here, so Etsy's going to be able to keep things locked down. But Shark will be the final one to have a say in some early body shots here on the map.
I wonder if Creed had maybe found a gunfight he shouldn't have against Daytel. Letting them know about it as we rotate over towards the next hill. Good shots and kills coming on through here for the side of Exclusive and just the right time. Netting stuff all the way on their way in now, and our Exclusive shot up and ready for this one. Daytel is able to find one, but Vieira's there for the cleanup, as is Shark. Exclusive's just starting to stretch their legs a little bit here now. Getting themselves some decent control. Mont with a full push, and that's going to be into an equalizer as well. Shark finds one. Vieira's there, of course, as well to find another 2v zone. Really good hold here from Exclusive, but a lot invested.
JC is going to get shot down as well, and you just don't want to get in the way of Shark with an equalizer in hand. Mont have not found an inch here on P4, and it's showing up big time on the scoreboard. Only one player in double digits. That's going to be Etsy. Every single Exclusive player has already made their way past that mark. Veer going to earn a Pred missile and drop it for some info right there. Unfortunately for Shark, going to get hit with a prone block, so not going to be able to pick up those kills, but bare minimum, you get the information to relate to your squad. Etsy doing everything that he can to try to lock down these power positions, but no real help for him so far on the map, as once again, Exclusive going to be able to hop in and continue to move upward on P1.
It just feels like their rotations, their breaks, nearly everything has been just a little bit better, right? Vieira's having a really good map sitting at 23, but you are right, Etsy needs a little bit of a hand from the rest of his team right now. Not out of this yet. It's about a 9-point game. If they can find themselves one decent hold over towards P2, where it feels like that is where most of their success comes from, right? It's the rest of the map that they maybe need to improve on. So if you can get the job done here, pick up some points over towards P1 and get P2 locked, then maybe you can find yourself a way back into this game.
Lydia's going to be able to push through the top side, gets traded though, and once again, it's just not the big-time gunfights that are going the way of Mont. Exclusive. So clean on the trades for the most part, and their Shark, he had a slow start to the map, but he has accelerated very, very quickly, and unfortunately, the rotation's not going to hold early here as Mont gets shut down, and Spy's going to be here to block spawn, so they spawn miles away from the hard point. Shark continues to push out those players. Now you've got an Annihilator to work with. Spy, unfortunately, going to get shut down here, but it's not going to open up much opportunity as Veer continues to cook. We saw the same type of performance from him last week up against Omniscient, putting up very similar numbers. He really goes big against the top teams.
A lot invested here from both two teams. Mont, can you make a count though? I want to say at least 3 operators completely wasted from Mont there, and they haven't really found much rather than just a footing over towards P2. For all that, it was phenomenal from them to find these rotations time and time again over towards the Garage Hill. It has been a struggle this time around. Exclusive starting to find the kills in absolute abundance, and Mont very much having little answer for what is the slaying power of Exclusive right now. These shots are so good from Cesar, but not quite good enough to find the kill on the Daytel. It's all about this rotation now for Mont, but it's felt like we've said that for a couple of different hills now. It's all okay, well, if they can come back, if they do this, they can come back if they do that. They haven't been able to do that so far. Exclusive are running this game.
They just look purely outgunned at every single gunfight that we've seen so far. Just better trades, better gunny the ARs have been stronger and Mont have not had a response, now sitting down 130 points. Supposedly one of the top hardpoint teams in Europe has not really looked that way so far in this one. And just big time consistency struggles. Like we said, Etsy having a solid map, but everybody else has been in the blender, and exclusive reads have just been better at every single turn. Another kill for Spy right there. Nearly every player up at 20 plus. And once again, it's Etsy all by his lonesome for this Mont squad.
Etsy's really trying. But I think it feels like one of those games where Mon are considered a very good hardpoint team, but you're going up maybe against the best right now, and you are starting to see that in abundance. Exclusive now. Going to be about 40 away by the time we head over towards the water hill. It has to be said, though, Mon had a decent showing there over towards the fences. Picked up a decent amount of time. A lot invested from both two teams. Now Exclusive are heading over towards water, and that is not the best shots I've ever seen by any stretch of the imagination. But Exclusive have still got some work to do. Mont are here in numbers. Fahim has already popped the operator. Kill starting to fall the way of Mont. One from Etsy. Would you be too surprised about that? Spy can find two in the water, though. And can they maybe find a jump up? The Annihilator is actually going to be popped from Spy here as well, as Etsy will get the Sparrow through. Big first kill going to come through from Spy. Wants to jump up, but wants the challenge. The challenge came. The challenge then fell. Via was there to trade things out, but is it going to be Mont who are still in control? Shark has found a way through. And all of a sudden, Exclusive maybe had time on the board there. But the operator brought out from Shark and completely wasted.
Yeah, not a great spot. Obviously, you get that reduced damage from the equalizer, but to call it in when you're that weak is definitely a risky play. So it's going to earn Mont some additional hardpoint time. And this is a very similar point to where we saw the tide start to turn in that Omniscient versus Nexus matchup. Mont have done a really good job of keeping P4 locked down right here, and there's been almost no time for Exclusive, so they're able to reel things back in, even if it's just slightly. But Daytel winning a big gunfight in the top side, gets a second kill right there, and with that, should have an avenue for the SMGs to get on the objective, but he gets taken down, nobody's there to reinforce. And just like that, Exclusive back in the driver's seat.
And I think, though, if you look at that rotation, I think Mont kind of go 50-50 with Exclusive, right? It was about a 90 to 100 point game. It's about that stage whilst we head over towards P1 once more. 40 seconds left to go here. Now, last time around, Mont, you didn't have this rotation over towards P2, and this is really where things have been looking solid enough for them. So can they get the job done this time? Can they find the rotation? But can they stop Exclusive actually just winning it here at P1? A few kills starting to come on through now with 15 seconds to go for Exclusive. A lot invested as well from them. Creek going to get the War Machine in. Stays on now with the Sparrow as well. 15 seconds away from Exclusive. Is looking like it may be a tall order. They still have time on P1 here. Kills are starting to flow their way.
Only 10 more seconds needed, and there's nobody anywhere close for Mont.
Oh, no, they're
going to have to force things out, and it looks like they get the hard point clear, but they still can't deal with Fear. He's got 41 kills on the board, and when you look at that, Exclusive already rotated. Shots a little bit shaky for Spy, and he's not going to go traded right there. So Jay hops on the objective, and for the time being, Mont are going to be able to keep this map alive, but it's got to be perfect hard point the rest of the way through.
And just potentially set up here for Exclusive. This is now dangerous. So everything started to get invested as well. Claw now out from the side of Veer, who has had a standout performance in map number 1. Mont can get nowhere near. Exclusive take this one comfortably. It's a 100-point difference.
All right, well, that makes things additionally more scary if you're Mont. Your avenue to finding the series was probably going to be in the hard point, so now you've got to, at bare minimum, win at least one search and destroy map, which has certainly not been your strongest mode all season, so...
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough now. But we knew Exclusive coming into this are a very, very good Hacienda team. So are Mont, and I think that's maybe what they looked at. But if you look at it from a pure slaying perspective, I think without Etsy's performance, this is maybe a little bit more ugly than it was. Albeit, you know, it was about a 100-point difference. So it's not the end of the world for Mont, but it's those kind of games that you talk about. And not to bash on anybody in particular, but again, the SMG struggling on the side of Mont in that game. But you are going up against some of the very best, and Exclusive. Shark is an absolute demon on the map. The SMGs ran the show. Do feel bad for Etsy, though. Good performance from him, just not quite enough.
Yeah, I think we got to see Fahim try to switch things up a little bit more. Just dead set on sticking with the LMGs, which are just not going to be able to keep up time to kill wise, mobility wise, with the DRH meta that we're in. And it showed big time, whether it was with the Holger, with the UL. He was getting gunned left and right. and definitely got to be able to understand when you need to make that change. And it looks like part of it is them wanting to move some of their SMGs into that AR role, but they were not able to find any success with it. So definitely some changes that are going to need to be made for Mont, as they were in the blender from the majority of that one. Got to find a way to bounce back here in the Search and Destroy.
Well, let's see if they can, but they are going up against a very good exclusive team in Search and Destroy here. I think are hitting form at just the right time, aren't they? When we do have, of course, finals coming up very, very shortly, things are really coming down to the wire now. Of course, this is our very last game when it does come down to the league games here in Europe. But look, I mean, these teams need to be bringing their best in 2 weeks' time. Exclusives seem to be heading that point right now, which is a good time to start doing so.
Yeah, I think we've been saying this all season long, but Mont still have to prove themselves. They've yet to bring their A game against any of these top teams. And you got to start somewhere, because your next opportunity to play them is going to be in playoffs, and 2 losses and you're out. So I would love to see them start to build a little bit of momentum. A lot of their Search and Destroy has just looked indecisive, I would say. Definitely a team that is very comfortable sitting back and waiting for picks. And if they don't find those picks, the rounds seem to fall apart very, very quickly. So would love to see a more concise game plan out of them, and hopefully they can get that started here in the S&D.
Well, we'll maybe get it when we do load into the Search and Destroy, but I think, you know, let's talk like broadly for these teams. For Mont, it is very much backs up against the wall heading into finals. They are very much going to go in there as the 4th seeded team, you would expect, unless they can turn this one around, but so far not looking too likely. I think for them as well, it's going to be so tough, because without any question, for me, they have absolutely been the 4th best team here throughout the regular season. I think Big have definitely had a resurgence, but too little too late. You lost to Mont, right? And that is probably what's going to be the difference maker by the time that this game is done. So I think for Mont, it's about maybe trying to repair what's going wrong, have a look at your VODs, see how things can change around, or, you know, you could just swing this game on its head here in the Search and Destroy on Meltdown and make a series of it. But so far, it's not looking likely. Over towards the attacking side now for Mont. Exclusive on the defensive. And an aggressive push over towards this B side from the defensive team. Creed has found himself a collateral damage in the middle of the map. And these first 3 kills all go the way of Exclusive. It's a 4 versus 2.
That is a rough start for a Mont squad that's trying to build some momentum right here. 2 players on the inside of that A site. Bomb has been retrieved, and I think Daytel got spotted on the rotation across. Caesar just not quite quick enough. Jay picks one up onto Shark, and great trigger discipline out of Caesar. If he cuts this building in half, should find an opening. Creed shot's not going to connect right there, but there's going to be Veer to take down one. Boxing gloves connect for Daytel. And he's working on a little 1v3 right here, but very, very weak on the top side. And Creed should have heard those audio cues. So now he's going to sit back and wait. Veer not affording an angle. And he's working this well, but is going to get read by Veer, who unfortunately not going to connect for anything. And the 1v3 still in the cards.
And I think Veer was just firing shots away, presuming that Creed was in a position to find something pretty quickly. You're going to run into each other. It's the 1 versus 3 from Daytel out of absolutely nothing.
Ready up.
Exclusive just threw that away completely.
They threw that hard. That was I'm not going to say that was terrible, but that was bad. They had so many opportunities, and Veer's just kind of sitting there, like you said, like maybe giving away information, expecting Creed to find the kill, but I don't really know how to break that down other than they didn't capitalize on any of the opportunities, even when they had the information.
A technical 5 versus 2 there, by the way. First 3 kills all went the way of Exclusive, if I remember correctly, so traded out very fast, so ultimately maybe I'm being a little bit harsher. 4 versus 2, but wow, that is not a round that you can let go if you're Exclusive, really. 4v3 situation in their favor, making now 3 versus 3. And it feels like the SMGs of Exclusive are maybe just being a little bit arrogant here. Pushing forward into situations where you expect to be able to just gun it. Not working out. Bombs down, 3 versus 3, Mont to defend the bomb.
See what they've got for the retake. Nade's still in hand. It perfectly predicted, so that's going to take down Jay. It's going to be Lydia on the bottom side. I think she had a sniper to go with that SMG. but she's going to be forced inside the bomb site, and Creed's going to be able to take her down. So exclusive. Bounce back right there. Should be a 2-0 lead, but at this point, you'll take what you can get.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
That one's going to sting, though, for exclusive, for Mon, I should say, sorry, because, I mean, look, you steal away round number 1. You head into the second one, you're in a good position, bomb down, 3v3. These are the kind of rounds that, if you're offered the opportunity on the attacking side, you really do need to take them. Looking over towards this attacking round, though, it's going to be a big B hit coming on through, and I think for exclusive, they're probably going to be banking on the retake nades coming on through. They've expected a lot of pushes to come over towards A, that's why they sent 4 men over that way. But now Mon have complete control, and Etsy finds a good shot through the middle of the map, but an equally as good one from Creed. It's a 4 versus 3 in favor of exclusive.
Shark catches Lydia out of position, but he can't seem to connect a bullet. And it's not even decision-making that's going wrong. They just can't seem to hit their shots. Fortunately, it is going to be Veer there to pick up 1. The bomb has not yet gone down. It's going to be on to Lydia to decide if they want to make this play, as Creed does not have an angle to work with. And it is going to be Veer way in the back of the map to pick up 1. So with that, it's all down to Jay. Bomb has dropped over on B, about the worst possible position.
And I think Jay just not in a position to help Lydia out. Lydia found himself. Oh, I mean, that shot looks like it was good, whatever happened. But I think in that situation, Lydia's behind the bomb. It's not necessarily the worst place for her to be, but she needs some cover, maybe in a little bit more of an advanced position there, and all of a sudden it's a different story. Kind of caught on an island with nobody to help her out. So exclusive, 2-1 to the good now. 2 defensive rounds have gone their way. Maybe going to read this over towards the B side now. These first couple of gunfights are going to be so crucial for both 2 teams. Fahim now forward with the R9. You can see a couple of members of exclusive just backing on down, but Shark's not one of them. He gets dealt with. Vieira's there for the trade, 4v4.
And Spy has eyes on the pointer right there. He's able to take him down. Able to find another right there. Caesar trades. Can he find the final kill? Yes, he can. And exclusive dealing damage like it's nothing to this Mont squad. Now 3 rounds in a row. Like we said, it should absolutely have been 4. They're taking what they can get at this point. And once again, Mont have just not had any type of setup that has been able to ward off these exclusive retakes whatsoever.
No, it seems to be a 5-man towards a site. Hope it happens. And then if you get the bomb down, if you can defend, brilliant. But no, this time around, exclusive have read them once again. Where's this first blow going to go? It's going to go towards Fahim. You'll find out the Caesar. Spy, but the shot's back, though. And it's a pinstripe kill feed across the board as Daytel is able to answer back, as is Spy. 3 versus 3 is now a 2 versus 2.
That all went down terribly fast. Bomb has been left over on that A side. Not sure if Mont have quite realized what they've done. Spy should have gotten spotted around that corner, and some eye contact for both players, but neither of them wants the engagement. Bomb still yet to be retrieved, but still a minute and 20 to work with, so you can work the map a little bit, try to get some information right here. You are going to give away an audio cue, and that lets Veer know that they're trying to push in that doorway. But both players are going to back up, and once again, it's going to be on Mont to make the first move right here. Definitely would have been nice had they been able to retrieve that bomb from the position that they were in, but just makes it that much easier for exclusive to lock down this site.
I didn't mind them evacuating. I didn't mind it at all. But the problem is you need the bomb. Here comes the double Charles. Spy going to be looking the right way, finds the first shots. Vieira's there for the trade. Perfect for exclusive.
Nice work. Get ready for
They get a hold of the information that they need. The bomb is inside the reactor. We are chilling. No problem whatsoever. Exclusive. Final defensive round for them. And they have really been dominant. Honestly, I honestly believe that the 1 round, fair play to Daytel. In fairness, you know, the 1 versus 3 was good for him, but it was offered up on a plate. Exclusive threw that one away, but they have not blinked an eyelid since then. They push over towards the B side for Mon now. This bomb is going to go down. I don't think exclusive are going to have anywhere near enough time to get over. It's going to have to be a 5v5 retake here, Bobby.
I mean, Mont just had no map control to ward off these retakes. They put 2 players on top of generators, and then they just kind of sit there and they wait for the collapse for exclusive, and it falls apart one by one. They're Spy to find the first blood. Shark free to just flood toward that back generator side, and Mont have no response for anything. Now you're forced back into a corner. Spy has the high ground, and one by one, they get picked apart. They do not find a single kill. An exclusive, making these retakes look like a walk in the park.
And I think, you know, for the viewers at home here, Bobby, like, what do Mon need to be doing bad there, right? They have to be spreading themselves out. Take as much of the map as possible so that you know exactly where these players are coming from. They got that bomb down and just give up the site pretty much. They had a couple of players there, but expand forward, not necessarily backwards, would have been necessary, I think, for Mon to try and find that round now. Exclusive onto the attacking side. They're pushing over towards B. Let's see if they can get this bomb down, and then you can watch what they do. JC is going to find the first kill, though. So a potential here for Mon. As we are into this round, Shark will find one into Fahim. Can't find the second. Will get taken down by Lydia. 4 versus 3 in favor of Mon. Can they do something with it?
Caesar's going to be able to find one as Veer gets the bomb down right here. So we'll see what they have. Caesar's just going to keep the generators locked down. Obviously, you keep Creed on the back side, and he'll have Overwatch as he picks up one onto Jace. Lydia, one trade does go through, and a sniper taken down. So now into a 1v1. All about information right here. Sniper connects for Creed. Right to the noggin as Lydia drops an exclusive, now 1 round away from the map.
Potential 1v3 on the cards as well for Lydia. 1v3 is all that Mon have got to speak of here in the search and destroy. Exclusive now 1 round away. Their S&D has been somewhat flawless here outside of the first round, which they really did completely throw away. But outside of that, they have been absolutely sensational. Lydia will find 2 kills, though, to open things up. And momentarily, it is a 4 versus 2 now in the favor of Mont. They back them down. Exclusive nowhere to be seen. The Mont will do well to lose this round.
Bomb is down on the A side, so similar to what we saw a few rounds ago, although the roles reversed. You do have 2 snipers in play for exclusive, so with Mont extending in the positions that they're in, there's absolutely an opportunity for them to make something happen. Daytel's going to get shut down, but we do have 1 player continuing to lurk, and that's going to be Etsy. He wraps back toward that generator side.
And I think in this situation, though, Bobby, like, Mont have just not got to give anything away. You've given one away, that's fine. 1 player in the middle of the map who was trying to search where these players have went off to, that's okay. But now, you got the bomb. You know exactly where it is. You don't necessarily need to be giving up too much here. Fahim may well have a kill on Tavir in just a second, and this could turn the tide now as Etsy will have to back on down. The shots start to ring on through. Fahim will peek out and hit very much nothing but air. Etsy will find the kill on Tavir, though, and that may well just rubber stamp this round now for the side of Mont. Creed left in a 1 versus 3, 30 seconds to go, no bomb, not much of a hope.
Yeah, time's his biggest enemy right now. And you've taken so much of it trying to make something happen right here that he doesn't even realize where he got shot from. Or maybe he does and he's waiting on the breach shell, but it's not really going to matter. Fahim's going to connect anyway. And Mont find their second round. No better time than the present, but they realistically can't just bank on those headbutting gunfights on the A site to try to win the rounds every time, and that's largely where that one came as a result from. So now we see exclusive make some adjustments right here. They sit back. They don't want to give away early lives and try to get Mont to overextend a little bit. And with Spy finding the nade, that should be the opening that they're looking for. 1 player taken down. Shark maybe a tad over-aggressive as he gets taken out right there. Still a lot of presence here in Spy. Veer able to find a couple more, and with that, only 2 players remain for Mont.
One of them's tagged up and heading into the reactor as well. Daytel did find the shots on Tavir and has managed to regen this health now. Has found himself in a weird spot as Etsy will find one on the Creed here, so this is now a 2 versus 2. Daytel in this scenario is around reactor, but ain't seeing much happening, but a couple of bullets have started to head his way now. Spy trying to look for the kill, but Daytel absolutely smokes him. Spy falls, and now Cesar's left in the 1 versus 2.
Finds the first. Bomb still on the inside of reactor right here, and onto Daytel to try to make the read. But he certainly has no idea that Caesar has made his way back into reactor. Obviously waiting on the information. That should be the key to turn back toward that A site, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Caesar Will timing go his way? It looks like it will, but it's not gonna matter. Daytel, both of those gunfights, does not miss a bullet and clutches up the 1v2 for Mont.
Icy from Daytel again. This game would have been over. We already would have been playing Control if it wasn't for Daytel. Hanging on by the hair of his chinny chin at this moment in time for Mont. Had to get it done. A is not really working for Exclusive over these last 2 rounds, so they start to change it up to push over towards the B side. Etsy has got some defensive work to do. Honestly, 1 and death would not necessarily be the worst thing here, as he can find 1, not going to find the second, gets traded out. So complete bomb site control now. And this is what Mon should have done before. They should have pushed forward. Shark now getting a little bit more real estate as that bomb is going down. 4 versus 3 in favor of Exclusive.
And he's just going to continue to play these off angles and keep them guessing. Finds one to open things up, and that's all that he needed to do. You are gladly giving up that trade. You get the information where these remaining Mont players are, and you continue to extend players out. Creed takes shots right there, going to be able to find one, all down to Jay, and Creed shuts him down. Clinical by Exclusive to hold off the retake, and they take the map.
Yeah, convincing fashion once again. For the most part, they really did throw at least 1 round away towards Mont, which I don't think we can... Look, we can go on about it a lot, but I think there was almost a certain level, and I feel like I've said this word a lot, and it feels like that this does exist, especially when the top 2 teams, a bit of arrogance sometimes from some of these guys where they're starting to fly shots out and just bait around a little bit, play around, have a little bit of fun, which is fine. But then if you're losing rounds because of it, that's when it's not fine. But I think Exclusive will probably care very little, of my opinion, in this situation, because they were still able to close this one 7-3. But of those 10 rounds, they probably should have won 9 of them.
Yeah. Definitely very winnable in a lot of situations. Credit to Daytel for making it happen in 2 of 100%. Those, because those were not easy clutches, and I think especially the last 1v2, I don't think was on the back of Exclusive getting careless. I think that was actually very well played by him and very clean shots, but Mont proving that they've still got a lot more work to do in Search and Destroy. I believe, if I remember correctly, we said that Exclusive lost like 7-1 to Kings on this map.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, if you're if this is one of Exclusive's worst hardpoint maps, and they're winning in dominant fashion like that, then that much more cause for concern. So fortunately, they do have 2 weeks to work on that. Hopefully you can look back at the VOD and see where things are going wrong, but yeah, not being able to win a Search and Destroy is a very glaring hole in your game plan.
I think it's passiveness, isn't it? Look, they're happy to be aggressive on the front foot. They're happy to hit those 5-man pushes over towards one of the bomb sites, which is, yeah, okay, to have that in your locker and to a certain degree be successful with it is okay, but I think you need to have something else about your game. They have decent snipers on that team, right? You have to probably sit back and maybe think about what you're doing in that aspect of things. Can you find some picks? But then do you think that your snipers maybe aren't as good as the other top 3 teams? And that's maybe where you don't want to do that. We've seen that typical move where we've seen Shark expand out as soon as they got that B bomb site down. Mont got the B bomb site down and they were like, quick, get out before they come. So in those kind of situations, you've got to be assertive about their play, and I think they do need to be a bit more assertive in the Search and Destroy. But look, Mont have got work to do. We know they're a very good hardpoint team. They're a decent control team. Can they do something here on map number 3? They still do have a lot of work to do. We do know that, but we know, I think some of our frustration comes from that we can see they're a good team. And if they do put that extra little bit of work in, they will be able to give these guys at the very top just that little bit more of a game.
I think when you're in a position like Mont is, where obviously you've got solid snipers, but they're not like the best of the best like we've got on Kings and Exclusive, yeah, your tactical usage has to be that much better. Like your smokes have to be perfect. You have to have a calculated game plan for how you're using all of that. And a lot of it does seem to be just randomly thrown in a direction, hoping that it's going to land, rather than having a concise game plan for how that's going to zone off a bomb site and create a little bit of real estate for you to work with. So we'll see what they can do here. Now hopping on the offensive side to get things started. Definitely a good sign for them, given that this is typically an offensive side of map, but losing 4 gunfights off the start, not so much a good sign.
I'll make that 5, and then all of a sudden, if you're Lydia, you need to maybe find some kills here just to slow down the potential spawn trap that's going to be coming through, but she gets dealt with by Shark. Mon have made the right decision, though. They managed to find the push out over towards this A side. So maybe they can get something going here, but they start to get wiped, and all of a sudden, when they're spawning over towards the bedroom side, they know for a fact somebody's in garage. You have to keep an eye on Creed, who's now going to be coming around from behind them. They're trying to lock them in, but the kills are being found here on a couple of different areas of the map by Mont, and a small route out has been discovered.
Ooh, good timing for Fahim. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to save him, but should be able to relay the information to Etsy, so it seemed like the lives were starting to get back in control, but as I say that, it's dropped all the way down to -8 for this Mod Squad, and Veer picks up yet another. Hasn't really even needed a spawn trap for Exclusive to blow this one wide open. Caesar not going to be able to make his way in toward Cabana, but once again, got Shark roaming the map, constantly keeping this Mod Squad guessing, but now it's 3 kills in a row going through. You do need to find a way to add some time to the clock, but they get players hopped on to A. And you bring the life lead a little bit more back into control. Just like that, you've got some hope in this round.
Exclusive need to slow down here. It's felt like they've been very, very desperate to get some control of this map back again. They're going to have to give A up. Unless Via can do something magical. He actually found the other kill there. He is eventually going to go down. Kills over towards the B side here for Mont as well. A is looking like it's going to get locked in, as is another minute. Mont have a chance yet. Over towards the B side, but Shark Creed combining it just the right time. The lives are in the favor of Exclusive, but only ever so slightly, 8-6. Mont have got it all to do still, but very potentially it is there.
Veer, opportunity to find a pick right here and put them with no respawns remaining. Shark gets spotted out, but Daytel not going to be able to connect. Well, Jiggle Peak is going to make him pay. Shark slides on through, and with that, only 2 lives remain for this Mod Squad. Fahim, Lydia, what can they find? That's a nice opener, but still in need of a 2v7. They've got 52 seconds to work it right here, and Lydia's on the flank, trying to make her way through the mid-map. It looks like she's going to get red right there with it all down to Fahim. 1v7. Doesn't seem likely that this one's going to be in the cards.
I think it's unfortunate for Mont because honestly the round was very close until it wasn't. They really, really fought back and will get themselves some ticks over towards that A side with that capture. So that's something to maybe have in your back pocket if we do head into a final round. But Exclusive find the defensive side. Can they continue off here with their attacking rounds, which have always looked pretty good? Off the rip is Viet finding one. Can he find the second? Not quite. Lydia just getting enough shots in to distract the sniper, but Spy is there to find the trade. And now the aggressiveness starts to come through from Exclusive. Daytel up top. Is he going to be able to do anything about this? Looks unlikely. Lydia, oh, he's next on the chopping block potentially, but Shark doesn't quite hit his shots. Now inside of B here for Exclusive. Did they choose to just cut their losses, head over towards A, or did they keep the pressure on over towards B?
Spy pretty close to earning some score streaks right here, so he's going to see what he can find. Pred has been earned and continues to keep that pressure over on the B side. Players made their way onto A as well, so the clock remains stopped, and Fear just not missing on the quick scopes today. Lives remain fairly even. Mont have done a good job of not letting this one get out of hand. Their defense has been solid. With Creed lurking through the kitchen right here, should have been afforded a kill to open up a little bit of map control, but he gets shut down as well. Fahim's going to go ahead and pop the Annihilator, instantly shut down. They've still got 4 more operators. A lot of utility. Would like to see them start to use some of this to try to keep these zones clear.
I wonder if they're just not investing because they know they've lost control of this A side for the moment, and they've got complete control over towards the B side. But they do still have somebody inside of money. Cesar just trying to pick off as best as he can. Daytel will find himself coming over from the B side now. 50-50 game at this moment in time. Exclusive do have the life lead by only the 1. Defense is there over towards B. Defense is there over towards A. Spy will find that kill into Jason, and all of a sudden this commitment from Exclusive must come in over towards this B side. It's felt like they are spreading their resources very, very thin, and Mont are making them punish for it.
Yep. Etsy, not a whole lot of value out of the Sparrow, but given the duration that he had it out, was at least able to zone it a little bit. Daytel going to get shut down right there, so that means that Exclusive should be able to get B locked down right here. Creed going to find a crucial kill onto Fahim. So now it's 7v7. Still 4 operators available for Mont if they want them. 1.5 minutes for Exclusive. Caesar's going to be able to find the opener right there. Can't find anything on the wall bang, though, and now 6v6. Fahim's going to pop the Annihilator. What can he find?
Needs to find something. Feels like a crucial defensive round that is needed for him. Gonna have to back on down. Manages to dodge it. Shots through the smoke over towards the Creed side and hasn't able to find anything. Vieira's going to find a kill onto JC. No lives remaining now for the side of Monty. They just fly in together. It's the equalizer out in. It may well be the round for Exclusive. But once again, it was close until it wasn't. Onto the site they go, and Exclusive wiped them when it matters, 2-0.
And that was just one good equalizer play. Phenomenal patience. Just hoping and praying somebody tries to push through that Annihilator. They wait it out. They smoke it off. And it costs Mont a lot of resources in that process as well. And there's Veer popping the Annihilator to get things started. Exclusive are trying to end this one as quickly as possible. Not much being afforded Spy. I take it back. Oh my gosh, the pred is instantaneous. They're going to be pushed all the way back to spawn. Lydia finally there to shut him down, but the damage has been done.
And still, Vermont continuing over towards this B side. For all that Spy was able to find a whole lot with that Annihilator. They continue to find some pressure over towards the B side. Hunter Killer out doesn't find anything, so for Mont, out of what is felt like a bad situation, you haven't necessarily been dealt the worst hand. Yeah, you may well be 8 lives down, but this one is still doable. Shots from Vieira just a little bit wayward as on that second and third. Spy and Says are there here to back things up. Spy finds 2, Etsy will find 1 back. Still quite evenly balanced across the map, but the lives are going to start playing a factor later on as we go. 45 seconds or so remaining here, B being captured.
Caesar Sparrow takes himself down. So once again, Mont do a good job of dealing with the utility for Exclusive, but you've got to reel these lives back, and Fahim not going to be able to connect right there. So now they sit down 9. They don't have any ticks of progress outside that one over on B. They make their way on, but Caesar's got to be dealt with by Pillars. He gets taken down, giving themselves a little bit more to work with. It looks like they should be able to get B locked in, and with JC picking up 2 right there, if they can read Creed and not give up any additional lives, could be crucial, but nobody hears the shots ringing out. He's still not gonna get taken down right there, and now Etsy 1 HP. They sit down 6 lives. Every gunfight matters that much more.
Oh, huge from Etsy. Finds 2. And all of a sudden, this mid-map control, well, is slightly there for the side of Mont. They're starting to pick off Exclusive where they can. Veer in shotful, big kill about to come through. If Cesar can find it, kitchen control is absolutely paramount if you're Exclusive to hold down this defensive side. Gonna start pushing on through and gets a jab to the face from Etsy. All of a sudden, Mont, yes, okay, they may only have 5 lives, but they're not in a terrible position. I say that as Veer will find 2. JC is there to able to find 1 back, but Mont are still mounting some sort of an offensive, but they have to throw absolutely everything at this, Bobby, and they're trying to do so. Shark can find 1, it's 5v3.
Very good value out of that Sparrow. The question is it enough to win them the round? Hunter Killer, but I think they shot it out of the sky, so it's not going to be able to take anyone down. Caesar going to peek the corner right here. Crucial gunfight. Etsy gets taken down. Now it's a 2v5, only 27 seconds to work with. It's got to be perfect the rest of the way out for JC and Fahim, and with Creed lurking up into this corner, will he be able to make the read? The answer is no. He's able to find 1, but needs a 1v5 and a capture on the objective, and it's not going to be enough. Exclusive, the 3-0 in the map, the 3-0 in the series, and cement themselves as the #2 seed in Europe.
Made to work for every single one of those rounds of control, though, so fair play to Mont. Just a few situations where it's pretty evenly poised. You think about that gunfight, you're in, what, a 6v4, and all of a sudden it's a 6v3. It's such a different storyline. If you find that it's a 5v4, a 4v4, something along those lines, that one kill can change the whole dynamic of a game. Wasn't able to find it. Look, I think Mont didn't put up too bad of a performance here, if I'm honest with you. The Search and Destroy was rough. The hard point, it just felt like they were relying too much on P2. The control, it might be 3-0, but it really wasn't like a terrible, terrible game from them. It's one of those that you come away from and you try to think about some things, and maybe I'm clutching at straws for Mont here, but I think for Exclusive, still a very, very good game out of themselves. And one of those moments where, yeah, okay, they are the stronger team. It was very much on show. But still some, maybe some brushing up in the Search and Destroy. Maybe not throwing rounds away. It'll be a good start.
Yeah. I think that the control was probably where they looked the best despite the 3-0 stat line. And I think a lot of it does come down to simply decision making and when they're going to time those operators. I thought there were a lot of instances where they did that really well, where they spaced them out. They got good value, used them to zone in different scenarios, but you let Exclusive maybe build too many score streaks early in a couple of those rounds, and it comes back to bite you in a big way. So some improvements for Mont, but they've still got a lot more that needs to be found if they want to be able to compete at the top level with the likes of Kings and Exclusive.
Sure. I think looking back to that series, I think off the start, when I saw Neil wasn't playing, I was like, you know what? Maybe Exclusive are giving Mont a chance here. Nah, they ain't nice like that whatsoever. They are not giving them anything in that series. I don't think it was quite as definitive as maybe I expected. I think Mont were fighting back at points. So we got to give them credit for that. But yeah, I mean, 3-0 for Exclusive. This is what you expect from them. I think they kind of needed that. They didn't want to have any kind of messing around in that series. So
yeah, also, you know, closing out the season on a really strong note. And now they have a little bit of momentum, the same way that Kings did heading into Challenge Finals, really cementing themselves as one of those top 2 teams in this region. It's going to be a battle when we get to Challenge Finals. So, Ton, tell me what you're looking forward to when it comes to those Challenge Finals.
I think, honestly, I'm looking forward to see if Omniscient can bounce back from what has been a rough couple of weeks. Even their win today wasn't nearly as clean as they probably would have liked it to be. So I think, realistically, they're going to be the team who have the biggest question mark around them. I think realistically, we do expect Mont to probably finish 4th, and I don't think that's necessarily too much of a harsh reflection on them. They are a very, very decent team, but these other 3 are very, very solid. Omniscient, for me, are the big question mark. If they can turn up like we've seen on so many different occasions, the games that they potentially had, then we have a 3-way race for that 1st place. It would be very hard to call. A lot of people put their money on Kings, don't get me wrong. But if Omniscient are able to turn up in a different way to what they have done the past couple of weeks, and if Exclusive can bring the kind of level that they brought up against Omniscient, then they will be competition for Kings. 100%, they are going to be close games, but I'm really looking forward to see if Omniscient can bounce back.
I think the one thing you got to remember is that last challenge season, the 4th seed was Exclusive, and they came into it not having beaten any of the top teams. And then they showed up when it mattered most and found a way to make it through to the World Championships. I'm not saying that this Mont squad has the same caliber of talent, because I think there's still a number of places that they're lacking, but it shows that it is something that can potentially happen, also depending on where teams fall apart. And based on the trajectory that we've seen out of Omniscient, I think at bare minimum, there's at least a conversation to be had about whether or not Mont can take down Omniscient. Obviously, there's a lot of time between now and then. The teams have 2 weeks to freshen up on the things that are going wrong with them, figure out what they need to improve on to have a chance up against your Kings and your Exclusives. But it goes to show that anything's possible regardless of the seeding heading into this.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to be a bit boring and say I'm excited just to see Kings versus Exclusive again, because you talk about kind of the 2 weeks that we have now between now and Challenge Finals, and I'm excited to see kind of what Exclusive take away from that series that they had versus Kings. Where do they go now? You know, what do they want to do to improve? Because when we go back to that series, yeah, it was a 3-1. It was a pretty convincing 3-1 for Kings, but I think a lot of it was down to decisions that were being made by Kings, very obvious improvements that they've made, and I think Exclusive can very easily answer back. So I think it's going to be an exciting 2 weeks now to figure out kind of what they need to improve on getting into finals, because I still don't think it's totally decided just yet which team is going to make it to Brazil.
Brody, I don't think that's boring.
I don't know.
Don't sell yourself short.
I was just ready for some like sarcastic comment coming out from Ton. Just need to prepare for it sometimes.
No, he looked like he was very interested in what you were saying. Yeah.
I was nodding and agreeing.
Just got to prepare for it, mate.
I think that is a great point. The battle for the top during Challenge Finals is going to be an epic one. So obviously you guys have to make sure that you are tuning back in to see how all of that plays out in just a few weeks. If you miss it, follow us on social media. Then you won't miss it because you'll get all those updates on there, whether it's X, Insta, or Facebook, or you can join the Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can join the community there. Follow along for all of our Call of Duty mobile updates. make some friends, hang out with people, because as far as we're concerned here, our regular season now comes to a close, which means it is Kings, Exclusive, Omniscient, and Mont as the top 4 teams you will be seeing competing in your challenge finals in just a few weeks. Not only will they be trying for that title of champion, best in the region, but as well as battling it out for that single coveted spot to play in Mobile Masters in Brazil. Like Brody mentioned, there are going to be some really good matchups along the way getting there, so you have to make sure you're here to see how all of it plays out. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy. I am so excited. I'm already thinking about Challenge Finals. I'm sorry, I got distracted thinking about all the matchups. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping us make this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everybody behind the scenes here in the studio, thank you so much for watching. We will see you in the finals.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get Yeah, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the